Welcome to the podcast thingamabob about my backlog challenge that I did with my sister. My sister, Michelle. Hello, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
So, Michelle, what did we do here? What did we do? What are we talking about?
We're talking about the race we did this year to see who could beat the most games Christmas to Christmas.
Christmas to
From
Christmas.
Christmas last year to Christmas this year.
So let me ask you. I don't remember when the last time we actually did this was, and I don't know if we. I know when we first started keeping track of the games we did every year. Were we even racing, or was it just we were posting it and then it just what?
I think it just kind of evolved into a race. Like when you see your sibling beating games, you inherently want to catch up and overtake them. It just evolved into a race over the years.
Do you remember the last time we ever did it? Because I know you list your games every year on Backloggery.
Yep.
I stopped, and I don't know when I stopped. I was thinking before we started this that before we started talking about this podcast, I was thinking, oh, we did it as kids. No, we didn't, because I only joined Backloggery in 2009. So I was already an adult. So I guess my memory of doing it as kids was wrong. I guess when I think about it, I was like, man, did I only do it for like 1 or 2 years? Because I remember around 2012, that's when I stopped keeping track of my backloggery with all the list of games and stuff. It just all went to crap because there was times where I was buying like 70 games a month and I was just like, oh, geez, I'm not going to add all these. Do you remember when we stopped?
I have records of us. I really think you stopped later than 2012.
I mean, I can see
we
that.
I think we only haven't done it for about 3 years now.
Man, I guess.
And we started it. We started it in 2011 because that's what my records of my backlog games go back to.
That would make sense because I'm sure I didn't do it the first year we joined Backlog, right? And I don't know when you joined, probably the next year. So it was just weird to me. I was like, man, I guess I don't remember even doing it as an adult, but we must have.
I think you stopped in 2016. I think it was 2015 to 2016. I think was your last year.
And see, that makes perfect sense to me because that's when I got out the army and I was just a total mess at the time, just trying to figure my life out.
Same.
But I mean, it all worked out, I guess. But that was definitely a time when things were in flux. And I started before this channel, started another channel. And definitely was playing way less games, even though I had a whole video game channel about playing games. But, it takes time. You got to record them. And once you record all day as like a quote unquote, like a job situation, you don't want to go play video games for fun because you're irritated about it.
Yes.
So this is something I want to talk about. Is actually before we started doing the challenge and I ended my other channel. That year, like I started playing some games, right? I know you saw it. I started actually updating my backlog a little bit.
Yeah.
I started, I think I played like Grand Theft Auto, and I busted out the PS2, which hadn't been plugged in for a while. It's been sitting there on the shelf right next to all the other consoles, just hadn't been used. And I started playing them, and I was like, man, I really miss just playing games, like just for fun, just a lot. And then right before last Christmas, right? You asked
I think
me,
so.
You asked me, you said, hey, do you want to race again this year? And I was like, oh, snap, sure. And this has been years since I even listed the games on that I had beaten. And little did I know how violent, aggressive, and chaotic this whole experience would be. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, before this year, we raced, but I actually don't think we ever talked about it. We were always competing, but I don't think we ever like outwardly said, hey, yeah, we're racing.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, I may be wrong, but most of us before this year, we actually hadn't been really PC gaming. We were mostly console, so you're very limited.
Yeah, I actually only built a gaming PC like a couple years ago.
Right, and I built mine in 2016 when you said I stopped counting. So that makes a big difference. I mean, I still had Steam before then, but it was still very limited what you can play. And so this year, very different because we both have gaming PCs, and that's where a lot of shorter games are going to be, and a lot of sales are going to be. I
Yep.
swear I have Humble Bundle, and I get like 12 games every month, and that's just like not counting all the free games everyone else gives out. And I'm just like, oh man, I guess I'll claim them. They're free. Why would? So you have hundreds of games to choose from now.
It's worth mentioning my backlog is not anywhere near as extensive as John's is.
No,
whereas
not
he's
at
sitting
all.
at like a couple thousand games. I've only got about closing in on like 500 that I actually have listed anyway.
Of course, not counting a cool bundle you got this year, and I guess we'll talk about that at some point.
Oh yeah,
That really changed the course of history.
yes it did.
Okay, let's go ahead and start getting into it. We're gonna go through every game that we beat, and maybe we'll talk some more on some than the others, and we'll get into it. But before we even start, this is important to me. Right before Christmas, I work on Christmas. That's just what it is. I work on Christmas, and I work night shift. So I celebrated my Christmas a little early in 2019, and I got my Nintendo Switch, and I got Pokemon Sword, and I played Pokemon Sword, and I beat it on the 24th, which is not a part of this challenge. And I said, Michelle, can I count this? And you said, absolutely, as long as you end on the 24th next year instead of don't count that extra day. And I looked at it, I said, no, because you know what'll happen? Then she'll have extra days to beat me. She'll know what my final count is and beat me. This is funny for later on because it worked totally against my favor. Because it turns out if I worked one Christmas, I will work the next Christmas. All right, Michelle, you're up first. You beat the first game. Came out swinging.
With Stigmatized Property, a short game to start with.
And you also beat for your second game was how do you pronounce it? Inaki Tunnel?
Inanuki Tunnel.
Inanuki Tunnel. Can I tell you
Both
something?
by the same developer.
I was sitting here and I saw you beat these games and they were in the same day, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? She came out swinging. She just was like, yeah, look, here's how it's gonna go. I beat 2 games and they're short. This is setting the pace for I was like, oh my god, I can't count Pokemon, but she just came out swinging, and automatically I was like, oh geez, this is gonna be rough. Like, I really thought these are RPG Maker games, right? Am I wrong?
No, actually they're not. They're fully 3D Unity, like short horror games.
Oh, okay. And I'm guessing like under 3 hours.
Yes. Yeah, like 3 hours or less.
And I was just like, wow, really? Like, I'm already so far behind, and I'd never even heard of these games, you know? So I was like, oh, we're in trouble. This is going to be a rough year. And I think at the time I was like still playing Pokemon. Even though I had beat it, I was like, oh, like doing the post-game stuff. I was like, okay. And then on December 30th, you beat your third game. You beat Luigi's Mansion 3, which...
Very good game.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That was like a Christmas game, or maybe you got it before?
Yes, yeah, it was.
See, this is why we actually start on Christmas. Christmas is like a reset point. You get a bunch of new games almost every year, and it's like the perfect reset point because you're going to be so busy at Christmas time.
And you're also going to want to play the new games that you just got.
Right. So you don't want to be rushing to beat a bunch of short games or whatever to win the challenge. So you can really enjoy your games. So you beat Luigi's Mansion 3, which was super irritating because now I'm like, wow, she's 3 games up. And at the time I'm thinking, well, 3 games is kind of a lot of games for me to catch up on. This is silly, thinking about what would happen later on in the challenge. 3 games would be nothing to beat. But at the time I was like, oh man, I'm behind by 3, and the January hasn't even started. I was like, oh, geez. So at the end of the year, I had actually been playing The Legend of Zelda on the Switch Online stuff, which I'd never played Legend of Zelda before. And I really just wanted to like get it under my belt and say, hey, I beat this game. And it was very cool, very good game. But that was my first game I'd beaten. And I was kind of like, wow, like this is my first one on the board and I'm still 2 behind.
And you were going to remain a number behind as well.
I was because you didn't let up.
No, and the weird thing is I really started playing a game that was going to slow me down. First I played We Were Here, which is a co-op like puzzle game. I played with my friend. It's pretty short, like 4 hours.
I've actually played it before. A very good game. I guess very good is kind of giving it too much credit, but cool idea, right?
It's a fun game, yeah.
Very good idea.
And then I played my first long game for the year, and that was Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Mm-hmm. And if you've never played an Ace Attorney game before, they're about 25 hours long.
Right.
So
I mean, I guess if you were just so fast at reading, then maybe it'd be
which
faster.
I mean, I am incredibly fast at reading, and
it still
takes, yes.
I might be stuck on it for half a year. I'd have to learn how to read, and then I'd have to.
And then I didn't stop with that either.
And this is on the
there are more games later on.
This is on the first day of January. Both these games, and granted, I understand like co-op games we play with our friends, like We Were Here. You play with your friend, and then you play. Probably been playing Phoenix Wright for a while.
And yes, I'd been playing that for a number of days.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these games would just line up to where I would happen to beat a bunch in the same day, even though I had obviously been playing some of them for, sometimes even several weeks before that.
Right. And some of this, I made these lists not as we were beating them, and obviously the list is all from my perspective. I can only view Michelle's history on Backloggery and only my own. Some of the games, you might beat, and then you don't update your Backloggery for like 2 or 3 days, so sometimes that just happens. I try not to, but you get busy. So you're up at 5 games. I'm still at 1. Very disappointed in myself. And then you beat a 6th game, a 7th game, and an 8th game. First you beat 1954 Alcatraz. What is that? Is that a?
It is a 3 point-and-click adventure game I believe it's by Daedalic, who is pretty common for their adventure games nowadays. They do a lot of point and clicks. Like I've played a bunch of them. The Silent Age came after that. That was another point and click game that was pretty good. It was pretty short though. It was only 3 hours or so.
I bought it. This is one of these games that I have purchased with my own money. It wasn't just one of those things I got for free or through a bundle. I still haven't played it, but when I saw you play it, I was like, I have to get to it sometime, and I never did because it was
better than I thought it was going to be.
By the time I got to the end of the year, I was thinking about, I'll play it because it's a shorter game, but it was like walking that borderline of like just a little too long to want to spend a whole night on. It's still short, but not like short enough for what we were doing. And then you beat We Were Here too, the second game.
Which I honestly have to say, in my opinion, was by far the most frustrating game I played this year. I hated it.
I'm eating almonds, I'm sorry. This is a casual podcast, guys.
I played that one with my friend as well, the same one I played the first game with, and it was just every puzzle in the game is timed, and it was so frustrating to deal with. Like, I was like, why do we have to have a time limit for every single one of these? How we have to redo it. Just made it really stressful. We had to redo the last puzzle like 7 or 8 times. I was just kind of done with it. I actually do own the third game now too, because she bought it for me.
Me too.
But after playing the second game, we were kind of just like, maybe we'll just put this one off for a while.
Can I ask you, did you get to the end of the second game and there's that puzzle at the end and it's like...
It's a freaking maze?
Well, no. At the very, very end where I think it's like both people can get out if you found all the secrets along the way.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, never in either game we never got out.
I don't think
the first game she left me The first game she left me accidentally because she didn't realize that's what happened, and
I
neither
did the
did I.
same exact thing.
I was like, you bitch! And then in the second game, I left her, so we're even now.
You got to do it. And then the third game, you never play.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm going to play it eventually. I just had to play with the guy who I played the first two with, but, you know, he's got to be in the mood. All right, so finally, I clapped back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I had actually been playing Thimbleweed Park basically the moment Legend of Zelda ended. The game was pretty long, extremely disappointing. It was very annoying. It was like, it was trying to be in the vein of one of the LucasArts point clicks.
Yeah.
And man, it just annoyed the shit out of me because it had this really cool setup and mystery and it just did not pay off at all. I don't want to spoil it, but golly, it sucked.
Yeah, your review of it actually deterred me from wanting the game, even though I'd watched Pushing Up Rose's review and had wanted it initially. I was like, I trust my brother's opinion.
Isn't it like so disappointing? Because that game looks so good. And it is. It's a very cool looking game, but man, it just irritated the hell out of me. And then at this point, so I closed out this chapter, right? I said, okay, now I need to catch up. And then the same night, I beat this game called Stick Bold and Dodgeball Adventure, which I think took me about 2 or 3 hours. And it's just like a dodgeball game. And it's actually pretty fun. But that was my effort to say, okay, I need to start getting on the board. I'm only at 3. She's at 8. And I'm really thinking I'm not going to catch up. She's out of control.
Oh, I knew you were going to catch up.
I guess looking at it now, it makes a lot of sense, right? But the next game I beat, 4th game, is Abzu. And this is important because Abzu is the start of me doing an A to Z challenge, which you didn't know I was doing the whole time.
No, I wasn't paying any attention the whole time.
So an A to Z challenge is where you play a game for every letter in the alphabet, so A for Abzu. And this, I think, was my primary motivator for beating games because I was writing out little reports on GameFAQs about the games as I beat them. So, and if you don't post on GameFAQs within like a week, the topic will purge. So I was like, well, I need to beat the game semi-quickly or at least update it. So it was actually a good motivator to start beating games. And I think once this started, this is when I really accelerated and started beating a lot of games, actually. Next game I beat Broken Age. It's my B game. And Broken Age is actually my number 9 best game of the year. I'll be telling you guys what the top... I really liked Broken Age. I mean, it's not... Okay, so it's not a 10 out of 10 or anything like that. And the second half kind of falls off a little bit. But man, the first half, I loved it. It was like perfect to me. And I was so dumb because the plot twist is so obvious that when it happened, I was like, oh, duh, of course. Of course that's what's happening. Of course that's what that all meant. But at the time, I did not see it coming. And it has this whole thing of like, you play as one side and you play as the other, and they're doing totally different things the whole time. And you're like, oh, okay, whatever. And it actually goes on long enough to where you're like, I don't know what the hell these have to do with each other. And then when you figure it out, you're like, oh, duh, of course.
So, fun fact, I was a backer of Broken Age.
Oh, I bet that was disappointing, right? Because it came out in 2 parts, right?
It did, and fun fact, I've never actually played the second part. Like, I think I started it at one point, and then it just never finished because it took so long for the second part of the game to come out.
I imagine
that, like, I want to say like a year, and I was just like, I was kind of done. I was like, I beat the first part. I guess we're done.
And so the second part immediately pisses you off because it does something that irritates you, but where it's like, come on, really? But it is still good and ended up being my 9th best game of the year. Very good, in my opinion. So I'm at 5 games. I'm on a roll, and I'm thinking, no big deal. Now I'm finally catching up to Michelle. Wrong. Wrong.
Nope, I start coming in hot. Playing Mad Father, because I wanted to go through some RPG Maker games that were really iconic that I still hadn't played. and it was great. I was also taking an interest in RPG, like learning how to use RPG Maker at the time as
Ah,
well, so I kind of wanted to study some other games. I didn't end up like using that knowledge until much later to start using RPG Maker, but
gotcha.
I got like a little bit of I could see a little bit of what. Actually, I don't even know if Mad Father was an RPG Maker game. Was it a Wolf RPG
Not
game?
entirely sure. Someone will surely let us know.
Yeah.
Um, but
Either way, it's kind of I feel like certain things are interchangeable there. Like
sure, sure.
the vibe is there.
Yeah. Own Mad Father. One of those games, again, I bought with money and didn't just stumble into. I still haven't played it, but now I really want to, just looking at it, you playing it. I forgot about
And then
that.
I went ahead and finished another long game. I don't know how long I was playing Breath of the Wild before I actually beat it.
I'm guessing a
I want to
while.
say it took quite a bit. I want to say I probably put at least 45 hours into Breath of the Wild.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You actually owned Breath of the Wild before Christmas even happened. I swear you did, or maybe it was right on Christmas.
I think that was another thing we did get for Christmas because we actually bought a Switch last Christmas literally to play the game. Well,
Gotcha.
for a game that's coming later on in our list.
Yeah, Breath of the
So
Wild is a long one. That's what's concerning too. I don't know how you felt about it. You'll see I'll see you beat a couple short games, whatever, and I'm like, okay, she's just playing games. Once I see you beat a long game, I'm like, uh-oh. That means she was playing this the whole time. And now that she's beat Zelda, her whole schedule's free. And I'm extremely concerned. My immediate thought is, please play another long game. Please play another long game.
and what's hilarious is you're gonna feel bad about pretty much the entire rest of the year me playing games because I was continuously playing other long games
Right.
the whole time. As a matter of fact, normally I really don't play super long games anymore. Like I kind of stopped playing JRPGs when I was younger and stuff. I don't play those very often. And this year I actually played an incredible amount of long games,
Right, you did play a decent amount.
or just put a lot of time into games that didn't have to necessarily be very long.
Right.
And normally I think I played games more this year than like in the past 10 years in terms
Just-
of number of hours put
Just
into
all
games.
together?
Yes.
Oh man, I maybe you're right. Maybe it applies to me too. So you beat Breath of the Wild. Was that a top 10 game for you? I can't remember.
Nope.
No, really.
It's a good game, but it's just not. It just doesn't capture me in that way. I think I initially gave it like a 5-star on my backlog, and then I like moved it down to 4. I was like,
Oh
eh.
man, doesn't that? I did that later on, and I'll talk
It's not
about
to
what
say
it-
some of my top games have not been 4-star games because they have.
Right, same
but
same as me. But in fact, almost all of them are. But isn't that sad when you play a game, you rate it 5 stars, and then like you sit down and think about it for a bit, and you're like, but was it really? Or am I
Yeah,
just
like-
trying to convince myself it was?
Exactly. Yes.
All right, so next you beat for your 11th game, River King Mystic Valley. This is part of a series, right?
Yes, it started on the Game Boy Color.
And you've played all the
And-
other ones, right?
I have, because I like certain niche types of games, and fishing games are one of them. And River King is a very Japanese, strange fishing game that you befriend like animal characters who like help you along your way and stuff to catching the River King and waking your sister from like an eternal slumber. It was a game that I had seen at Second and Charles for like 99 cents. Long time ago, years ago, and I was like so incredibly stingy with my money at the time. I was like, I don't need this. And then I found out later on it's actually not that cheap of a game. So I finally
had
this year
it.
I bought it. I bought it on eBay because it was just like haunting me. I paid like $12 for it,
that's still
which
not
was
bad.
cheap. Yeah, well, it's cartridge only, and
Oh.
as I don't really buy, if there's going to be a substantial price difference like that now with DS games, I just buy them loose because I can put them in like a cheap case that you can
Yeah.
buy on eBay.
I guess
So
and DS games are small though. I guess you gotta get you a little case thing, right? So
yeah, it's like they're like made in China. They can hold like 10 games or something, you know.
those can be kind of cool though.
It's actually really, really convenient, and it just saves me so much money. Like, and I know that they're still protected in that plastic case and easy to view. So,
Right. So after you beat River King, which I'm guessing wasn't a short game either.
it actually wasn't. It was about 12 hours.
Right. That's a
which
pretty
for a
good,
fishing game is kind of ridiculous.
right. So that's a pretty decent game. So I beat for my sixth game Chroma Squad, which is a strategy RPG thing, and it took about 15 hours, I think, 12 to 15.
I've never heard of it. Was it good?
It's good. It's strategy RPG that's like a knockoff of Power Rangers. So they're in a studio playing Power Rangers basically, and somehow that evolves into them being like, we gotta make our own Power Rangers studio, and they do it, and then it evolves into real Power Rangers where they're doing real Power Ranger stuff, but it's still a set the whole time, so it's blurring this line of like, are they really superheroes or are they just on the stage doing it? I don't know, but it was actually pretty good. Not good enough to hit my top 10 or an honorable mention, but it was pretty good game. And that was I want to say I don't want to say it took a long time because it basically took 2 weekends, but it took enough time to not put me on the scoreboard very much.
Yeah.
So next, you beat Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. So the next Ace Attorney game for you.
My first in my top 10 this year. And the reason I bought this game and was why I had finished the previous Ace Attorney game was because in a live stream that you and Zach did once, Zach was like, man, you really like the Ace Attorney Investigations games. They're really good. And I was like really intrigued ever since then. And he was so right because it just like takes all of the bad things about the Ace Attorney series. It's a great series, but they're just really long games.
Right.
And it just trims all that fat off the series.
So
it just gives you everything that you want. It's still a long game, like it's probably still like 20 hours, but that like 5 to 6 hours cut off really makes a huge difference.
So were you saying that this is your number one game or just your first in the top 10?
First in the top 10. I didn't actually order mine.
Okay, that's fine.
Ordering things stresses me out now. I can't just like pick one of them to be number one. It's just not fair.
I got you. But this was a 5-star, huh?
Yes. Fantastic.
And this reminds me why it was so slow. My next game, I was still doing the A to Z challenge, is Dead Island. It's number 7 for me. This one took me, I mean, golly, when I look at the dates on we have a little tracker. When I look at the dates, it actually only took me 7 days. But those 7 days, I put in like 25 hours into this game. And I did not like this game. I thought it was pretty awful most of the time. It had some
Why
stuff.
would you continue with it then? Just because you already put the time into it? Like you were too deep in to back out?
Yes, and also keep in mind the A to Z challenge, and I'm posting on Game Pass,
yeah.
so I've already said, hey, I'm playing Dead Island, and so I've already posted like, oh, this game kind of is okay, and then it sucks, and it's like, man, it just kept going and going and going, and like, and it's not designed for single player at all. There's like these zombies, and like, clearly I'm thinking, well, if someone was kiting them and I was hitting them, it would make perfect sense, but now they're just, it's not hard, but just like when you're getting just stood around and getting gang attacked from every side, and you're like, okay, I see this is not how this game's supposed to be made, or not how it's supposed to be played. So, but I did finish it, and it's weird because even though it was like a 2-star game out of 5, it was like I still enjoyed playing it, so that way I could have an opinion on it, I guess, and that's kind of how I like to play my games. You know, I can't do it with everything. Some of them are just too awful. But you know what helps? If a bad game is easy, because Dead Island was easy, and so that makes it so much easier because you're like, well, I don't want to stop because I've already got 10 hours in. But I would never buy the sequel. You know, and there's or Riptide, or if Dead Island 2 ever comes out, I would never buy them. You know, I think I'm good. Next, tell me, Michelle, what happened?
I started slowing down because here's where I started playing a number of long games in a row. I beat Danganronpa, one of your favorites, I believe.
Right. Actually, like, maybe a top 10 game ever.
And I'm not going to lie, I liked it, but I really didn't like it that much. I felt like I really feel like in a way it kind of competes with Ace Attorney in its style of doing things, and it's very flamboyant and obnoxious with the amount of things going on at one time, and I
Sure.
didn't like that. I was like, I have to be able to focus, and there's things flying all over the screen, and I got to shoot stuff, and I'm not sure like how some of these mini games work again because I stopped playing for like 4 days,
Right.
so I forgot everything. It was still a good game. I enjoyed it, and I do want to play the second game. I did not this year,
Right.
but
I think I told you after you beat it, and like you shared your opinion with me specifically about the investigations that happen at the end of every chapter, and you were like, I wasn't really liking them, and I was like,
and you're like, that's the
oh,
entire game.
that's it. The whole series is over because the second game, the length of the trials is the same length as the final trial, the first game, and I was like, oh no, it's over. I was like, oh geez,
So
stop playing.
what's funny is I had bought the first game, and then I found a great deal on some other games, which one of them was the second game paired with a couple other Vita games, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to go ahead and get it, because I'm sure I'll love Danganronpa, and I was like, I've got to be in the mood for this. Like,
Right. The Vita is such a cool little console. Like,
I was really glad I got one.
like there's nothing to play on it anymore. Everything's been ported basically, but something about that screen. It's a very nice little console. I don't even have the OLED screen, but I have the LCD one. Still,
Yeah.
just a beautiful console.
I just love handhelds. Like, I mean, the DS is like probably my favorite console, so
Fair enough.
I just want to be able to lay in bed and play things. Like,
I understand. So, this is my moment.
oh yeah,
This is
yeah.
the turning
You start
point.
banging out games.
And I don't necessarily know if it's just me banging out games, but it's also in combination with you slowing down.
Yeah, because I know what I'm playing right now. So
There's a couple times where I see you playing games, or I know you're playing it, or maybe I see you post that you beat them way later on. I'm like, oh, that's what happened. There's a couple times that happens throughout the year. So I'm doing the A to Z challenge. Boom, I beat Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, number 8. This game is not as good as people say.
yeah,
Man,
it aged poorly.
it sure did. Like, man, those sanity effects sure are neat, but they're also just annoying and in the way a lot of times. I don't know. It was a good game, but I don't know. I don't know if people are saying it's like, oh, this is the best horror game ever made. No, I don't. I disagree. But that was actually cool because I hooked up my GameCube to play it, and anytime I can hook up a new console and play a game, that's a good thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Something cool about just like you get on like a trend of like, well, my PS4 is hooked up, my Switch is hooked up, I'll play games on those. But when you can hook back up your other consoles and play something else, which happened a couple times throughout the year, that's a good thing for me. And then I beat Finding Paradise, which was my F game for A to Z, number 9. That's the sequel to the Moon. And
Wait, is it?
it is. It is a
I
sequel.
didn't
to
actually realize that, and now I'm like, this is still on sale.
Yes, and there's a third game coming out. It's supposed to come out this year, but you know, did not. Which is not surprising.
As most games didn't come out this year that
Right.
I wanted.
But even if nothing was going on this year, even if COVID wasn't going on, Finding Paradise was delayed like 5 years. So it doesn't surprise me. Finding Paradise is probably as good as To the Moon, maybe a little bit less good, but what's cool is it starts off very similar to To the Moon, like structurally, and you're like, oh, okay, I know what I'm in for, and it takes a turn. You're like, oh, okay, you're doing your own thing. Cool. And then I beat Frostpunk, which was an awesome game, and in my number 2 slot for
really?
top 10 games of the year. Like, it's one of 2 5-star games I have this whole year. And
What type of game is it?
So it's a city builder, which is not really my type of genre, right? But
Yeah.
so basically the world's ended, it's freezing over, and there's this big heater that you guys have in the center of your city, and your goal is just keep the city warm while it progressively gets colder and colder. And it's so intense, and you have to make all these decisions like, oh, should we make a graveyard for the dead bodies, or should we just throw them in a ditch? Because that'll be faster. And it's like, well, I guess we'll throw them in the ditch. And later on, if you throw them in the ditch, they're like, well, people are starving. Should we eat them, or should and you're like, well, eat them. I don't know. Do whatever you want to do. And
Free country, man.
yeah, not well. Later on, it wasn't. Later on, you had to put an iron fist down and let them know. And it was just so amazing, such a good game. I'd seen people play it, but I was like, and I thought it looked good, but I was like, I don't know, because I'm not in city builders. But really phenomenal game. Just loved every minute of it. And I think I don't know. It's hard to tell how many hours I put because Samantha was playing it as well. But
that seems like such a weird game for her to play. I don't know why.
She likes the city builder stuff too. So
I mean, actually, I was kind of like, oh, maybe.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's my number 2 best game for the whole year. Pretty early on. It's only February, but and then next, I was also this whole time ever since Christmas, I've been playing Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. I was playing with my son. It's co-op, but not really. Basically, you move around and they screw around and they can't do anything. But they get to go into battles with you, and basically then you overpower everything.
Yeah, everything.
But it was kind of cool, and it's weird because I just played Pokemon Sword, and Pokemon Sword sucked ass.
What's funny is Ferris just got Pokemon Shield for Christmas because he wanted it. So
right, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I bet he knows what people think about it. But you gotta
he
play
does.
it. You gotta play
it.
it.
Yeah, he also apparently does with his brother every year. His brother got Sword, so he wanted Shield this year so that they could, share their opinions and trade Pokemon and crap.
Sure. And there are some very good aspects to Pokemon Sword. Like the wild areas are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But playing Let's Go Eevee, even though it removes like battling wild Pokemon, you can only do the capture thing. Even though all that is like gone, that game is still better than Pokemon Sword. And I was trying to figure out why. I was like, why is it better? It's because they have dungeons and you get to explore dungeons. In Pokemon Sword, there's like a hallway and it's done. And it's like, well, what? Like, you never feel like you're in danger or going through anything. And there's actual story in Pokemon Let's Go, whereas in Sword there is no story.
Let's Go is also literally just like a remake of Yeah.
And in every aspect, it's a worse game than the other 2 games that it's remaking, right? It's worse than the originals, and it's worse.
It's a really nice like casual game to play though.
Right.
It's like they kind of cheaped out because they didn't really. It's really just a graphic upgrade, and everything else is like exactly the same. But it was kind of okay with that.
Right, and I don't know. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit, enough to where it didn't get in my top 10, but it is in my honorable mentions, of which I have 5. So, and it was almost in my top 10. It was very close because I thought about. I was like, I actually really like that game a lot. Mm-hmm. And I did not think I would. I kind of just bought it on a whim because I was like, whatever. And you know what's cool? I got to use the Pokemon that I always wanted to use because I knew they were coming. Like I used Rhydon. I would never use Rhydon now because he evolves into Rhyperior, which is just the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. But Rhydon is cool, and there is no Rhyperior in this game, so it's like, oh, cool. So I get done with Pokemon Let's Go. It's the weekend for me, or no, the work week for me. And I guess you've been playing something all along.
I've been playing Zero Escape, another 25-hour-long game. I liked Zero Escape. I definitely thought the puzzles were worse, but I actually felt like the story was better because I didn't feel like it was so unexpected. Because the first game, I had pretty much the opposite reaction. I really loved it at first, just super mysterious. And then they got into like all this pseudoscience crap at the end, and I was like, what is happening? Like, what is going on? And it was just a little too not what I expected, but with Zero Escape, since I kind of already knew it was happening, they really took that and ran with it in a way that was very good. Mm-hmm. Puzzles were kind of boring, though. They were definitely the worst part of the game. The story got a lot better in that game compared to the first game for me.
Their story got crazy, too, in that game.
It did, and I was like, you know what? I feel like if you're going to go with time travel and crap like that, just go for it. Just...
Right.
Like parallel universes and things dealing with time, just like go all out. Because everything's been done with that, you know?
Yeah. Is this top 10 for you? I can't remember.
It's not actually. It's
So-
a very good game, but I like really was exclusive in my top 10 here. And I put a couple things in here that you probably would think
Not
were very
expecting.
strange. Yeah.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong. You didn't end up playing Zero Time Dilemma, right? You haven't
No,
yet.
well, actually, I started it. I got one ending immediately, which is hilarious, and then I put it down for some reason and just never came back.
I've played it. I've tried playing it twice now, and I've gotten, I don't know,
Oh, that's
maybe
right. You haven't beat it.
maybe 10 endings or so. And
Oh my God.
man, every time I'm just so one because when you play Zero Escape, you're like, wow, this guy knows how to really write the games. He's got a good grip on the story. No, he doesn't. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing because he forgot half the story that happened in Virtue's Last Reward.
I mean, I already forgot half the story that happened in the first game, so.
So in Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, you got the best ending, right? You got the super, super duper secret ending. That's non-canon.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Isn't that the worst? Like, that was the coolest thing. You're like, what? This is stupid, but I'm totally into it. And it's like,
Yes.
man, they never even follow up on it. I mean, maybe they do, but not from what I saw. And I was like, okay, whatever. This is weird. But it is a very good game. So,
Yeah, and me, as I'm just like slogging along here, John's just like whacking out a bunch more games.
So I get off my work week, and you're at 14. I'm at 11. Man, why did I number these? Oh, I numbered them right. Okay. So boom, Guacamelee 2. I think I had started playing this the previous weekend, and it is my number 4 best game. This is the game that I originally gave 5 stars, demoted it back to 4 much later on. I really started thinking about it when I started making this list. I was like, it was really good. It was really good, but I don't know if I liked it like as much as the first game. And it is very much because it's the same exact game almost. But it was very good, Metroidvania. And if you want more Guacamelee, it just makes sense to get it. But it's my number 4 best game for the year. Then for number 13, I beat Hellblade. And this is still part of my A to Z challenge, so G for Guacamelee. H for Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. Excuse me, Saga's not out yet. Although I will be getting it. Hellblade is my number 6 best game of the year. I really wasn't sure where I was going to place it in my best games for the year, and it starts really slow, and there's a lot of weird like match puzzles that I don't like.
Oh yeah.
But the stuff that it does really well, like the audio stuff, and later on there's this area where it's like dark and you're going through it, and oh man.
Yeah, that was really good.
Just incredible. Like, really love that stuff. So that was my number 13. So this is funny. Number 14, I beat Inside. And it took me a couple days to beat this because I didn't start playing Inside as my eye game. I was trying to play Injustice, which is the fighting game.
Oh.
On the PC. And I was trying to play on my DualShock 4. And it just doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with Injustice.
I should have just gotten you like an Xbox One controller for Christmas.
Oh, man. I'm going to get one eventually. I actually have you know what, though? I guess that's why I want an Xbox controller, because it's simple and it works with everything, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I had one, or not one. I had a 360 controller, but the A buttons wear out. They just die. You use them too much. So I played Inside. It was a good game. Very much in the vein of Limbo with, I don't know.
I really liked Inside.
Yeah, it was good. I guess I had actually already watched the whole game before.
Oh.
So I knew exactly what happened at the end. And I was like, yeah, this is good. Quite enjoyed it. And this is actually a decent moment to discuss. What are some games you dropped, Michelle? Because I dropped Injustice, obviously.
Yeah. Later on in the year, I obviously dropped Digimon World 3. After I spent 7 hours in it, I was just like, I can't do this anymore right now.
Did you start that confidently? You were like, fuck it, I'm going to play it.
Yeah, I was like, I can do this. Bring it on, bitch! I got this.
Then you
and
remembered how slow it was. Oh.
And I was like, because I was playing it as I was watching stuff on YouTube and just kind of chilling. Because I have a little that little PS1 that has the LCD screen built in, which is actually awesome. It's a really nice screen.
That's so cool.
It is. It's got really good sound and screen quality. So I was just using it, sitting it by my computer and playing. But like once I hit that point where I was finally almost through the part of the game that you always play through, like the first part of the game, right after Sierra City or whatever.
Right before you get
and
to
you're gonna get on the and you're gonna go on the train, and then I had another boss fight, and I realized I was gonna have to grind again, and I was just like, this is why I can't play RPGs anymore. If it's got a bunch of grinding and doesn't have like side quests to distract me from the fact that I'm grinding, I just can't do this. And I was like, I don't want to be unhappy before Christmas with this game. I'm just gonna drop it and just move on for now.
Anytime you play an RPG, and I think we can deal with one grinding session where it's like, oh, there was a difficulty spike. When an RPG has an infamous double grinding session, where you grind, you beat the boss, and then you have to grind again immediately for the next boss, and you're like, this sucks. I just want to make progress. But
it just takes forever. It's funny because if they cut out all of that grinding, the game would just be like, if I had a way to cheat my way through this game and just make the speed of the game faster, I would in a heartbeat.
Right. But they're never gonna re-release that game, so
no.
I could see them re-releasing the first game again, but not Digimon.
I mean, didn't they kind of already?
In Japan,
there's Digimon World DS, so
they released it on the PSP, like a straight up remake of the original, but not in America. Yeah, I dropped Injustice. You dropped Digimon World. Next game I beat 15 is my J game for the A to Z challenge. I beat Jet Set Radio. Michelle, you played Jet Set Radio before, right?
I played some of it. I think I more played Jet Set Radio Future.
Oh yeah, Jet Set Radio.
Is that not because you own that, right?
Right, and that's the sequel.
Okay.
So this is the HD port that I played on PC. You know what my opinion of Jet Set Radio is? If you really want to play a platformer where the whole thing is ice physics, Jet Set Radio is fantastic.
Yeah, I tried to play the Steam copy that I've had for a long time, and I just immediately was like, I don't know about this.
It's kind of infuriating to play sometimes.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna sweep that one aside a little bit.
I did enjoy it overall, but golly,
some games just don't age that well anymore.
Part of me thinks that maybe it wasn't good ever, or I don't want to say not good. It wasn't that good ever. It just was a Dreamcast game, so
yeah,
gets that exclusive love. Then next, immediately, I want to say the afternoon or the next day, I beat KO the Kangaroo Round 2. I've never even played Round 1 or the first game outside of a demo.
Are you serious? Was that a demo?
Yeah, it was a demo we owned on the Dreamcast because
I remember playing it a lot.
KO the Kangaroo 1 is only a Dreamcast game. So I played the second game because they gave it away for free, actually. And it's actually kind of weird. There's been like a KO the Kangaroo revival, and there's a new game coming out, so that's why they gave it out for free.
Interesting.
Actually, a really good game, KO the Kangaroo 2.
You know what's funny is I've played through a good chunk of this game before, and I really thought it was like generic garbage, kind of. At first, I was like, it's pretty good. And then I got to a level where, I couldn't figure out how to do it. It's this part where there's, all these islands, and you have to, get across by, I don't know if it's swinging on something or jumping on something.
I think I know what you're talking about. And
I had an extraordinarily hard time with that, and I could not make it through that level.
I could be wrong, but you're probably talking about this part where you play... I don't remember if you play as a bird character or the bird character is carrying you.
I think he's carrying you.
There's a very specific way you have to tap it, and I actually had to Google it myself. I was like, I don't think this is possible. And
I got infuriated with it, and I just stopped playing. I was like, never mind. The game was fine until this point, and now it's broken. I don't like it anymore.
I don't blame you because this is actually the second time I played the game. I didn't beat it before, but I had the same problem. I was like, this is generic. I don't care. But then I played it this time, and also it only took a couple hours to beat, and I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. Not too bad. So at this point, that was my number 16 game, and this is important because I'm officially ahead of you. You're at 14.
Yep.
I'm at 16.
And now I'm about to start struggling to try and catch my ass up a little bit because I
You,
know when I'm playing another long game. So I'm trying to play some short games.
mm-hmm.
And I played a really short game, one of the ones that I kind of questioned if I should even be adding because it was only about 20 minutes long, but I just
Oh
really
man,
enjoyed it.
yes.
It's an RPG. I think it's probably one of the shortest games I played this year, like 20,
Mm-hmm.
30 minutes. It's an RPG Maker game, but it was just so well done, and I wanted to remember it that I wanted to add it to my backlog along with my thoughts, so
Right.
I did.
You know, that's interesting, and we'll talk about it a couple times. There are definitely games throughout the year that I'm like, do I really count this? Do I count? Is this fair? You know? There are some games, this is a decent time to talk about. What are some games you beat? And maybe you didn't beat any, but what are some games you beat or played or whatever that you just didn't count at all? So just for the purposes of the challenge, we when we're talking about games, we're talking about new games we played for the year, right? We're not talking about like, oh, if I beat Mega Man Legends again for the 100th time, I don't think that counts, right? So what did you play that you didn't count?
I played Lonely Wolf Treat, which is another short game. It was only like 15 minutes long, RPG Maker game in a long series now. I mean, they've got like 6 games. Sarah is Missing, which is the prequel to kind of related to another game that I ended up playing this year. Once again, that was really short, and I just played it when a friend was over. I just didn't think about it at the time. I wasn't like sure what we were adding and what we weren't, so I just didn't add it.
Right.
And another one that's not actually really quite a game. It was labeled as an interactive environment. It's called Wakamarina Valley, New Zealand. And it was really cool, but you kind of just like wander around this place and you can like take pictures and stuff. And there's technically specific pictures that you can take. I just didn't count it because I was like, I really don't feel like this is a game. I feel like this is just happy, fun walking times through this beautiful forest.
Gotcha.
So,
and here's the thing with the challenge, right? We never define what counts, what doesn't count. That's all up to.
We used to.
Well,
and this one over here used to define what counted and didn't count. I was surprised at one point in the year, and I was like, oh, I guess we're adding short games now, and this is not like frowned upon.
Because it's like if Michelle can play a short game, right? If you could play let's say you play a game that's an hour, some indie thing, which will happen many times throughout the year.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll irritate me because I'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, we're adding it. But then I always think, I'm like, but I could play that game. If I really wanted to, I have access to the same games you do, you know?
Yeah.
So I can play it too. I'm choosing to not play the same games, you know? So, or maybe I do choose to play them, as we'll see later on. But so to me, whatever you think counts it's fine with me. You count it, I'll count whatever bullshit I count. Beat Okami again. Which if it was a new game and I was counting it would be in my top 10, obviously. But because it was one of my favorite games ever. But I actually only beat it once. And throughout the years, I started to hear that people didn't like it. People thought it was a bad Zelda game. And,
I don't think so.
They actually
thought it was kind of wordy, but other than that was kind of my only complaint about it.
They actually convinced me, Michelle. Throughout like the 10 years since I played it last, I was like, maybe Okami's not that good. Maybe it's not. And like,
I will say, I did actually eventually get rid of Okami out of my collection because it wasn't something I've ever tried to come back to. I think just because it was so long and so wordy and kind of a little slow to get going. And I also realized it's been released on like everything else ever now. So if I wanted it again, I could buy a better version. Right.
That's where I played. I played on PC. I actually have the PS3 version too from Korea or something, but I never even played it because I was like, oh, I want a physical version. But yeah, you know, people convince me, and then there's like the big breaking point where you think the game's gonna end in the middle, and it just keeps going. I remember thinking growing up, like, oh, the second half is so much better, like. And then I played it with the mindset of like, well, maybe it's not that good. Yeah, everyone was wrong. It's fucking dope. Okami's dope. What a good game. Also played, oh man, what is the name of it? The puppet game. I wish I
Is it Puppeteer?
No. Oh man, why didn't I write this stuff down? I figured it out. Showdown Bandit. So
I've never even heard of that. I would have never guessed that at all.
I'm not shocked. Showdown Bandit was made by the same people who made Bendy and the Ink Machine. I don't know what happened. I think they split studios or something. These people went to make Bendy sequel. These people make Showdown Bandit, which is like stop motion puppet horror, whatever. But it's also weird. It's like a point and click, but in 3D space, and has a lot of times where you have to time things well, which isn't great for point and clicks.
No, not at all.
The whole game was awful, but it also was only chapter 1. Kind of like Bendy was like separated into chapters, and
I really hate when games do that sometimes now.
And I played
it doesn't feel necessary.
I played it knowing it was separated into chapters, right? I played it knowing that, but I was like, well, probably before the end of the year, the next chapter will come out. I actually don't think the next chapter is ever coming out. I think they're not going to continue.
One and done.
Series.
That's what happens with a lot of games like that. That are, I mean,
right. Have you ever?
They just don't have the funding. They think their first chapter is going to sell well enough to fund the second one, and it doesn't.
Right. Have you ever played D4?
No.
People who made Deadly Premonition.
No.
They play. There's a game called D4, and it was a Connect game, but it's on PC now, and point and click, choices matter type of game, and there's 2 chapters, right? And there's supposed to be like 8, and it ends on this huge cliffhanger. Like the most cliffhanger, like someone's going to punch someone in the face type of cliffhanger, and it stops right there. And it's like next time on Dragon Ball Z.
That's kind of what sounds like what Dreamfall did. Dreamfall: The Longest Journey. I finished it, and I was like, I mean, everything in that game was just fucked at the end of the game. Like everybody was dead, and I was just like, what is going on? And then I found out. Thankfully, the third game got kickstarted, and it actually did come out. It wasn't perfect, but at least they finished the story.
Exactly.
Because, like, wow, I'd never seen a game end on such a bad note ever.
Sometimes people don't get it, right? Because they might play that third game like, oh, this one wasn't that good. And you're like, yeah, but at least I got closure.
Exactly.
When you're left with it open, you can't even recommend the game. You're like, don't play it. Don't play this game. So, next, I'm still doing my A to Z challenge. I'm playing Looney Tunes Sheep Raider, which is cool because this is a game me and Michelle played a lot of the demo specifically.
I was really happy you actually played this game because you've had it literally forever. Since we were kids.
Am I wrong? You owned the game, and
probably
it was a part of the great trade that I always remember, where I gave you the PS2 and you gave me just a crazy amount of games. And,
I don't even remember what all those games were. I forgot all about that.
Some of them will be brought up later on, but basically my PS2 was dying, and it didn't read DVDs well. It didn't read blue discs very well.
I still have that PS2 along with another one, and I don't even know which one is hooked up right now, because I don't have any like blue disc games or DVDs that I play into that crap anymore. So
got you. Yeah, I have a couple, which is annoying. Like I have Oni. That was one of the games you gave me.
Oh yeah, that game wasn't that good.
Which I can't even play. I can't even play because it's a blue disc game, and so it's very annoying. But because my new PS2, which I got many years later, doesn't read blue disc either, even though it's a slim model. It also doesn't play Jack X for whatever reason. But anyway, so
yeah.
So I was playing Looney Tunes Sheep Raider for the first time. Great game, not great enough to hit my top 10, but man, it was like when you think about Looney Tunes Sheep Raider, the demo we played of that one level or 2 levels or whatever. Yeah, that's the whole game the whole way through, and it's awesome. So that's number 17. I'm still ahead by 2 at this point.
Yeah, and I'm struggling to catch up. I started playing One Shot at work, which is an indie game and I put original beside it because there was a free version that came out, and then later on they ended up making a paid version that just was a little bit more fleshed out, I guess.
Gotcha.
Really enjoyed it. I played it during my lunch breaks at work. It was pretty good. And I think I was just trying to bridge the gap a little bit because apparently I was playing another one of my top 10s this year, which was Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And that game actually never came out in the US at all.
Really?
Yes, but I found a seller on eBay who makes physical copies of with the fan translated games on them.
Oh, like repro cards.
Yes.
Very cool.
And I was like, I have to have this. I don't even think I'd actually. No, I probably finished the first game. Yeah, when I bought this. Actually, I don't know.
You were just committed.
Maybe not, because it took about a month for it to come in. So
I understand. That's what I did back when I played Danganronpa. I was playing the first game, and I ordered the second game, and then I went to the store. I was in Korea at the time, and I saw that weird spin-off game, Ultra Despair Girls. And I was like, oh, I'll get it. Why not? They're all gonna be good, right?
I really think I would probably put, if I had to order them, I would probably put it as my number 2 for the year.
Wow.
I just loved the whole thing all the way through. It was actually really sad that there weren't any more Ace Attorney Investigations games, because now I have to go back to
the regular
games, the digital only ones that came out. And I'm like, they're going to be really good. I'm going to enjoy them. But like Ace Attorney Investigations, I think it was actually made by a separate team, and that's why they're so different. And I'm like, this makes a lot of sense now.
Gotcha. So next up, number 18 for me, I played Mass Effect. And Mass Effect is a game that originally came out on the Xbox 360, right? It was exclusive for like a year or two, maybe longer.
I thought it was exclusive forever, honestly, for a long time.
It was not. You know what? That's right, because it was exclusive until they put out the trilogy on PS3, which is what I own.
And then until Sony bought the rights, because that's what they like to do to Microsoft, is just buy the rights to their games. And
right. So when the trilogy came out, I bought it for the PS3 because even though I had a 360, I just preferred playing games on my PS3. This was a mistake because the PS3 version of Mass Effect 1 is hot garbage. Like,
I mean, the game wasn't that great to begin with, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's fine. And I kind of agree with you, but the performance is so awful. And I look, I have a gaming PC, but my mindset is, you, the idiot John, bought the game on the PS3. You will play it on PS3. You don't get the good version anymore because you bought it already. So, because I used to be like, well, you know, if it comes out and there's a better version, I'll buy the better version. No, you're gonna play the stupid version you bought. So that's the version I bought. Played. Mass Effect is not that good.
I was severely misled when I was basically told, like, this is Elder Scrolls in space, and I was expecting like a 60-hour long game.
And it's not.
You can beat it in less than 15.
Right.
Definitely.
It's not Elder Scrolls in space at all. It's a very different type of game, and it definitely has its merits, right?
Yeah.
There's some good things to it. I think my idea was, one, I needed to play for the A to Z challenge, is my M game, and also I wanted to play a longer game in the A to Z challenge because I didn't want to just keep playing short games because I felt like that went against kind of like my creed of gaming, I guess you could say. Like, man, I should play some long games, you know? I want to play them. Like, why am I not playing them? And, you know, Mass Effect's not that terribly long, but it was longer. And it's an okay game. I think
it was okay, but I immediately didn't want the other two. I was like, yeah, this isn't for me.
That's why I'm lucky. I bought the trilogy, so now I just can play the second one whenever I want. I planned on playing it before the end of the year, but it didn't happen. I'm going to play it early this year, actually probably very soon. And my choices will roll over, and maybe the second, because everyone seems to like the second game a lot. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens. Next game I beat is Nightcall.
What is Nightcall?
So Nightcall is this weird mix of like investigation / visual novel. It's basically a visual novel pretending to be an investigation game.
It sounds kind of cool.
And well, it does, but it's not. And look, I wanted to like this game. It has style for days. It goes for a film noir type of thing, black and white, you know. But the game is mostly you're a cab driver and you're talking with these people trying to learn information about what's going on. And that's cool, but none of it like connects really good. And at the end of every night, you look at your board where everything's like tied together with strings. And you're like, oh, this is how this connects. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck any of this means. Like, there's so much information, and they're like, oh, this connects to this guy. I'm like, does it? I don't know. Like, And by the end of the game, I was like, what the hell happened? And it was like, pick who the killer is. And I picked the wrong person every time until the last person was a suspect. I was like, really? This person? I don't know. Like, the conversations you have in the cab are pretty cool. But that's about the end of it. It was actually probably one of the worst games I played the year.
Oh.
Very, not very disappointing because I wasn't expecting much. I actually was going to play, this is my end game. I was going to play Nier for this game, but I was like, man, I just played Mass Effect. And I knew there was
going to take a little while.
I knew there was some longer games coming up, so I was like, let me not play Nier. And I was talking the original Nier too, which is kind of rough. So I was like, maybe not. And then, Michelle, some revelations happened. What was taking so long?
Boy. This not only hindered me before I beat it, this hindered me throughout literally the entire year with beating games. I'm going to tell you right now, if I hadn't played this game, John, I would have just like royally fucked you over in this whole race. I mean, for the record, I did win this year anyway,
right.
But I by far spent the most amount of time with this game, and it was the whole reason that we bought a Switch the Christmas before, and it is Animal Crossing New Horizons. I at first did not get super into it. I played like 40 hours, and I was like, oh, I'm done. You know, we beat the game because you can actually like literally beat it now. It has an actual goal.
Oh, really?
Yes. Which is to get KK Slider to come to town. You have to work your way up to a 3-star town and get KK Slider to come and make a performance so you can be an established place and not just this random deserted island.
That's interesting, because in the other games, you know, when I would play them, me counting them as beat was like, well, when do I count
your house all the way?
You know, you could. Sometimes I would just go, well, I paid off the first loan. I mean, that's the only objective, so that's everything else is post game, I guess. You know,
it's because it's not like they weren't really beatable games, but they were definitely completable games.
Yes, if you were crazy.
But with New Horizons, I wasn't super into it at first because they actually didn't have a whole lot going on. Like, there weren't that many recipes and stuff, and I was kind of like, where's all the furniture in the game and what's going on? But of course, you know, Nintendo had a plan, and they have released an update pretty much almost every month of the year, because that was their way to try and get people to continually play it throughout the year and not just burn through it and then be done with it.
Right.
And I played it, and I stopped playing for like 3 or 4 months, and then I made the mistake of starting to play it again, and I got so obsessed because so many more things had come out since then. And it was a lot of it's stuff like characters that were in the previous games that they actually re-added. But it gave me so much more content to go through that by the end of this year, I have put over 350 hours into Animal Crossing.
And, you know, we're working adults. We're not children, you know, so that's a lot of time.
Well, I'll say, however, when New Horizons came out, literally that week was when COVID hit. We literally had 2 days notice, and they were like, yep, on Wednesday we're shutting down. And I was like, oh, well, cool, Animal Crossing comes out on, it was like Thursday or Friday.
You were just like, oh, perfect, great, good time.
Yeah, yes. So for like 2 weeks straight, Ferris and I just like alternated playing Animal Crossing. It was getting so bad that if things around the house didn't get done, I was like, Ferris, you didn't do this or that. He's like, but Animal Crossing. And I was just like, I can't even get mad at it because I've been the same way. So
you were just like, yeah, of course, I understand.
Yeah.
So
the addiction was it was real.
So
and you can actually play literally together with other people now. Mm-hmm. So like at the same time. In your town.
Am I correctly guessing this is your number one?
Yes, it has to be.
I figured.
I've like just put too much of my life into this game now. Gotcha. And it really is the best Animal Crossing game. It's starting to have some very slight problems now, where the frame rate occasionally is a problem. But you know, when you have like, you know, thousands and thousands of items in a game,
right?
And you're on the Switch. Which right. Inherently just everything has frame rate problems on. You know, it's kind of bound to happen.
It's not even it's just a feature of the Switch.
Yeah, yes.
So I actually want to mention too, since this will be the last time probably we talk about, I saw you play New Leaf later on in the year.
Yeah, I got so obsessed with Animal Crossing, dude, that I started previously like playing old Animal Crossing games. I was like, what? Not only was I playing that, I was playing Pocket Camp on my phone. I was like, what is wrong with me? The cool thing though was with New Leaf, I didn't know the Welcome Amiibo update was like just a free update for everybody. Like I knew that it came out later and it said Welcome Amiibo on like the case of the new games.
I don't even know what
but I didn't know what it was. So I actually did have new content to explore in New Leaf, and it was kind of interesting and just kind of seeing. I really wanted to compare the games to see how much they changed, because New Horizons definitely feels different. It doesn't have that classic Animal Crossing feel like New Leaf and Pocket Camp do. Like, I think they've kind of moved away from that now. Like, certain signature things, like how the water looked, is different now, and
right.
just certain other things about the game, it just don't feel the same.
You know what it feels like? It feels like, to me at least, is New Horizons is like an actual proper next gen sequel upgrade thing to what
they like really. They didn't half-ass it.
Instead of just being like, oh, it's Animal Crossing again. It's like, yeah,
like Pokemon.
Right. Like, well, I don't know. Pokemon, like, I feel like they just don't know what the fuck they're doing. So
I feel like they're going in a direction and they're not fully fleshing out what they want to do.
Yeah, I would call it the wrong direction, like a direction that's
kind of honestly. I feel like I kind of feel that way about Breath of the Wild a little bit. It was good.
There's people listening.
It was good, but I really feel like when they come out with the second game that they'll really nail what they were going for, because they kind of did this open world Zelda thing, and it's kind of feel like they didn't quite know what they wanted to do. Like, they just didn't add enough stuff.
You know, that's
like the world was pretty big, but it was also kind of empty.
I always hear stuff like this about everyone's like, yeah, it's the best Zelda game, and like, oh, but the dungeons are pretty weak. Oh, there's nothing really to do on the side, and it's like, sounds like you're saying it's not that great. But okay, you know, I'll take.
Which is why I moved from a 5 down to a 4-star. I was like, I mean, I really enjoyed it still, but like, I mean, Wind Waker's better, Twilight Princess is better.
You know, that's why I actually haven't bought it yet. I have a Switch, but I don't own Zelda, which is like the typical you just gotta have it game. But I haven't bought it because I still got Wind Waker to beat on the stupid Wii U. But
oh my god, you gotta play Wind Waker, dude. It's so good.
I know. All right, so next is number 20 for me. I'm still ahead. It's in my O game, Ori and the Blind Forest, the first game. Very good game. Metroidvania. Combat's pretty weak, but you know, it's pretty good. Pretty good game. Didn't hit my top 10 or anything, but it did hit a honorable mention, I think. Yeah, it did, but it was like my last honorable mention. And it's tough to say because it was really solid, but like, it's a Metroidvania. It doesn't have boss fights. It's like, it's good. And then I see you play something I played early in the year, which is pretty cool.
I played Hellblade because I realized I own that game too, and I really was interested in playing it, especially after seeing that you liked it. So, and it was in fact very good. I really enjoyed it. I'd probably give it an honorable mention. I didn't put it on my list, but I think I would.
And then I thought this was cool. The next game you beat is
Spyro 2.
Ripto's Rage. And this is cool because even though it's not on my list anywhere, I beat it last year. It was part of my little renaissance of playing games again. I played through the whole trilogy. And are you playing the Reignited trilogy here, or are you playing the originals?
The Reignited.
Okay, cool.
I did actually play the first game, the original though, and I think I subsequently got rid of it after I got the trilogy.
You know, when I played the first game on the PS1, I didn't think it was all that. But when I played on the Reignited trilogy, I think I appreciated it a lot more.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It was really good, and I was kind of looking to play some shorter games, and also just something different because I, had been playing a lot of kind of visual novel, point and click-ish type games like Ace Attorney and Danganronpa, and like just a lot of long games, and I wanted some shorter, just like less reading heavy games to play.
There's not much reading in Spyro.
Yeah, no. Just run around and light people on fire and eat butterflies.
Yeah. Super fun game. Is Spyro 2 your favorite one, or is it Spyro 3?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't any of these ones that I was thinking of that I played as a child. There was one with like a waterfall area that I really thought It was either in Spyro 2 or 3, and I always remembered going up in the waterfall and diving down and like doing this like little kid role playing in my head while I played the game. And I don't think it was in either one of these games. And I was very disappointed. I think it was actually in one on the PlayStation 2, maybe.
So you owned GameCube ones, and we'll actually talk about them a little later. But I'm pretty sure you're talking about Spyro 2. You probably just didn't find the spot, or maybe you misremembering it, because we played Spyro 2 so much.
Because I thought it was Spyro 2, so
probably
I don't know.
definitely, because we would, growing up, there's games where you just live in those games, and Spyro 2 is one of those games, like those help worlds with the music, and we definitely spent some time in there. But so next for 21, I beat World War Z. I'd actually been playing this co-op. Epic gave it out for free. I was playing it co-op with some friends. It's like a Left 4 Dead game. First co-op game I would beat for the year. Some of these snuck in every now and then throughout the year, and I actually really, really liked this game. I played it quite a bit, and I still have it installed just in case they want to play it again. I liked it that much. And then next, you beat the next Spyro game.
Yeah, the next Spyro. I just went through them then. I was like, if I got...
What do you think of Year of the Dragon?
I liked it. It's weird. I couldn't really discern which one of them I liked better, though. And I was kind of surprised by that.
Right. They're very similar. I think I liked 2 better, but like 3 did a lot of things better. Because Spyro 2 had this weird, like, whoa, you get the ladder climbing ability, you can go back to a previous ladder. Climb the ladder. And you're like, oh, you mean that one ladder in the previous level?
Yes. And the level with the turtles? Yeah.
You're like, okay, who cares? So, yeah, good. Then I played Carnivores, Dinosaur Hunter Reborn. My buddy Nick got this for me for my birthday. This is right around my birthday. Carnivores, Michelle.
I thought that was really interesting because we played the heck out of Carnivores on the PC as kids.
We had Carnivores 2. It's all about it's a hunting game where you hunt dinosaurs and you get points, and those points you can get better weapons, better dinos.
In retrospect, honestly, it's probably not even a very good game, really.
I don't know. People seem to like it still, but
we also have a lot of nostalgia for it, and I haven't played it since we were kids. So
nostalgia will ruin you.
Yeah.
But Carnivores Dinosaur Hunter Reborn, I remember because this came out on the PS3, and I really wanted it then, but it was only digital, and I was like, still really didn't want digital, which makes a lot of sense because it's PS3, and you're never gonna be able to re-download it one day.
Yeah.
It came out on PC, and I just never got it, but it was on my wish list, and Nick got it for me, and it was...
Which is funny, because you're like, I'll never be able to re-download this. It gets it on Steam,
right,
the service that's not DRM free.
At the very least, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but consoles shutter their old console services. PCs
they really
keep they always are going to be open. So as long as Steam is up, the game will be up. But I played it, actually really had quite a good time with it. It had some interesting aspects of like, you could get an X-ray vision and see the heart of the dinosaur. So if you shoot the heart, and like by the end,
that sounds cool.
By the end, you're just a freaking monster. Because in the beginning, it sucks. You don't even have a radar. You remember there's a radar in the original Carnivores. You could see the dinos. And you'd be like, oh, okay, you don't have so you just gotta walk around aimlessly looking for them. But by the end, you're just a monster, and you're like, boom, shoot that T-Rex, boom, shoot this T-Rex, boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm. And it's not on sale. That's disappointing.
But it was pretty fun. 3 stars, but pretty fun. I'm at 22 now. I actually didn't notice, but you're right behind me here.
Yeah, I am. I started playing Still Life, which is kind of a investigative murder mystery point and click game. Mm-hmm. It's actually very gory, and it's definitely not something you really see from point and click adventure games. It ended up being a very good game. A little dated, like the cutscenes look kind of awful, and some of the models of characters look a little weird, but it ended up being a very, very good game.
Cool.
And then just to try and catch my ass up, I guess, even more, I decided to play Scribblenauts Unlimited and just finish that. Mm-hmm. And that was very, very middle of the road. I have no positive or negative feelings towards it, really. Right, I just kind of played it and am done.
It was like, I played the original DS game. I had a good time with it. And you play this one, and it's so like there's nothing difficult about it.
I found it really fun at first, just as like a casual game to play. When I had first started playing it like a couple years ago, but when I went back through it, I was just like, this game really doesn't do anything for me. I'm probably maybe one day I'll just get rid of it, honestly, because I don't really see myself playing it again. But
Right.
you never know.
I remember I was playing it and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get all the star rights or whatever they are, and
Yeah.
by the time I got enough to beat the game, I was like, oh, screw this game. This game's boring. But
Yeah.
so this is an interesting part of the history of the year. Guilt is my number 23 game. Stadia gave out a free month of Stadia.
I think it was actually 2 months of Stadia, wasn't it?
Maybe
For
it
like
was.
COVID.
Maybe it was. And I never had any interest in Stadia, but I was like, well, if it's free, I might as well give it a shot, see how it works, if it works at all. I know it doesn't. It does. It does work, actually. If you
got some really dope ass internet, it works.
I do have some dope ass internet, and also I live in a metropolitan area, so
Yeah.
it's probably close to one of their server centers or something. But it actually works perfectly for me. And Guilt is one of my honorable mentions for the year.
I still really want to play this game because I tried to with my internet connection. At the time, we were only doing like 70 megabits a second. That's not enough, let me tell you.
They think it's enough, but it surely isn't.
No.
But yeah, Guilt was really good. It's such a simple game. You can read the title of the game and be like, oh, I know what it's about. You play as a girl, and it's like a horror game, and use your flashlight to kill monsters, and you're trying to find your friend, and the game is called Guilt. You're a girl looking for a friend. The game is called Guilt. The story writes itself. But there was all this other like background stuff about the town that I thought was really cool and was not super obvious, and I really liked the game. And I hope it comes to quote unquote real platforms one day. So
yeah,
that
me
way
too.
Everyone can play it.
Really hope it comes onto Steam or GOG or something eventually.
Yeah, right. I mean, it has to, right? Stadia is going to shut down eventually, so.
Yeah, pretty much.
You got to play the game somewhere. God, hopefully it's not just lost to time. That would be disappointing. So
this was also interesting because this was a game that you removed from your backlog after you finished it, but you kept it on your list of beat games. So I was like, oh, that's how this is going to work out this year.
I think I got rid of all the Stadia games because I don't technically own them. Same thing with anything I played from PS Plus or.
So that kind of seemed like any new games that we played this year, we could still add them even if we did not own them, even though that wasn't the primary purpose.
Right. The point is to beat the games that you own. But I was just like, we'll just beat the games. Plus, I really wanted to talk about it. Same thing with, I guess, Legend of Zelda. The first game I beat is not a game I own either. But so next you played Still Life 2 for your 24th game.
Yeah, very interesting. It almost kind of reminds me of Saw a little bit. It's really weird. It's like, it's not a bad game, but it's definitely a bad sequel.
Oh.
It's kind of weird. Like, they take the main character and you're kidnapped and you're like trapped in this house and you're trying to get out of it, like kind of puzzle your way out of the house and get help and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really weird, but kind of intriguing because I haven't played any other games that have ever done anything like that, or even heard of any other games that have done anything like that.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Unless probably the Saw games, those are probably terrible. So
right, they look terrible. So maybe this is better than that.
I didn't regret playing it. It's a cool game. I gave it 3 stars though still because I just couldn't. Like, in terms of a sequel, I just kind of like to pretend it doesn't exist in that way. I just look at it as just a different game with the same character. So
jeepers. That's never a good thing you want to hear about a sequel. I just pretend it doesn't exist. That's like being
as a sequel. As a game, it was still good. As a sequel, it was just kind of like, why'd you guys do this? I don't really get it, but okay. Right. I'll roll with it.
I understand. I like Metal Gear. I understand. Sometimes you gotta pretend they don't exist. So the next game I beat is the next game in my A to Z challenge. I actually haven't done it since Ori. This game took me, God, I guess it didn't take me that long, but 20 days. Pandora's Tower for the Wii. One of the Operation Rainfall RPGs that they got over. They got Xenoblade Last Story, and Pandora's Tower was the last one to come over. And Pandora's Tower sucks ass, and I wish it didn't come over. I'm just kidding, but like I really it did suck ass. That part is true. it's an RPG, and you basically go into this tower and you explore the floor, and once you beat the boss, you go to the next floor. There's puzzles along the way, and there's a lot of platforming weirdness going on. And then there's a dating simulator type thing on the side. There's a lot of stuff going on. None of it fully baked. All of it half baked.
Yeah, I heard Pandora's Tower wasn't really that good.
And when you go in the dungeon, you're on a timer.
Oh no, ma'am. No, I don't do timers.
If your timer gets too low, by the time you return from the dungeon, because you need to, there's a lot to go into it. But the girl you're coming back to do the dating sim stuff with, she's turning into a monster. Okay, that's the whole gist of the game, and you have to feed her monster flesh to help her turn back to normal. I don't know why it works that way. It's science, and
anime science.
So you need to go into the dungeons, get the monster meat, and bring it back. But if you come back, then you didn't beat the boss, and you just got to re-explore the whole floor again. So you don't want to do that. But you do end up doing it because if you come back and your girl's turned into a monster too much, it affects her rating with you, which affects your ending. So, and if you don't, there's like A through F or something, and if you don't have at least a C ending or a B ending, you don't even get to go into the final chapter, which to me means I didn't beat the game. You know, if I can't do the final chapter, I didn't even beat the game. So I had to do all this stupid dating sim stuff with her, and golly, the game just sucked. And as I was approaching the final dungeon, someone warned me. They said, hey, just so you know, there's a glitch when you go into the final dungeon. If you leave again, you know, to give her monster meat, because it is a long dungeon. It's actually 2 floors all at once. If you leave the dungeon and try to come back in, the game will freeze and never let you back in the dungeon.
What? That's the worst thing ever.
Yes, and it's extremely common. To the point, and they had all these weird fixes of like, take the game out, wait a couple of days, you know, and it's just like, oh my
wait a couple of days, and say a little prayer.
And there was one solution: beat the dungeon the first time you go in, which means pull up a guide and follow it exactly, because it's one of these dungeons that has teleporters, and you have to.
The whole
change.
Game just sounds awful.
Oh
it sounds like exactly why I don't play JRPGs a whole lot anymore.
So miserable, and it's like an action RPG, but golly, it's so. Like, there was so much to like about it, but it was just ruined all the way through. And I didn't even get the best ending. I got the A ending. I could have fucked around and talked to her a million times and got the S ending, but I got the ending where it ended satisfyingly enough for me. And I was like, you know what? I'm done with this junk. I'm so glad I was done with it. And I actually, as I was playing, I was like, maybe I need to play something else. But I stuck with it. Because I wanted to have an opinion on it, and I do now. It's bad. Don't play it. Then I played Dungeon of the Endless. I'd actually been playing this. It's a co-op game, dungeon crawler. Play with my buddies. It is my number 10 best game of the year.
Nice.
It is so excellent, and I've only done one thing. Basically, it's very similar to Pandora's Tower, funnily enough, where there's different floors you go through, yada yada yada. So much better though, and you get to like build your resources on a floor, and maybe you go to the next floor, or maybe you stay on the floor and build resources. And it was so good, and I really enjoyed playing it. And hopefully me and my buddies will play it again someday, because I really did like it.
Speaking of like co-op games, were there any games that you played with friends this year that weren't beatable or that just like consumed time this year?
So many. So sadly, this is the year that Ring of Elysium officially died for me. Ring of Elysium is a battle royale, very much in the vein of PUBG, except with hang gliders. And at the beginning of the year, I probably played an ass ton of it. I have like 400 hours or something on Steam, 300 hours. So we would play that almost every weekend. But they changed the map for the 3rd time, and the population dropped to, it's a battle royale. There was like 16 people. And I was talking with Aries, one of my friends, and he was just like, I don't want to play it anymore. And I was like, me either. So that was disappointing. But that took up a lot of time in the early year. Also, later on, I played Left 4 Dead. I was actually hoping to beat it for the end of the year, but just life.
I was kind of hoping to do that too with my friend, and then she just never.
Right.
I was like, I bought it, and then she like never responded to me, and I was like, well, I guess we're not playing this game.
Right. And, you know, we were talking about World War Z earlier. Like, yeah, we beat the game, and then we bought the DLC, and then we replayed the maps over and over again, and we played the multiplayer like a lot. So that was one of them too that took up a lot of time.
I think for me, what took up time this year was Raft and Phasmophobia.
Right.
Raft actually came out with Chapter 2, and so I had started playing it on my own, and then I started playing it with my friend, and we like burned through the game. I probably put like 30 or 40 hours into Raft.
But you
least.
didn't count Raft, which
no,
which of course you can't because you can't.
It's not done. Yeah.
Which is like sucks because you wanted to play it, but you can't beat it.
And Chapter 2 was actually really good. I think they're doing a great job with it. Phasmophobia I just kind of sunk like 20 hours into, and then like it like overtook Ferris's life. And once a game overtakes somebody's life too much, you kind of just like gotta step back from it. Like for me, I overtook Animal Crossing, and he just was like, I'm done with this game now. Michelle's just gotten obsessed, and she's just gonna play it all the time, and she's ruining it for me now.
You got a question like, could I be playing something else now? Am I wasting all my time here?
Yeah, and I played like 20. See, I only played like, I think 20 hours of Phasmophobia. I'm gonna just check just to see, and so I'm kind of curious.
I've never even played it. Seems cool.
Oh yeah, like 19.2 hours. Ferris has played like a couple hundred hours.
Wow.
He got really obsessed with it before I was like, never mind. I'm just gonna back away now. I'm good. Whereas Raft, oh wow, actually, I put 51 hours into Raft this year.
Good lord.
Just in the 2 chapters, and you don't have to take that long to play the first 2 chapters.
But you did.
Yo, yeah.
So next game I beat was my Q game for my A to Z challenge. Now look, if you're doing an A to Z challenge and you get to Q, everyone's got like 3 choices. And we all got this fucking game called Cube. Quicks, but you can't beat Quicks. It's like arcade.
Oh.
Game. But everyone has the Q game. It's Cube and the Cube 2, which I'll play probably if I ever do another A to C challenge. Cube is like Portal. It's trying to be Portal. It's a puzzle game where it's trying to be Portal. It was good. Nothing wrong with it, but nothing really too much to talk about. I mean, it had a cool story, but that's the end of it.
At first I was like, man, it's only like a $5 game, and I was like, right, everything's on sale right now.
Right. I mean, it's
kind of cool.
I mean, for $5, you could do a lot worse.
We're at one of probably my number 3 game this year, and that is the Book of Unwritten Tales. I love point-and-click adventure games. They're probably my favorite genre. That and more character story-driven games. And this game, I slept on this game for a long time. I actually bought the second game before it on PS4 just because it was really cheap, and I was trying to use up some store credit somewhere. And then I finally went ahead and just like took the plunge, and I paid like $12 for this on Steam when it was on sale, and even then I was kind of like, that's a little expensive because I'm just a cheap ass like that.
Of course. And
it ended up being fantastic. Also kind of long. I want to say it was like in the neighborhood of 15 hours probably, which is for a point-and-click adventure game is actually very long.
This is funny because this is a game I saw and I was like, I don't know what it is, whatever. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
I've seen the second game like everywhere, but I'd never really seen anything about the first game. It looks fantastic. You have these 3 separate characters that you'll end up playing as, and then their stories will kind of all intertwine together, and they'll be like, 3 unlikely heroes who help end up, saving the world and stuff.
Interesting.
It ended up just being a lot better than I ever would have expected. Like, I enjoyed it all the way through.
I've never heard anything about them.
Sometimes you have like those like dead points in a game where you're just kind of like, I want to get past this part or whatever.
Sure.
But the rest of the game's great, and this was not the case. I just enjoyed it all the way through, and I really need to play the second game because I've owned that for a long time now.
That's like one thing I was really bad about this whole year. I would play a game, and I'm like, I got the sequel. Like, I should play the sequel. Don't play the sequel. I
started playing it, but then we got too far along in the year, and it was too close to Christmas, and I was like, I don't have time to play another nearly 20-hour-long game.
Right, we're coming on at the end of the challenge. I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
All right, tell me about number 26 for you. Tell me about Kathy Rain, because I own Kathy Rain.
Kathy Rain is made by the same people who did the Blackwell series, and that's an excellent series of point-and-click adventure games. And Kathy Rain, I didn't know. I mean, I probably should from the title because it's Kathy Rain, A Detective is Born. This is only the first game in the series. It's definitely going to be a series, and it kind of ends in more of a middle note because it's obvious that they're going to continue it. So like the story's not really done. But I did like what I played. It's definitely worth playing. It definitely gets weird and kind of supernatural, and I really should have expected that upon playing the whole Blackwell series. Like,
so it's one of those things where if in like 5 years a trilogy is out, it'd probably be better for you to get it then, because then you could play
probably
the whole story all at once.
Probably so. But then again, if they churn the games out quick enough, it might not be that big of a deal. I know the Blackwell games all came out within a pretty reasonable amount of time.
So next, for number 27, which will put me back ahead of you, you're at 26. I played Rodea the Sky Soldier. This is, I already had the Wii hooked up because I was playing Stupid Pandora's Tower, which I don't even know if I mentioned it was on the Wii. But it is, so it has stupid touch or waggle control sometimes. But played Rodea the Sky Soldier, which is a, I forget his name. Put it on the screen. It's the guy who made Knights. He
oh really?
Yeah. So he split off, made his own company, started making this game called Rodea the Sky Soldier. Went through developmental hell, right? And we ended up with this weird mishmash where this is a Wii game, but I bought it in a Wii U case that came with a Wii U copy and a Wii copy. And the Wii U copy is like a different game that was outsourced just to make extra money on the Wii U. And it's the same game, but it's like a million times worse. And the Wii game is actually pretty fun. Kind of frustrating at the end. It was like infuriating how hard the final boss was. And the controls are like a waggle based control where you point at something and you swing your arm and they'll fly to it. And it's kind of cool and kind of smooth, but clunky. And that works when there's no... You don't have to be super precise on the final boss, or otherwise you restart the whole thing.
Oh.
Like, as I got towards the end, I was like, you know what, this is awful. I hate this game. And as soon as I beat the final boss, I sat for a second. I said, nah, it's all right, except for that final boss. But it was good. Worth playing if you own it. Maybe one day I'll try the Wii U version. I don't know. It looks like shit. Next game I beat Super Mario Galaxy, number 28. Look, guys. Mario's overrated.
Oh, yes.
3D Mario is overrated.
Do you think it's just because we didn't actually grow up with Mario? Like, the only thing we grew up with was, like, Super Mario 64, and, you know, I don't care what anybody says, that game's hot garbage, so...
Ooh. You know what? I think it
game is rough.
I think it is a lot of that, but not in the way of we have more nostalgia for other games. I think it's more like maybe the people who play Mario have more nostalgia for Mario, because Mario, to me, always like, oh, he has no personality. He's just there. And the platforming is like, yeah, it's fun, but it's fun in all these other games too. So I don't know. Mario Galaxy was good. It was real good. But I got my 60 stars, beat the game, or 70 or whatever it was, got out of there. I was like, you know what? I had a good time. It was, I think, the last Wii game I played for the year.
I'll have to see how it is, actually, because one of the game that I had Mom get Ferris this year was the little collection that has Super Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy in it. So we're both kind of curious about it because I've never bothered to play Galaxy.
It's more linear, and
I'm okay with that.
It has some cool worlds, and in a sense, like when you play it, you'd be like, yeah, this is good. Nothing wrong with this. But I don't know how people are rating these games like the best games ever. Personally, it's just my opinion. Come at me, Mario fans. So then you beat a game.
Yeah, I beat A New Beginning, which is another... I don't know if I'm actually saying their company name right, but I always just say Daedalic in my head. Mm-hmm. But once again, very common for their adventure games. I played another one this year as well at one point. They're very...
Are you talking
sporadic
about?
with
are you talking about Daedalic?
Is that how you pronounce it?
The ones who make like millions of point and clicks?
Yes, Daedalic. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I was like, Daedalic. Oh, Daedalic. Right. They do make every point and click that's like middle
anything
of the road.
That's actually new. They make. And they are very hit or miss usually.
Right. That's what I've had a few.
Yeah, I've had a few that are just really excellent. Some of my favorites of all time, like, you know, The Night of the Rabbit and Edna and Harvey was really good. And this was kind of more middle of the road, and I tried to play it a couple times. and I just couldn't get through it. And this time I forced myself through it, and it was definitely better than what I expected it to be. Still a little up and down with quality, because like sometimes their games either have really strange pacing or bad puzzles or are just inappropriate, like that in some way, like especially towards animals for some reason. Like I don't know what brand of humor your country has, but it's maybe not okay.
Okay.
But this is one of their better games. It was more interesting than I expected it to be. And I would say worth playing if you can get it like on sale. You can get like all their games on sale. I'm pretty sure I got this. I'm pretty sure I got this in a pack.
Right, Daedalic also loves packs. You could always get a bundle of Daedalic games somewhere.
So, I was glad I ended up actually playing it finally and just getting it off my backlog and getting to experience it. Because, like I said, some of them are just real hits, and they turn out like nearly perfect, and some are just like Deponia and not actually that good. Like they look good on paper, and you look at the screenshots, and then you're like, "Is anything happening in this game? Where's the story?"
Deponia is like 4 games, right? So it's like, wow,
yeah,
Jesus.
And nothing really happened in the first game, and then I played the second game, and I was like, not really enough happened in the story of the second game either. I'm kind of just done. I was like, even though I think the third game, I'm just gonna dip out now. I'm good.
Fair enough. Next game I beat, number 29. This is one of the ones I was like, this is a risk. Do I count this or not? Because I want to talk about it. It's Alien Blackout, which is an Android game.
Oh, that's right.
And obviously,
good old mobile gaming
obviously, a mobile game is sketch. And I beat a couple other mobile games this year. Didn't count any of them. I don't play mobile games, but I got a new phone for the first time in a couple years. I used to get new phones all the time, but I realized how stupid that was. But this year I got a new phone finally because my other one was broken. And Alien Blackout, which is a paid game, was free. And it's like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. It's in the Alien Isolation world, and I like really liked the game. And it used good audio cues, and like it was once I put on headphones and could hear the audio cues, because I was playing it at work a lot of times. It was actually a pretty short game, pretty easy, and you could really manipulate the alien to be really stupid. You could open and close doors over and over again. He would be like, "I'm going through that door." "No, I'm not." "Yes, I am." But before I learned that, it was very engaging and very cool, and kept everyone alive throughout the whole game. And I actually really liked it. If you want something to play and you can wear headphones somewhere, Alien Blackout on your phone, so dope. Next game I played, number 30, Turok. Played the HD version on PC. Turok is good. It's very fast. The levels are humongous. Disgustingly big. So big, you could spend hours on a single level. And they're like open, but also linear in like long portions. So, and throughout the levels, you need to find these 3 puzzle pieces. And if you don't find those puzzle pieces, you're gonna replay the whole level. So, because to get to the final area, you had to collect all the puzzle pieces or whatever. So that was extremely frustrating. And I hear the second game is even worse. Like if you look up a map of the second game's maps, it's like a bunch of scribbles across the whole map. It's ridiculous. But Turok 1, it was good. It was my T game for the A to Z challenge after Super Mario Galaxy was my S game. It was good.
And then I beat Knights and Bikes, which is Double Fine game that came out that I paid definitely too much money for. I think I still paid like $16 for this on sale or some crap.
Oh, it's not worth 16. Is it not a good game?
I mean, it was all right. It just wasn't what I was expecting. I thought it was going to be kind of cooler. For one, the camera zoomed into you way too much all the time, which was a little annoying.
Right.
It just felt kind of claustrophobic a lot. That was definitely my biggest complaint overall. My second complaint is that you were really walking a lot of the time, like way more than you were on your bike for a game called Knights and Bikes.
Got you.
But it definitely had that whole like coming of age story. You know, you play this little girl and you become, friends with somebody else, another little girl, and you're kind of going through and these things are happening with your dad, your mom's passed away, and you're having memories of your mom and trying to save your dad's I don't know if it was his business. You're trying to save an area from being destroyed that was precious to you because memories of your mother were there and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good in that regard, but like it was kind of just a lot of running around, and there was a lot of beat 'em up style gameplay. Where you just had these moments where you fought through a bunch of enemies, you did like 2 puzzles, and you move on, and you kind of just did the same thing over and over. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be, so it was a little bit disappointing.
It's kind of fun we talk about Double Fine, and when I think about Double Fine, I think about this premier company, but really Double Fine is also pretty hit and miss, just in general.
Honestly, and the thing is, they're also now, thankfully, I say thankfully, they've been acquired by Microsoft, which I think will actually make things a lot smoother going and a lot easier for them because they won't have to worry about money so much, because that was a huge problem with Double Fine. And Tim Schafer was them managing their money and being able to pay people all the time and like keep their business going.
I was getting a little concerned about Psychonauts too, I'm not gonna lie.
It's already been, it was actually supposed to come out this year, and I really wasn't surprised when it didn't come out this year still.
That's fine. Just hold on to it. Make it as good as you can. Just don't put it
Yeah, exactly.
broken.
I was like, I don't care, you come out with it whenever, but at the same time, like when it only said like December 2020, I was like, yeah, it's not coming out this year.
Gotcha.
When you guys don't have a solid release date, it's not coming out.
Right.
That being said, though, if it does come out next year, I had to look and see what the date was today. If it does come out next year, that will be a game I'm going to pick up.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Whether it's good or not, I don't care. I just am happy they were able to make it.
Sure. So at this point, you're at 28 games, where I'm at 30. I'm ahead, but really, it's not like you can't catch up.
Yeah.
Psych. I'm about to go. I'm about to go on the Onslaught, which will set the pace for a while. My U game, Until Dawn, PS4 game. One of these choices matter, Telltale styled, point and click.
A bunch of people are gonna die.
Games. A bunch of people are hopefully not gonna die, but they ended up in my playthrough dying because you turn on one damn light switch and boom, everyone's dead. Okay, look, that's actually what happened to me. Maybe it won't happen to you. It was a really good game, actually.
I don't know. I was of kind of the opposite approach. I was kind of like, this is kind of middle of the road for me, and I didn't really care about any of the characters or what happened to any of them. I was like, oh, whatever, so-and-so died, whatever. Who cares? I knew everybody in this game was going to die anyway.
You know what I really liked? Sometimes you would go out and you'd be walking in the woods or whatever, and sometimes I would just sit still. And the atmosphere of like some just standing still moments were like wow, like this feels scary. Like I wish.
That's super interesting because I just felt so like campy and like I don't know.
So the game
slightly watered down experience, but still good, just not good enough for me to keep it.
So the game's tone, right, was definitely campy. That's what it was trying to be. But just like singular shots, and then there's like a sanitarium you go to later, and I was just thinking, like, as I was walking through those areas, I wish they would make a new Silent Hill that had like the graphics up to this par.
Yes.
That would be amazing. But and I actually really did like it enough for it to get an honorable mention in my top 10. Not quite the top 10, but an honorable mention. I thought it was really good. For my next game, number 32, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. This is my V game. It's a walking simulator, and it's also weirdly, it's an open world walking simulator.
Sort of.
Kind of, which makes it extra annoying.
Yes,
I was very lucky because there's a very, very, like, some of the stuff is like you're gonna find it along the way. There was a very missable thing in the beginning.
Yes, that I missed. I know exactly what you're talking about.
The space shuttle thing.
Mm-hmm. I had to go out of my way to go all the way back and get that when I was at the end of the game.
Luckily, I played the Redux version. I believe once you get to the end, you can actually teleport places.
That's nice.
But I did find the space shuttle thing along the way, luckily. That's when I still cared about exploring. By the time I got to the end, I was like, man, I hope I found everything. Otherwise, I just don't care. It was okay.
Yeah, it was all right. I continuously get the name of this game confused with the Edith Finch game, and I get excited because I thought you played that. And that is a much better...
I actually have played Edith Finch. I have.
Oh, did you like it better than Ethan Carter?
Yes.
Okay, me
I
too.
played Edith Finch a couple years ago. It was a PlayStation Plus game. I wish I had played it on PC because something about the motion blur on the PS4 was like killing me. I had to turn on the cursor thing in the center, the reticle,
Yeah.
because it was actually hurting my eyes a little bit.
I have a lot more trouble with getting motion sick now from games actually than I used to. I have
Yeah,
a lot more trouble. I've dropped a bunch of games over the years now.
but eventually the guard was alright. I will say it had this story that was like a mystery type thing of like what's going on, and at the end it was like it was all a metaphor, and you're like, I wish it was just not. I kind of liked it better when
Kind
it
of
was,
seems like you guys did some lazy shit here, but okay.
like I see what you're going for, but it was kind of cooler before. Next game was my W game for A to Z challenge was Warhammer 40k Space Marine. This is like the most third-person shooter, linear as hell, and your character is like this brute who doesn't. I mean, he has values, but like they're very much like the state is the best, and we got to do the right thing, and you know what? It was good game, very good game actually, and had a mixture of like melee combat with the third-person shooting. It was cool. Next game was my X game. With my X game, I had a choice. I was like, I'm going to play XCOM 2, which is going to take me a year and a half, or I'm going to play this game called X Morph Defense. No. Oh my God, Michelle, I forgot. Xenosaga. I've tried to play this game, Xenosaga. It's the PS2 one.
Mm-hmm.
Xenosaga. Look, I know there are people who like it. I couldn't. I played for hours and didn't get out of the tutorial. There were so many damn emails to read every step you took. And like, I played the little intro battles and I was like, this is so bad. I can't do it. And I know people have called it bad throughout the years. I know it has its fans, but like, I had to drop it. So that's when I went to X Morph Defense, which is...
That makes me really glad that I've passed up on buying it before several times.
Michelle, I owned the first 2 games in the series, and I almost bought the 3rd game. I was like, well, I'm going to play them all eventually. I'm glad I didn't, because I may never play through them. But someone's going to have to show me how to play them, I guess. Like, be like, come on, just keep going.
I hate those kinds of games, though. That's how, like, Dark Souls was for me.
Yeah, Monster
Pro
Hunter.
tip, just literally, please, dear God, don't ever play the first 2 Dark Souls games. Just don't. If you're going to play any Dark Souls game, just play 3. Say, I experienced these games and call it a day.
You know, I think
I'm
now
serious.
that I've played Bloodborne. And
I'm going to tell you right now, Bloodborne is easier than all the Dark Souls games. And
Right.
it's absolutely, like, not even a hard game, even remotely, compared to the first one. The
Right.
first Dark Souls game.
But I think, though, playing one in the style makes playing the other ones easier because you understand
No, here's the
thought
thing.
process is what I'm saying.
The
Like,
first game doesn't tell you anything at all. As a matter of fact, I would honestly say it's a really poorly designed game. If I didn't have somebody literally coaching me through every single little thing, they don't tell you what items do. You don't even get a description of what an item is. Like, they're just like, here's a thing, and you're like, what does this do? Oh, it summons people to help you? That would have been nice to know, you know, a long time ago when this game actually had people you could play with.
I don't know, because when I played Bloodborne, I actually don't like summoning people at all. I don't any of those games. Oh, Monster Hunter is another one. I don't like playing co-op because it actually changes the whole dynamic of fights entirely into a kiting game where one person kites the enemy, you hit them in the back. The other person kites the enemy, you hit them in the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the point of Dark Souls, at least. With Bloodborne, it was like a little bit. It's like I said, it was just easier. It was more fun.
Dodge hard.
The first game, it was like any little mistake that you made was like you had to redo the level all over again and make it to the end, and it was just absolutely brutally horrible.
But with Xenosaga, I don't need someone to teach me how to play the game because it was fine. I need someone to teach me how to get through all these fucking tutorials and tell me what is important for me to read, because it uses made up words and stuff, and you're like, oh my God,
weird.
just I don't know what this means. Okay, anyway, so I played X Morph Defense, which is a tower defense game, but you can also like control a spaceship and shoot, and it was actually really freaking good. Really, really good. And would highly recommend it if you like tower defense games. It had boss fights, which were awesome. And
I don't even know if I've played any tower defense games. That's a little sad.
Ever?
I think ever, actually.
Oh my God, I'm surprised. Well, I guess because you were homeschooled, right? So in school, you would get on Flash games, and the biggest Flash games were tower defense games because they ran good and they were like they could go on for a long time. So everyone played Bloons tower defense a lot. So that's what got me in tower defense games. But X-Morph defense is a good one if you own it or whatever. I got it from Humble. So then the next game, number 35 I beat, is Chex Quest HD.
What the hell is Chex Quest?
So Chex Quest is a Doom clone, like literally a Doom clone from the early 90s they made for Chex Quest.
Oh my god.
And it came in cereal boxes. And it's popular for nostalgia reasons, right? So they remade an HD version, which is like from the ground up remake. The game is only an hour long, and I have no nostalgia for Chex Quest, and Chex cereal sucks. So,
yep.
I mean, Chex Mix is pretty good, but not Chex cereal. I don't know. The game was okay. Nothing special, but since I don't have nostalgia for it, I couldn't expect anything. Next, and this is funny because I beat X-Morph Defense. I didn't jump straight into my Y game, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Next game I beat was Warhammer End Times Vermintide. This is a co-op game, extremely Left 4 Dead style, except with swords and magic, and it was awesome too. Very good game, but not much to say there. It took me a couple weeks to beat it because I had to play with friends, but good game. So I'm at 36 now. You're at 28.
I think this is the actual point in the year where I was discouraged and thought, I'm going to fucking lose. I can never catch up.
Right. You're behind by 8 games.
Yes, which is a lot, especially if you're playing longer games, which at this point in the year, like usually I feel like we were playing longer games. At the start of the year, it's kind of like you're just kind of taking a leisurely stroll, you know? Sure. You're not jogging, you're not sprinting yet. You're just like, I'm just chilling and playing whatever.
And I don't want to spoil it yet, but I think at this point you're playing a long game. And you'll beat it, and it's actually a couple games away from now, but you'll beat it eventually. But you're playing some short games along the way.
Oh, yeah, I was actually. I was like looking, I was like, what game is he talking about? And I was like, oh, yeah, that's it.
All right, so what's next? Number 29 for you.
29, I played Chibi Robo Park Patrol because I really got on this thing of like buying DS games this year because, like I said, I just love the DS. And Chibi Robo on the GameCube was really good. And Park Patrol was a little bit repetitive. Like, you take care of this park and you end up watering flowers a lot, like running around and doing that. But it has all those like super charming characters that Chibi Robo had, and just the atmosphere, and it's colorful and it looked good. So even though like it was a little bit repetitive, and I can see why some people might not care for that, I just kind of having fun. It's just such a happy, fun little like chibi world with toys and stuff. I don't know. So I went out of my way to buy that. It took about 12 hours to beat, so it was not like a super quick game.
Right.
Definitely actually going to get Chibi Robo Clean Sweep at some point, which is also a game that never came out in the US.
I was about to say, what are you talking about?
But once again, that seller on eBay.
Do you have the amiibo?
I have, yes, actually I do, because I bought Ziplash and then I didn't like it. I got it for like $5 and I didn't like it, so I traded in the game and kept the amiibo for Chibi Robo. So it's just sitting on my game shelf.
Just to look cool, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not an amiibo collector, but I do have the Shovel Knight amiibo. I just thought it was cool.
Yeah. And then I continued my DS games with a game that I felt like I got a little bit cheated with, because I did not know this about this game. It's Jake Hunter Detective Story, Memories of the Past. And I own Jake Hunter Detective Chronicles. I went to play Memories of the Past, and I was like, there's like 8 cases, and I played it's obviously detective game. And I started playing the first case, and I was like, this seems really, really familiar, actually. And I was like, no, I've definitely played this before. And I was confused. And I took out my other DS, and I put in the other cartridge, and I brought them both up at the same time, and I realized that Detective Chronicles is literally just a pared down version of Memories of the Past. It basically has meme, huh? It has 4 episodes, and Memories of the Past is 8 episodes. So when I went to play Memories of the Past, I was like, I guess I'll just play the 4 episodes that I haven't played. Thanks. I feel like I bought this other game for no reason, but I think it was at like GameStop for 99 cents before or something. So
right.
But I'd always been curious about Memories of the Past, and I finally just like paid like $12 and got a copy.
So weird.
But it was just really weird to find that out. I was like, I feel like I've never had this problem with a game before.
Right. Because why would they make a game like that?
Exactly. Why would you waste this money? But okay. And I still was like doing pretty good. I started playing Night in the Woods, which kind of sucks. I didn't really need to buy it because I was going to get it basically for free later. But it was a pretty good game and a good atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
It just kind of took a little bit too long to get going.
Yeah, people seem to like
the
this
first
game, right? But
yeah, I liked it. The first 3 hours of the game could have like not existed, honestly. Like not enough really happened. It was kind of just like it was a slow build up and a slow burn at first. But the story started getting really interesting. It really turned into more of a mystery game and not just kind of this like moody, like you're playing this cat that's got some life problems and like dropped out of school and stuff. Because it's kind of that vibe, like somebody who's lost and doesn't know what to do with their life and is like a little depressed and like is maybe making friends with people who aren't very good people, and convincing them to do things they shouldn't do. And then towards the end of the game, it turned into more of it built on those relationships and turned it more into a mystery about what was going on in the town, which was pretty cool.
Interesting. See, I think I got it for free recently. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll play it. But one thing.
It's worth playing, but it is about 10 hours, just so you know.
Well, January is a great time to play those longer games.
Yes.
Quote unquote longer. I guess 10 hours isn't a long game, but.
And, well, to me, it's a pretty decent length. It takes a little bit,
It takes a couple of days, right? Or a couple of weekends.
And we're in, May at this point?
We're in May, very end of May here. May 31st.
I'm still working on catching up a little bit. I played Bad Dream Coma. The Bad Dream games were a bunch of Flash games that you could play, these short little games. And I actually played a couple before I bought this, just to see if I would like it. And it ended up being really good. I actually think I should give this an honorable mention because the
whole series. If you
played it, well, just
Coma.
Just Coma. Like if you've played any of the Flash games and you enjoyed them, you will enjoy Bad Dream Coma. It is just takes that and turns it into a longer experience that's done really well. It's got different endings that are actually substantially different. I believe I only got the bad and the neutral endings, and it's very, very easy to lock yourself out of the other two endings, like immediately. Mm-hmm. Like I was just running around clicking on everything, and I clicked on these crows, and I punched them and killed them.
Oh
like,
my God.
Just murdered them, and I basically punched all these crows to death, and didn't realize that I had immediately locked myself out of getting any other ending because I was a terrible person.
This is so funny.
But I didn't know.
I actually didn't know what these games were until you mentioned this crow thing, and I remember I watched Markiplier play these games, and I was like, oh yeah, the punching the crows, right?
And they just immediately like become this like bloody mass on the ground. I was like, oh shit. I was like, well, whatever, I'll just click on everything though.
Because you have
so
to.
I actually played through this game twice because I wanted to get the neutral ending too, but honestly this was taking up so much time that I was like, I need to like save the other ending for some other time because I played for at least like 8 to 10 hours getting both of those endings. Really, really good though.
Gotcha. So at this point, you're up to 32, I'm at 36. This irritated me because you started to catch up, and I said, no. And you see, there's actually a huge gap. Not huge, but from May 19th to June 1st, I didn't beat any game. So, which mean, it's only like 9 days or 11 days or whatever. But actually, it is some time because those are like 3 weekends I didn't beat games. As I'm playing something in the background here, which is messing everything up. So I decided to beat Etherborn. It's like a puzzle game that has you walking on walls and stuff. Like the physics there's like no jumping, so you kind of got to walk up the wall to get to another side of the thing. It was a pretty good puzzle game. I actually really liked it. That's my number 37. Then Stadia. So once I beat Guilt, I was like, there's nothing I really want to play on Stadia. I'll just let this thing lapse and move on with my life. Then they came out with free games for the next month. They were trying so damn hard
to get your business.
To get my business. And, good on them, right? because they put out some good games. Unfortunately, those games were all beaten before this next month's subscription was over, which I still had a free subscription for. So I beat Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. Look, people talk shit on this game. I think it's awesome. I think it's super good. I really like it. It's Power Rangers and it's a fighting game. I'm not good at fighting games. I don't know how to do combos very well. This is like the simplest, like this button does special moves, this button does special moves, but it still feels fluid. And I really liked it. It's not like top 15 or anything like that, but it was super good. And had a story mode that like used these illustrations to tell a story. Budget game clearly, but it was super good. Then I beat Panzer Dragoon Remake, which was the other Stadia game that I wanted to play. Just because, hey, Panzer Dragoon, you know what this game is, but I've never played it. And Panzer Dragoon it's like weird because when you think about it, really, you're like, oh, it's like an arcade game, like Sega's games all are, and it'll probably be real short. But at the time, I was like, oh yeah, this is like this huge game that everyone loves, you know. But like, I beat it in like a couple hours, and it was okay. You know, I don't think I would really care for playing any other games in this series, but I'm glad I got my fill of it.
Yeah.
And here's a game, number 40, Fractured Minds. I wasn't sure if I was going to count this one because this is a game I got through Twitch or Amazon Games now, and I got it for free. And I just installed it randomly and I played through it. It's a student project, and we're talking about student projects. It gets a little sketch.
Yeah.
Because I think the game was maybe 20 minutes, and it was cool for a student project, but there was barely anything there. And also it was what changed my mind to add it was I think it was available for sale for real cash money. So I was like, well, if they're selling the game, then I guess it counts, right? Like,
yeah, if I have to pay money for this,
right? Which I didn't, but someone did, and but I was really like, I don't know if I count this, but I did, and I'm fine with it. It was okay, nothing crazy. So
I was making a pathetic attempt to try and catch up slightly at this point.
Man, this whole month was rough for you.
It was, and I'm sure it's because of that one game coming up that you mentioned. Because, like I said, I don't play this kind of games very often. But in the meantime, I was playing the next Bad Dream game that came out. Their next full-fledged, like fully fleshed out game, which was Bad Dream Fever. It was good. Very like stylistically cool. The enemy and like the storyline were pretty cool. It had some issues with the gameplay though that kind of held it back a little bit and made it not as good as Coma. And that like if you didn't pick up certain items, it wouldn't trigger like other things like other events.
The worst thing in any point and click or any adventure game. The whole you have to interact with one thing to be able to interact with something else that you've probably seen a million times. I can't, or trigger a scene somewhere else randomly. I cannot stand that.
And sometimes it wasn't an issue, but they're like I literally got stuck at the very beginning of the game because I couldn't figure out what the hell I was supposed to be clicking on to like trigger things to happen.
In fact, there's a series I played later that is like the epitome of this, and we'll talk about it when we get there.
But it was still really good, still worth playing. I mean, because I only paid like I think like a $1 or $2 for these games, and they're absolutely worth that at the very least. Really, Bad Dream Coma, I'd say it was even worth it at full price because I think it's only like $7. Fever, though, I said still very good. Definitely had a few little issues with the gameplay that get kind of annoying, but you know, it's 2020. We got guides. It's okay. I could forgive it.
That's the thing, right? I'm not afraid to use a guide anymore. If I'm stuck and I've exhausted most of my options or all that I can think of, I'll pull up the guide immediately. I don't have time for this, you know. I just
I mean the most amount of time I will sit and try to figure something out is like 15 minutes before I'm just like, yeah, I'm done.
Now I will say, once I pull up the guide one time, it is a little disruptive because once I pull it up one time, it might stay up sometimes.
It's really hard not to just follow the whole thing.
You'll hit another stopping point, and you're like, screw it, I'll pull it back up.
Yeah.
So, especially with point and clicks or adventure games.
Yes.
All right, so the next game is me. I'm at 41 here. You'll be at 33. Is Warhammer Vermintide 2, another co-op game. I beat the first Vermintide earlier in the year, and basically when we were playing the first Vermintide, we were like, let's beat this game and move on to the game that everyone says is better, right? And it was better, and it was quite good. And We took a couple weeks and we beat it. Good game, and I want to play more of it. Just haven't gotten to it. There's like some expansion DLC stuff I don't think we've fully gotten to yet. But number 42. This is the game that has been slowing me down, which you may not understand because it looks like I beat so many games, because I was beating some short games along the way. This is the Y game in my A to Z challenge, and this is the one that took me so long. I beat Yakuza 0. 70 hours I spent on this game. I tried to do everything, top to bottom, because I loved doing everything. I loved the side quests, and there was this whole like business side quest that was taking a long time. I ended up not even doing everything. As I got to the end, I was like, it was kind of like I just had to wait for money to build up, and I was like, you know what, I'm okay with it. This is my number one game of the year.
Oh.
By a huge margin. This is one of the best games I've ever played in my life.
I've heard about the Yakuza games a lot, and I wanted to look into them. I just haven't.
So I played Kiwami before, which is a remake of the first game, and it was good. It was real good. I actually kind of want to replay it now, because 0 is clearly like a setup to the remakes. Even though it's a prequel, it clearly is like setting up characters for Kiwami and Kiwami 2. And the rest of the games in the series, which is why they've sort of re-released them all recently. And man, I loved this game. It like has this stupid, silly atmosphere all the time, but then like the next moment, like people are holding guns to their heads, crying, and it's like, oh my god,
Oh, God.
like it is emotional, but also like, and it's voiced really well. Like it's all Japanese, but like, man, it's the voice acting is so good. And that's why, like, for Christmas this year, I got the Yakuza Remastered Collection, so I have.
Oh yeah, I noticed that.
And I have Kiwami 2. I actually won it in like a little giveaway earlier this year, and then I got it for free. So now I just have an extra copy of it. I don't know what to do with it yet, and I want to play through all of them. And it's Like a Dragon came out, and Judgment was out. God, there's so many of them, and I want to play them all because it was so freaking good. Hands down, the best game I played the year. I guess Frostpunk was actually pretty close, but like. It was so good. But that was what was holding me up. 70 hours of Yakuza.
Oh.
And I didn't even do everything. And then I played for 43. I went right into my last Z game. It was kind of tough. There were a couple games I could choose from, and none of them I really particularly wanted to play. But I wanted to play Zone of the Enders, the Second Runner. It was the sequel to... the first game that I played a long time ago. I had the HD collection on PS3, so this is not the newest version of Zone of the Enders I was playing, or Zone of the Enders Second Runner, because there's like a new version that came out on PS4. But this is a good version, and it was definitely better than the first game, but I don't know if it's really that much better, because people talk about this game like, whoa, this is one of the best games ever, and it's like, no, it's not. It's okay.
I actually believe I played a little bit of this on the PlayStation 2. Like, I actually had the PlayStation 2 copy, but I just couldn't get into it, so I think I got rid of it at some point. I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, it's just like, it's okay. It's good. But like, I don't know. I just was not feeling it. And there's this weird point where it gets really hard. And I tried to look up like, okay, well, how can I play the game? And by looking it up, I learned there were moves that would break the game. Grabbing enemies and throwing them, which is not a special move. It's just some basic thing you have from the very beginning, breaks the entire game wide open. So I used that for the whole game basically, and it was, I don't know, it was okay. 3 stars, I think, maybe 4. And then that's the end of my A to Z challenge. I did play 1980X as number 44. This is a game I was kind of like, do I count this as well? This is a game that is for sale. It is on the Switch as well, so it's super for sale. But it was like maybe an hour, and at the end it said part 1 over, and I was like, part 1? And like there was like no story really.
I feel bad about all these short games I played later on now, because like you had short games in here that I didn't realize were short at all. I didn't know what these games were, so.
Right. So 1980X is super short, and it also said part 1. And I don't know if part 2 is ever coming out, but And it was a cool thing, but it was like it was trying to be like, oh, look at these retro games. Here's a beat 'em up section. Here's a racing section that looks like Outrun. And it's like, but it was all like in this visual novel sense where nothing you did in them really mattered. There was no losing really. You just sort of went through them, and it was like, oh, remember? And it's like, okay, whatever.
And I'm over here at this point. I'm like 10 games behind.
Right.
So I am like really far behind. 10 games is a lot to catch up at this point. But it's weird because I remember playing this, but I don't remember playing these next two games at the same time. So I actually think I started the other one afterwards. But the next game I beat was Secret Files Tunguska, which has come out on PC and the DS. And at one point I owned the DS copy, which I had been searching for a number of years, and then subsequently decided to get rid of it for some reason, and then bought Tunguska on GOG on sale. So
you got it anyway.
Yeah, so I got it anyway. I finally played through it. It actually came in a bundle with some other games that I haven't added to my backlog yet, because that was a quite large bundle. It was like 6 games, and I was just like...
Right, the itch bundle.
No, actually, GOG. Nope. Oh, no, we're getting there. You jumped the gun a little.
Oh, sorry.
But it was actually a pretty good game. Very, like, standard, middle-of-the-road point-and-click. I would say it was better than average. Not super amazing, but definitely made me want to play the other games in the series and stuff as well, to kind of see how those were. And now here's the game coming up that John was talking about, was taking me a while. And that's the original PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy VII. And I decided that I wanted to conquer this game from my childhood, and I wanted to play a game that was longer this year that was an RPG. Because like I said, I really don't play them anymore.
Correct.
I think the last... Mm-hmm.
Am I correct in saying you bought the remake before this?
No.
Or maybe
I got the remake from Ferris's brother for my birthday, actually.
Okay, so in a little bit.
Yep.
Which is funny because it's not too long after you beat this game.
Yeah. I really had to sit down with this and like force myself to play it. I had to start looking at a guide at one point, because you know what? Final Fantasy VII, after you open up the world map a lot, doesn't really tell you where you're supposed to be going and what the hell you're supposed to be doing.
Sure.
So thankfully with a guide, I finally conquered the game. Really, I was just going to be happy if I made it to the point where Aeris dies, because I'd always wanted to actually see that happen.
Aeris dies? What?
What? You mean you didn't know?
I remember Aerith dying. I'm just kidding. Anyway.
But I was really happy to finally play. So last day I played it, I actually sat down and like was in a trance for about 6 hours. I don't know if I was on like a caffeine high or something, but I was just like dead set on beating this game.
The middle of that game, that shit gets weird, doesn't it? It gets real weird.
Yeah, it does.
When you see Cloud in the wheelchair, and you're like, this seems weird.
And also just the fact that like there was not a whole lot on the third disc of this of this game.
Oh, no,
a lot of it is all of its cutscenes. As a matter of fact, most of its cutscenes, they just couldn't fit them on the second disc.
I want to say, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think the whole game can technically be played on the first disc, and you just have to skip the cutscenes, and it will somehow still trigger so it's just the cutscenes that are loading up on the next disc.
Interesting.
Every part of the game, I think, is on every disc except for the cutscenes, which is weird.
It's really
maybe music, because I think when they do speed runs, they just play a first disc.
Like for some reason in my mind, like the game was evenly split between these discs. So when I got to disc 3 and I was like, I feel like this is really end gamey here. Yeah, it's because there's only probably like 4 hours left of the game.
Right, it's just the final dungeon.
If that. Yeah.
So what do you think of the game? Because I think Final Fantasy VII is probably my favorite Final Fantasy, actually. Depending what day it is, might be 9.
I'd also have to give this an honorable mention, which is weird because I'm pretty sure I gave it 5 stars. So, but in terms of games that I'm just like really excited to go back to, you know, I kind of feel like I'm probably not going to play through Final Fantasy VII again, because let's be honest, it took me like 15 years to get through it once.
Sure.
Because I played John's copy multiple times, and then his copy got like scratched up, and you couldn't like make it past the first disc anymore because the first disc got too scratched.
No. So let me tell you what happened. because
Uh-huh.
this is I have a history of Final Fantasy VII. So I got Final Fantasy VII. We got it from flea market, and I played through up until the point where you go to the tower. I forget the name of the character you fight up there.
Yeah.
Rufus and Rufus. He has a wolf with him, I think. Maybe.
And it would always like freeze there, wouldn't it?
So what happened was, I didn't have any items, and Rufus beat my ass so bad where I was one hit away from death, and you only have Cloud, and all you have to do is walk like 5 steps, and Tifa's there, and you get Tifa. But there was an enemy encounter that always spawned every single time you were walking towards Tifa, and no matter what, that enemy would always kill me. It doesn't matter what spawned, it would always kill Cloud. So I was actually like game broken, locked. I couldn't leave that area. I was just stuck because I had no items. And you know, when I replayed it again many years later, I was like, how did this happen? How did I get so low and so bad? Like, it doesn't even make sense. So I don't know why anyone would ever go through the same experience, but I did. I was like, I'm done with, and I can't play because that's like 5 hours into the game. At the time, I thought it was pretty far, but really, you know, it's not. But
Yeah.
So that's where I stopped. And then, do you remember I had a friend named Catherine? Maybe not.
No.
She had red hair.
Actually, maybe I do.
Right. So she came over for a couple birthdays, whatever. She was a good friend. And she wanted to borrow Final Fantasy VII. I said, oh, of course, I'm not going to play it anyway. And then she lost it with quotation marks. And I remember she gave me this game called Demon Stone in return. She was like,
Oh yeah, I
you can
remember
have
Demon
this.
Stone.
It's like a beat 'em up thing.
It's like nothing like Final Fantasy VII, literally
not
at
even
all.
close. And Final Fantasy VII is a much better game. Demon Stone kind of sucks, and it just irritated me so much. And at some point, we found another copy at the flea market, but so maybe that's the one you played. But I just was like, man, Final Fantasy VII just irritated me, and I actually ended up beating it like right after I joined the army, like, and finally moved to Texas. But what a mess.
Yeah, and what's funny is I actually got my copy for $5 from a random pawn shop that I went into.
It's crazy how much they sell them for, because it's like this game sold like 9 million copies. It's not a rare game. It's everywhere.
Yeah, and really, I feel like the most you should pay for it is like $35, and people sell it. I've seen people selling it for $75, and I was just like,
right.
No.
And I get complete in box. You know, I get there's an appeal to that, right? So maybe, but come on, guys. Come on.
Now here's where we get to the interesting point, because this is where the big bundle comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Itch.io did their bundle for racial justice and equality. That was a massive hit.
Just a couple games for sale.
Yeah, you could get 1,700 games for $5. Because not all of them were games, but we're just going to say that. With a minimum donation of $5, and that money was going to get split between two things for like Black Lives Matter, basically. And I decided to be nice because I was like, I feel bad if I just pay $5 for this. Like, I feel like I would be kind of an asshole. So I actually donated $50 at least, and which
is still a total steal, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And went ahead and got the bundle, and that's where a lot of these games started coming to play now. A lot of the games I started playing. And I started off because I was trying to catch my ass up with like a few sort of cheap games to play. And one of them was Old Man's Journey. Definitely something that's like a mobile game. Like, it was 100% made for mobile.
Sure.
You like slide these hills up and down to help the old man make it across the area. And it sounds really puzzly. It's not. Certainly not in the first part of the game. Towards the end, it's like a little bit more puzzly, but it's mostly like a narrative-driven kind of game. Takes like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was good.
I imagine you beat this game and you're like, oh man, am I going to really count this? And I've already been beating cheap games the whole time. You didn't even know.
Yeah, and I went ahead and played another short game that I had heard Pushing Up Roses or somebody, I think, talk about, called A Mortician's Tale. Another very short game, but it was actually pretty good. It was much better than I thought it would be. You kind of are this person just starting out, working in this funeral home, preparing bodies for funerals and everything. And they kind of just like teach you a little bit about the process, and as you do things, you learn a little bit about the backstory of some of these people and like how funeral services work and in America and in other countries and stuff. It was actually pretty interesting. Probably only because I have not went to a lot of funerals in my life, thank God.
Right.
But it was interesting. Once again, about an hour. And then I apparently decided I was going to just jump into a series of games. The Hello Charlotte series. I played episode 1, which was... I think episode 1 is free. Yeah,
Yes,
and episode 2 is included in the itch bundle.
Let me tell you how I know that episode 1 is free. Because as soon as I saw Hello Charlotte episode 1, I was like, does this fucking count? Let me look this shit up. I was like, is this like some Walking Dead episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Are we counting all that? It's not. They're all separate
They're
games.
totally separate games, yeah.
But I was so irritated. I was like, come on, just beating them so fast.
And it's weird because they get longer as they go along, too.
Mm-hmm.
The first game's only a couple hours. It's very kind of standard RPG Maker affair. It didn't seem that crazy. I was able to like follow along with the story and everything, and it was good, but it wasn't like super amazing or anything. And at this point, I've caught up a little bit. I'm at 38 games to his 44, but he's about to beat some more games.
Right. So what had happened was once I beat my A to Z challenge, it was a weird. And it may not seem it by the dates because the last game I beat was on the 17th. This is on the 30th, so not too many days. But there was this weird breathing period where I was like, oh, what do I do now? You know, and I saw Last of Us, the first one. I had the remastered. I bought the remastered game. I've actually gotten it for free from PlayStation Plus 2. So it was just like, man, I need to play this before I get it free again sometime. I don't know how, but at some point they'll probably give it away again. And, you know, everyone talks it up like it's a great game. So I was like, you know what? I'll play it. And I did. And it was good. It was great. Good game. Good story. Like the father-daughter dynamic going on between the characters. I'll say I probably... one, I do like it more than Uncharted by a lot. I don't...
Is that what it's compared to?
Well,
I mean, I guess I can kind of see it.
They're both made by Naughty Dog. So, like, when they were making Uncharted, they were making Last of Us. So, I guess...
Yeah. I agree.
I prefer it to their Uncharted series by a lot, and I'm into the story enough to where later on in the year I would buy Last of Us Part 2, not for full price, but when it went on sale, because I enjoyed it so much. I didn't quite crack my top 10, top 15, whatever, but it was really good. Really did enjoy it. And then at this point, I also, once I beat my A to Z challenge, I bought games. I hadn't bought any games for the whole year. Just because I was busy, not necessarily because I didn't want to buy them, but also I just kind of got a new job and I was trying to save money, and I bought a bunch of games, hardly any of which I played or beat, but you know, it felt good to buy them again. And I bought the Strange Man series, which is a series of
What's funny is you didn't actually have to buy this series, you know that, right? These are free.
Oh, are they? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay. You know, something about owning them on Steam is just something I wanted to do anyway. But,
all right.
So I bought the Strange Man series, and it's an RPG Maker series, which was a very early in RPG Maker kind of horror games. And it shows. It shows.
I really like the Crooked Man, actually. It's probably one of my favorite RPG Maker games.
So I don't.
In terms of horror games.
So the Crooked Man to me is someone who played Silent Hill 2 in particular and said, yeah, I like Silent Hill 2. I'll make RPG Maker game with very, very similar vibes and tons of references to it. And the Crooked Man's probably one of my favorites out of the series. But when I played it, I was like, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. And that's a very similar thought to what I'll have about the rest of the games in the series. But that's number 46 for me.
All right, and then I picked up right where I left off, and I played Hello Charlotte Episode 2, which was the one that was included with the bundle. Mm-hmm. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the rest of the name, because I had to look up afterwards what these games were supposed to be, and apparently they're supposed to be parody games, which completely lost me, because that's not what I got from these at all. Oh. I can get that from the names of them, but not the actual content of the games. this person has like I found them very inspiring with RPG Maker stuff. Actually, these games are really stylistically cool. They have a lot of body horror, I guess, in terms of the look of things. Stuff similar to like Junji Ito, if you know who
Yes.
that is.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool.
That's high acclaim, really.
Yeah, I mean, this person went from like a pretty more standard RPG Maker game. It was just kind of good, kind of cool, to like really ramping it up. I can't really tell you what's happening in these games because I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not sure.
Oh.
That
Lost.
sounds so strange because I've rated these very highly. But it's kind of like you have to play through it multiple times. And there's definitely some sort of mental health things incorporated into these games.
Right.
Probably about like depression and psychosis and things. That was...
Anytime that stuff starts happening, it does always get confusing.
Yeah, there's like just a lot of back and forth and like you're not sure what's real and what's not. Like this game was still somewhat straightforward and I kind of understood what was going on. And then we come to the third game, which is actually in my top 10 this year.
Wow.
Despite that I didn't really know what was going on. I somehow was like...
Okay.
got really wrapped up in like these characters and kind of the stories they were telling, even though things felt a little bit disjointed. Like, because once again, I really think you have to play them multiple times. And I was like, I don't understand why I'm enjoying this so much, even though I'm not sure what's happening. I understand there's a lot of philosophical things going on and a lot of psychological things happening, but I'm not sure where certain things begin and end. Like
vibes will do it.
And the art style just like really took it all the way this time. Like looks amazing, very, like I said, very inspired, and really made me look more into RPG Maker. And I am actually working on a game in RPG Maker myself.
Oh, that's cool.
Which that'll happen.
Which RPG Maker? MB?
I had started off with a bootleg copy of 2003, which I didn't know was a bootleg copy of 2003. It was like the translated version.
Oh.
And I looked on Steam and I was like, why is this $20? For one, why are you selling RPG Maker 2003 for $20? This is ridiculous. But two, I was just like, why is it free online though? And I was like, oh, it's not free online.
It's free.
Because I just Googled RPG Maker 2003 download and I was like, cool, first link, got it. It's not hard to find at all.
I could be wrong, but I want to say they actually did make 2003 and XP freeware for a little bit, but
I think they were fan translated, and those versions are still out on the internet where you can just get them, but they're not the official release.
Yeah,
they did officially release them later where they were translated.
Did you buy the official version, or are you still cheating the system?
I bought RPG Maker VX Ace later.
Oh, got you.
Which I think I actually should have bought RPG Maker MB because I found out they were different, but like now I've already started this game in the one and the tile set size is different and it's just going to be a pain in the ass.
Got you.
Because I started it in 2003 and then I had to like basically redraw the entire game, or what I had done of it so far, over again.
Jeez,
and change a bunch of stuff.
So you're not about to redraw it again?
Yeah, I was like, I'm just going to stick with what I've got for right now and like actually try to make a full game. So I've been working on that since actually right around this time I got an idea for it and I was like, I'm gonna make a game. It's not anywhere close to being done yet because I was just working on it in my free time, usually at work. That's when I started like working on that because I just got so inspired by these games and how freaking cool they were and how cool they looked. I wanted to make a game that ironically is completely in grayscale because I wanted to set some kind of limitations on myself so I didn't get so caught up in just designing the game and not actually making it.
Gotcha.
It's also worth mentioning that the episode 3 of Hello Charlotte was not in the bundle. I actually went ahead and bought that separately myself because I was just enjoying the series so much that they actually got my business legitimately.
Fascinating. So I mean, I guess that bundle worked out for them.
Yeah, it's really worked out for a few people now.
Can you imagine buying 1,000 games and being like, I could buy one more?
Yeah.
Right,
I felt bad about buying anything this year. After that, I was like, I have so many games I could be playing.
So then you beat Forest of Drizzling Rain?
Yes, it's another RPG Maker game. Very like middle of the road. I just heard it was good. It's like one that was translated by somebody at some point.
When
Um,
the fan translations come out, sometimes like they just don't carry the same weight.
well, the Strange Man series was also fan translated.
Oh, I can tell.
It was good. It just wasn't great. It's like not really notable. I don't know if I'd play it again, but I didn't like regret playing it. So
All right, so you're at 41 here. I'm at 46. Beat a game called Spec Ops: The Line. Something I wanted to play for a long time actually, because it's like there's a lot of military shooter games out there, but everyone always talks this one up for some reason for its like single player story, and it is actually really good. It's very cinematic. It's very cool. Has a lot of great sense of scale. You're on these giant buildings and stuff, but also like it does the whole PTSD soldier gone crazy kind of thing, and it's really good. I actually really liked it.
next I beat Ratchet and Clank Future or Crack in Time, which I don't know why I put off playing it for a long time. I've owned it for years, and just the PS3 games did not. I don't know. I love the PS2 games; they were some of my favorite games ever. The PS3 games just really didn't carry over for me for some reason.
They're very different in tone, aren't they?
Yeah, and I'll say it's definitely more aimed at children, definitely
Sure,
than the first
sure,
games.
sure.
It's kind of like how Shrek was not a kids movie, and then they made like 10,000 kids movies.
Right.
It wasn't bad. It just wasn't. It's just not my favorite in the series. I still think it's a very good game. It's fun to play, but I like the other ones better.
Fair enough. I actually do think A Crack in Time is my favorite in the series, except for
Yep.
maybe Up Your Arsenal. It's very close. So the next game I played. So after I beat my A to Z challenge, I bought a bunch of games on Steam that I ended up not playing hardly any of. But I also bought one game because I was like, I want to support this developer. I want to show them that I want more games from them. Full price, $60. I bought Deadly Premonition 2, A Blessing in Disguise. Now, I like the first Deadly Premonition quite a bit, and I've always had the thought that this game isn't well made, but it's got very good story elements, and the ideas for the gameplay are there. Like, there's some good things in theory, and this is the worst game I played this year. Hands down.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
It's the most disappointing and it's the worst game. Because where the first game was like, oh, it's got some great things, but it's just poorly done, and I also played the PC port, which just crashed constantly, so I couldn't even actually do all the side quests because they were messed up. But the second game took the design philosophy of, oh, people like that it was bad, ha ha ha. We'll make the whole game bad and we'll design it bad. So the mission structure is designed to be bad to be funny. And there's a mission that I think sums up a lot of the game, where this it's a main quest mission. There's no avoiding it. It says, hey, I need you to find this food item. I forget what it is. And it's in a vending machine. Which vending machine? Well, who knows? They're all over town. And if you've seen the vending machine, it'll be on your map. But if you haven't, it could be anywhere. And you have to go to every single vending machine. There's dozens of them throughout the entire open world map. And just hope you stumble into it. It's only in one vending machine. And it's so poorly designed. I'm just like, why would you do this? Just to irritate people?
Because it's not funny, really.
It's not funny. It's just a waste of my time. And I luckily someone had a guide already out, thankfully, even though the game had only been out for 2 days or something. And I just followed the guide to find out which one it was. But it was just like, man, you wanted this to be bad. And it is bad. So it's not fun. And I can get there's some merit to it's so bad it's good. But this is just bad and unfun. And the other elements of the game are just poorly designed as well. The open world runs at like 5 frames a second. Like, no joke.
Oh,
5, and it hurts my eyes. Like, I'm not really a person.
What is this on again?
The Switch.
Well, that's not a surprise at all.
It's exclusive to the Switch, and it runs. So, and I get the first game had frame rate problems. It was, in the 20s. This is so bad where I was like, I don't want to be outside ever. And I think the only element that's done even a little bit better is the shooting. Because the first game was like a third-person shooter, but it had this weird lock-on thing going on. And this one is just regular third-person shooter, but man, everything about it is worse. And it's probably, I mean, I've probably played a worse game later in the year, but like that game didn't matter. This game was hyped by me, and I was like, it'll be the first $60 game I buy since Kingdom Hearts 3. And man, such a disappointment. I don't want to see Deadly Premonition 3. I don't.
I mean, I would be disappointed if it was ended up being a 3-star game that I paid $60 for, but like to.
I guess because I knew at least what I was getting into, so I guess some of it's my fault. But yuck. After that, again, I don't know what to do with my life anymore. I'm playing this game called Erica. It's a, for lack of a better term, FMV game that was available on PlayStation Plus.
So weird.
Choices. You make choices and different videos play out. And there's a lot of different endings and stuff. And it was actually kind of interesting, kind of confusing. I would say play it if you got it for free. There's actually quite a lot of FMV games on Steam now. There's a weird resurgence. I think this company makes a lot of them. And I own a lot of them. And they're all kind of cool. But, it was just a thing I played. And then I played Superland. I was probably playing Supraland for a while, probably ever since Crooked Man happened a while back.
Oh, wow.
Because it was like a 15-hour game, 20-hour game, almost entirely puzzles the whole way through. It's this first-person gigantic world with puzzles, and at times was extremely difficult to figure out what to do. But I actually really, really like this game. So I got it from Humble a while back. So if anyone has it, I would check it out. Just be ready to be very confused, because with a puzzle game, if you look it up, then that's the game, right? It's not like a point and click where you get to see more stories. Like with a puzzle game, it's like, well, you've just ruined it. And I did have to do it a couple times when I just missed something, but so it
looks super weird.
It is. It's like they use the weird toy aesthetic, and you're like in a playground, and but it's actually really cool. And the speedruns on it are actually really cool too, because there's some weird glitchiness to the movement that you can do sometimes. And then I hooked back up my PS2, and I got a little kick of playing older games for a little bit. I started off with Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, which was originally a PSP game. But last year I played Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City, which I never played before. And I'm of the opinion that Grand Theft Auto 3 is not very good, and it didn't age very well. It's hard to play. And actually, I got to the last mission of Grand Theft Auto 3, and it was like, to do this last mission, you need $5 million or something, which I didn't have. And I was like, well, how am I supposed to get it? And they were like, well, you can grind up ambulance missions. You get like $300 per ambulance mission. I was millions behind. I said, wow, this game sucks. And I put in a money code and then beat the last mission. And so when I went to play Liberty City Stories, which is using the same map, I was like, we'll see. Liberty City Stories is actually really good. It's really good. It uses the vehicle physics of Vice City and Beyond, which are way better. And the missions are a lot easier, and the story is way better. Story in Grand Theft Auto 3 is like super bare bones. But Liberty City Stories, really good game, actually. And that would be 51 for me.
I'm over here trailing behind at game number 43, which is Oxenfree. And there's a funny story about this. Somebody I didn't like bought this for me on Steam a number of years ago. Mm-hmm. And I was like, F that person, I'm not going to play this game. So I disowned it on Steam and simultaneously got it free in the itch bundle and decided to play it.
Now let me ask
you, pretty good.
Did you play the itch version, or did you go back and play the Steam version?
I played the itch version because I had disowned it. I had literally disowned it on Steam. Like, I got rid of it because you can permanently disown games because it was a gift. I didn't pay for it anyway. What did I give a crap? It's actually a pretty good game. I enjoyed it. It's like very supernatural, campy, spooky in the woods. It's good.
Cool. I still have my PS2 hooked up at this point. So I decided, and I was in the open world mood. So I decided to play Spider-Man 2. And
Spider-Man 2 so good. Just all the childhood memories.
You know what's weird about Spider-Man 2? Spider-Man 2 is memorable because it did web slinging right, and also like I just played Grand Theft Auto, so it was on my mind. Grand Theft Auto was mind blowing for how fast that world just loaded and like it existed, right? And in Spider-Man 2, you're just flying through the city at like breakneck speeds. But that world is actually kind of empty, and and there's not too much to do in it outside of your main quest. And the game was actually super short for an open world game. It was like maybe 8 hours, maybe less. I think I beat it in a couple of days. According to my list right here, I beat it in 1 day. So that doesn't surprise me either. But it was okay. I liked them showing all the other Spider-Man villains. I'm actually really looking forward to playing the new Spider-Man game because I think it will do a similar thing, but probably a little better. But yeah, it was pretty good.
Right. And then I played, I think it's Chook and Sausage, Walk the Plank. This game series has other games in it that are free. They're short little games. And this was kind of like their big full-fledged release, kind of similar to like the Bad Dream games earlier.
Got you with
Kama. And it was good. It was very like standard point-and-click adventure game. The characters in the world were pretty nice. I gotta say though, I really like the art style of the free games better. Like they're a little more hand-drawn looking, and just like the lighting's more interesting and stuff. Whereas this, I feel like because it tried to be so much more professional and more clean, it just kind of like lost some of the atmosphere of the games a little bit. But it's a pretty good time to play through.
Got you. So that puts you at 44, and I'm at 52. And funny enough, we talked about this earlier a little bit. I played Spyro Enter the Dragonfly on the GameCube. Now, if you guys know anything about Spyro, after Insomniac made the trilogy, they went on to make Ratchet and Clank. And a bunch of different companies ended up taking the reins. I think this was Traveler's Tales.
Yeah.
And Enter the Dragonfly is considered one of the worst games ever made. And this is one of these games I got from Michelle in the great trade.
I played this crap so much.
You did. Do you remember? I remember when I first started playing it, I posted on the Backloggery, I think, and you said, is that the one with the UFOs or something? And I was like, yeah, the one with the bad frame rate. And you're like, oh yeah, that one. Because it's so bad.
What's funny is I remember a lot of these levels and actually really enjoying, like they were oddly memorable to me for some reason, even though this game isn't good.
I was about to mention that. The game is still a Spyro game. And it's like, it's a bad Spyro game, but like there is that merit of it being like, oh, it's still another Spyro game, and it's enjoyable in that. But like the technical issues bring it down a lot. Just the glitches and weird messiness going on. But, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever played in my life. I think I gave it 2 stars, which probably what it deserves, but it was more Spyro, and it did have a little bit of charm to its character. So, hey, wasn't the worst thing. That's 53 for me.
And I'm on game 45 now, which is in my top 10 is 2064 Read-Only Memories.
Really? This is a top 10, huh?
Yes. Another thing from the itch bundle. I've been interested in this game for years. I just never really, I just didn't never really pick it up on Steam.
Back when it was called Read Only Memories. Do you remember that?
Yes. It was, I had heard that people were disappointed because they thought it was a point and click adventure game, and it's really not. It's really a visual novel. It kind of falls in line more with something like Ace Attorney, where it's mostly a visual novel / you got to click on some things every once in a while. It ended up being really good, though. I think because I went into it with the expectation that it was not a point-click adventure game, and that it was mostly you reading things and solving like some puzzles.
That helped.
Because honestly, like the main character Turing, who's your little robot buddy, he's like awesome, and everybody's voice acted really, really well. And just plays their parts so well in this story for you to find Turing's creator and what happened to him. And they just did such a good job of like conveying the emotion of what was going on at the time, which if you're going to do a visual novel with voice acting, that's,
you have to nail
that's
it.
A very key thing.
Yeah, I almost played this game this year. I had it downloaded and everything, but something
the only
happened.
bad thing about it was a couple of the puzzles, especially towards the end, were failable. Like you could screw them up, which was fine.
Mm-hmm.
However, right before those puzzles, they had like 15 minutes of unskippable dialogue, and I failed the puzzle once. Well, it was like you could die basically, and I failed it once, so I had to listen through all that dialogue again that I couldn't skip.
Oh.
And I was just like, it's like, man, you were so close to being like 5 stars, and then you had to like right at the end of the game be really annoying.
Is the whole time you're listening to that, you're like, I hope I don't fail again. I hope I don't fail again. Hope I don't fail again.
I was like, wow, I really screwed this up the first time. I was like, let's hope this doesn't happen again, or else I'm gonna have to put it down for a minute. Because that's usually what happens. You get frustrated, and you're like, let me just walk away.
And hopefully you come back.
But I would totally, yes, I would totally play this again. As a matter of fact, I look forward to it. And the next game I played was one that I really was not sure if I should add to my backlog, called Lost Constellation, and it is a little like side game free DLC that I had no idea existed for Night in the Woods. It's on itch. And I was like, what?
Really? It's not like on Steam or anything?
I don't think it is actually. And I'm like,
weird.
What? It might be. I mean, I haven't really looked. I'll look now though, because I'm kind of curious.
Like, what if it was only on itch? That would be super weird.
It's not on Steam.
Whoa.
So that's super weird.
So this was like a standalone DLC type of thing, kind of.
Yep, and as a matter of fact, there's another one too. I just didn't play it because I think it's not really like quite the same thing. I think it's more of like a little mini game type thing that was in the game. But this one I played through, I think it was less than an hour, and it just felt kind of weird because it was like just a little side story to the game that didn't really relate to the game a whole ton. Like, I enjoyed it, but it was just really weird. I was like, I don't know if I should have this or not. Like, this is just some random ass like free DLC that they made for no reason and only distributed on itch.
I would have counted it. It would have counted. So fair enough. At this point, I actually have been playing Final Fantasy IV for a while. I started this thing where I always wanted to be playing a console game, a PC game, and a handheld game. Because I actually was really bad about playing my handheld games since I've been home. Because I used to play them all the time when I went overseas. Mm-hmm. But since I've been home, I just play my console or my PC. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be dedicated and start playing my handheld games. And so I guess while I was playing Spider-Man, I was and Supra Land a while back, I started playing Final Fantasy IV. And it took me a while. Final Fantasy IV is my number 7 best game for the year. It's not quite 5 stars, and but it was really good. It was very basic at first. When you think about what a basic Final Fantasy would be, that's what this is, And then the story escalates a little bit towards the end, and it got really good and a little hard at the end. It did that thing where it got hard at the end, and I was like, well, I don't know if I want to keep playing but I am right here at the end. But that's
how they get you right there. Like, you wanna beat the game? Put in another 10 hours.
Yeah. I think I only had to grind for like an hour, but like I got through it. But it's funny you would mention grinding for 10 hours, and we'll talk about that a little later. But I'm playing the PSP version, by the way, which comes in the complete collection. So, But I did beat Final Fantasy IV, and I do think it's a super good game. And that would be 54 for me. So I'm still 8 ahead of you right now.
Yeah, I'm not doing as bad as I was before, but
you're keeping up.
I'm definitely about to have a drought here happen again. I'm like still really struggling to keep up at this point, and I don't know why. I don't know what's like going on in my life.
I know what's going on, but I'll tell you when we get there.
Oh, I did go ahead and I bought Among the Sleep on GOG for like $2.50, and played through that. I've wanted to play through it for a few years now, but I just so many games.
Right.
It was pretty cool. It's like it kind of reminded me very slightly of Little Nightmares actually at parts, which was very interesting to look back on. Like there were a few parts of the game where you couldn't knock like bottles over and make noise as you were crawling around, or else the boogeyman was going to come around the corner and get you.
Gotcha.
The game's only like a few hours long though, and it was pretty good though for what it was. It's kind of a simple story about you kind of, your mom, I believe, gets custody of you, and she kind of starts, her life kind of starts going downhill, and she starts drinking, and I think she becomes like an alcoholic or something, and it's kind of your perspective as a baby and how he views things. So you're like going through this almost like little bit of a nightmare world. And some of these,
it's all a metaphor.
basically, but also just how baby sees things. You know, I can dismiss this as the way baby views the world.
Right. Sounds cool.
It's pretty good though.
So this I actually forgot to mention. So what was so interesting when I pulled out my PSP to play Final Fantasy IV, I couldn't play it, and the reason was my battery had exploded.
Oh,
which I guess was a thing.
I didn't know that could happen.
It can, and I guess everyone at the same time in life also found this out, because I swear as soon as I noticed it, like everyone I saw on Twitter was looking at their PSPs, and there was this whole news article like, now is the time, check your PSP, these batteries have exploded. And if you don't, like, I think if you charge it every now and then and play it every now and then, it works. Is less likely to blow.
I mean, who does that with the PSP? So
I seriously have only played Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. I played that on my PSP. I played a couple other games, never beat them. So this was like 10 years ago. So I was playing, I wanted to play Final Fantasy IV, and the battery was exploded. So I bought a new battery. But in this moment, I had a moment where I was like, I need to save all my handheld systems right now from exploding. So I need to charge everything. So I brought out everything. Some things I didn't even know I owned. I brought out my DS. I brought out my 3DS. I brought out the 2 Game Boy Advances I didn't even realize I had.
Brought out the Game Gear.
Oh, I don't have a Game Gear, luckily, but...
Wait, you did have a Game Gear, though. What happened to it?
No,
did I take the Game Gear?
You have a Game Gear. And
I don't have it anymore. I think that got traded in somewhere at some point.
Yeah, you had a Game Gear. I would love a Game Gear, but it's not that serious, you know. But anyway, so I brought these things out, and I was charging them, and I bought a headphone thing for my Game Boy SPs, because I actually forgot Game Boy Advance SPs don't have headphone jacks. So you have to plug it into the link cable slot, this little extra cable. So I bought one of those, and I was just charging everything around the house and keeping them charging. I was like, well, since I have them out, I'm gonna play something. So I got my DS, and I popped in Rocket Power Dream Scheme.
Oh my god, this game.
This is a game I've had forever. I want to say
haunting you from childhood.
I mean, it was just like something I got randomly. I think I got it from my friend up the road, Christopher, and just didn't think much of it. You know, it's a licensed game platformer for the Game Boy Advance. I played it when I was a kid, didn't get far, didn't care. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna beat it because I want to say I beat it. And then I'll beat a Game Boy Color game afterwards, which never ended up happening because I can't find them. I don't know where they are. I know where all the Pokemon games are, but not all the random Game Boy games. So put in Dream Scheme, beat it in like one day, maybe 2 days, right after Final Fantasy IV. It was actually all right. It was actually okay. But, you know, it is what it is. And then I played Killer 7, number 56 on my PC. This game was good. I actually owned it on the GameCube.
Yeah,
forever.
You owned it forever. Yeah, because I remember watching you play it, so that was like over 10 years ago.
Yeah. My thought process on it on the GameCube was it was super hard because you had to use the analog stick to aim. You know what made it super easy on the PC? Using the mouse to aim. And that made the game so much more enjoyable to me. And it's a weird story that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it does to some people if they really look into it, but it was a good game. It was a good game. And then I played Spyro Hero's Tale, which is the next Spyro game after Enter the Dragonfly, another one of these series of the bad Spyro games. And this one was weird because they didn't make a Spyro game this time. They made a Jak and Daxter game with Spyro in it. It's so weird. It's open levels that connect into each other without loading screens, or mostly without loading screens. And there's a weird different combat system. It's an enigma because after this they move on to the Legend of Spyro games, which are weird beat 'em up things, and then they did Skylanders or whatever. This one's weird and stands alone, and I was kind of liking it at first, And then by the end of it, I was like, you know what? I think I might like this less than Enter the Dragonfly.
Oh, that's sad because I feel like I've heard good things about A
You
Hero's
know,
Tale.
so did I. So did I. That's what my thought process was. And I was like, you know what? It's just not holding up like I thought it would. And, I do think it's probably better than Enter the Dragonfly, but not by much. And then this game came out on the Switch called Moon, which is made by the same people who made Tulip later on. And it's considered an anti-RPG. And it's all about like exploring this world and saving creatures, and apparently a lot of inspiration for what Undertale would become later on. And very weird game, super cryptic and piss hard. There's like a day-night cycle thing, 24-hour system, and there's like a point where there's like 3 seconds where a firework will come out of this guy's house, and you have to like catch it within like a frame or two. Otherwise, you got to wait till the next day, and it's just like, oh, how would I figure this out just by wandering?
That sounds terrible.
Like basically, the whole game after a certain point was use a guide, and but there was something about it that was really cool. I really did like it, but it had a lot of problems, and it really was cryptic guide the game.
Like Tulip.
Yes, and extremely like Tulip. Like I would almost say Tulip's probably a spiritual successor to Moon. But it was just so cool because the game is only released in Japan until the Switch release. So I felt like I really want to check it out, and it was worth it, I guess. Then I played the Sandman, which was number 59. It's the next game in the Strange Man series. It was okay. It took a more relaxed, funny vibe than Crooked Man. It was trying to be funny. And
yeah, and it definitely wasn't like a horror game, it was a good game, but it definitely was not what I was expecting after playing the Crooked Man.
Right. Like it was okay. I don't know. And there was also some weird instances of having to interact with an item and then random things would happen somewhere else that don't even make sense. That kind of puzzle solving, which I hate, which is all through the Strange Man series. And then, which is funny because this whole period you haven't not beat any games. Number 60 is Resident Evil 2. This is the remake.
So good.
It is good. I actually do believe I like the original better, but this is a very good remake. And what's cool is like, it's not like the original Resident Evil remake, right? When you think about the original Resident Evil remake, you think, well, there's no reason to go back and play the original game because this is basically replaces it.
Yeah.
But with the Resident Evil 2 remake, it's different. It's quite different, actually, and adds a lot of like different things that have their own style.
Running into Mr. X initially was like amazing. The fact that he didn't like have a queue and he's just kind of like walking towards you and you don't realize it, that was the best thing ever.
One thing I was unfortunately that was spoiled for me, so I knew he was gonna pick up that helicopter or whatever, and I knew he was gonna be there already, but.
I mean, I knew he was going to be there because he had played the original game, but I just didn't think about it. I was just like running down the hall, like whatever.
You know what? You say that, but the liquor wasn't in the same spot, so.
He was on the same hallway. They didn't announce him though. They didn't have like a cutscene or anything.
He was actually on the second floor.
Oh, he would know better than I would because he's played Resident Evil 2 through like a million times, and I played through 1.5.
But Resident Evil 2 is one of my favorite games ever, so it was cool to see it in a different light. There are some things I like better, some things I like worse, or not as much, but it was really cool. And I do really like the expanded sewer section and the other section with Sherry that was added on.
Yeah,
very
definitely.
Good. Short little things, but they added a lot to everything.
They really tried to actually change it up from the original and make it worth playing on its own.
One thing I did find super annoying, though, was when you play the B scenario, they give you a special handgun, right? Mm-hmm. And it's a more powerful handgun. But if I remember correctly, there's something about the ammo you find in the world does not work with that handgun. Or maybe it's the ammo you craft or something like that. Where it was like, well, I only have ammo for the crappy handgun, the old handgun, but the new handgun I want to use. But so I just ended up using the old handgun the whole time. I was like, man, this is annoying. Like, it was just one of those weird things. It's like, man, did they think this through at all? And that puts me at 60. And at this point, I am 13 ahead of you.
Yeah, at this point you were like way ahead of me.
I thought you had given up. I was like, she's not even. I mean, she's
I don't
playing
know
games,
what
but
exactly was going on at this time. Let me see.
I actually do know.
Oh, I know what was going on.
Yeah,
Wow.
we'll get there.
But I'm trying to like catch up still, so I'm like, let me play a short game. I played The White Door from the Itch bundle, because of course.
Of course.
Short game. It's part of the Rusty Lake series that I haven't actually played all of, and at some point would like to, but they're so short that it's like, do I add this to my backlog? But you can also pay for them now, so it's like...
I feel like if you pay for them, you gotta add them, right?
Yeah. And since I don't really have a whole lot of background for the other games, I didn't understand, like, exactly this game's connection to that. But you know, you kind of are going through, like, this psychological thing. You're playing as this man, you're trying to basically find out kind of what's happened and why you're sort of in this little... I guess you're in, like, almost like a psychiatric hospital, and why you've ended up there.
Played a lot of games this year with crazy people.
Yeah, and I'm about to play another game with crazy people as well, because right after this, I gave the Hello Charlotte creator more money and bought Hello Charlotte Delirium.
There's so many Hello Charlotte games.
There's actually one more that's like a visual novel. I tried to play it. I couldn't get into it. Delirium is like a side game. I wouldn't even call it a spin-off game. I don't think it's necessarily canon, but it was just kind of like a side game with all the characters and everything. It was actually pretty good. Kind of weird and definitely a little shorter than the other games, but pretty good. And while all this was going on, and I think whilst you were playing all those other games,
right,
I was playing Katawa Shoujo.
A visual novel.
Yeah, I was playing every morning before work, and within my 20 minutes while I was waiting for Ferris to get out of the shower, because he like showers and shaves before me, because, you know, I'm just going to use up all the hot water, so...
Right.
And I actually was really enjoying that. Just like that 20 minutes in the morning of playing this nice, like, kind of happy, like, just Japanese dating sim with this, like, easygoing music. I've actually had it for years, like at least since 2016, and I just never got around to playing it. And I was pretty happy this year that I finally did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went for... Oh, crap, what is her name? I don't remember. I went for the pigtail girl who doesn't have legs.
Wow.
That's the thing about this game, by the way, is you are at a school now for disabled people, and, like, every one of the girls that you could date is, like, crippled in some way.
Right, that's what I remember about the game. But it's good, considered, like, one of the best visual novel dating sites ever, so, hey...
It's definitely showing its age just a little bit. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just like stylistically, I feel like it's showing its age a little bit. Still a good game. Very good game to play. I mean, it's free as well, so, you know.
Right, so why not?
I'd play it. And then Ferris, like, randomly decided to buy me a game that was on sale on Steam called Seasons After Fall, which is kind of like a poor man's... I can't even say it's like a poor man's Ori in the Blind Forest. It's kind of got the, like, side-scrolling... slight Metroidvania feel, but it's not at all. There's definitely 4 separate, like, levels essentially to go through that where you can change the seasons, and it kind of like affects puzzles. Like, you know, if you need to get across a lake, you make it winter and it's iced over and whatever. It was a pretty good game. It got repetitive though, because they made you basically go through each area twice, and that was really unnecessary. I was kind of like, I would have just rather them added more areas instead of making me go down the same pathways, because it's like, not only did you have to go all the way to the end of that path, but you had to come all the way back.
Oh,
and I had to do that twice for each area.
I get
but other than that, it was a good game to play. Certainly just for, you know, a random, like, gift, it was pretty nice.
Right. I forgot to mention, Resident Evil 2 is in my top 10. It's number 8.
As it should be.
Yes, it was quite good. Next game, I bought the Collection of Mana because it's a physical version for the Switch, and I was kind of worried it was going to go out of stock, which I actually believe it did. And once things go out of stock, they tend to get crazy in price, and it's really annoying to look for them. and I kind of wanted it, so I was like, you know what, I'll get it. I really wanted it for Secret of Mana because I never played it, and I was like, you know, I want to give it a shot, even though some people think different things about it. So, wanted to play Final Fantasy. I had to play Final Fantasy Adventure because it's the first Mana game, right? Final Fantasy Adventure is like a Zelda game, but like more linear and more story structured, and you can also level up, so the game can get considerably easier the more you level up. What a great game. Like, I almost gave it 5 stars. It is my number 3 game for the year. Like, it was so fantastic. And the only thing that that made it like not 5 stars was by the end, you're actually so powerful that you can kind of just stand on top of enemies and smash them with your sword and just tap the heal button every now and then, and you'll actually do just fine. The last boss, I just stood in front of him and I was like, oh man, it was almost there. Maybe if he did a little more damage, maybe I was over leveled. I don't know, but I don't think I was. But yeah, that was a really fantastic game. Really enjoyed it. That's 61 for me. And at this point, I was so far ahead of you. I actually had decided to play these 3 RPGs. Final Fantasy Adventure was one of them, and I was like, I'm gonna play 3 RPGs at once. I just don't even care.
Oh God!
And I'm gonna let her catch up. That was actually.
Oh, let me catch up.
Like, well, I guess not. I didn't want you.
You weren't concerned about me catching up anyway. You were like, I got time.
I guess
whatever.
I didn't want you to catch up, obviously, but I wanted you to feel motivated that you had an opportunity to, at least. So
I kind of screwed you over, didn't it?
Yeah, we'll see that in a minute. So next game I played was Child of Light. There was actually I did it so you would have a chance to catch up, but also I was like, you know, I'm gonna play a game on Uplay. Who no one uses Uplay. Turns out Uplay it's actually a kind of decent storefront. Weird now, but and Child of Light's a pretty good game. It's funny because a long time ago when I bought Danganronpa for the first time, randomly, it was in between that and Child of Light for the Vita, and I went with Danganronpa. But Child of Light's a good game. I would think I would have been very happy with getting it then. Not as happy as I am with Danganronpa, but Child of Light was very good. It had a good story. It had a actually pretty cool battle system. I played on hard mode, which is recommended. It was still pretty easy, but hard mode's the way to go if you want to actually use the tactics well. Mm-hmm. Very good game. About 15 hours. And then my mistake of playing 3 RPGs at one time shows its hand.
Yeah. Here's where I make my grand comeback, and here's where everything really starts, because this is when there started to be a lot of rapid back and forths between us in terms of beating games. Well, in a minute anyway, after I catch back up here. So 52 here. I was actually sick at home with a sinus infection, so I had some time on my hands, and I played a short hike from the itch bundle, and I don't know what it was. I just needed this game in my life, being sick right then. Excellent game. Definitely in my top 10 for the year. It's like just a little island that you can explore, and there's just so many things to find. So many little things to find, like feathers to make you be able to fly longer and jump higher to get to other areas, and just little quests and mini games and stuff. You can probably beat it within a couple hours, but I think I actually ended up playing for 5 or 6 just to complete it. I got really obsessed with it for over 2 days.
You can play tennis at some point.
It's called stickball. Excuse you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Which I completed. I believe you have to whack the ball back and forth 50 times to get a freaking hat or something. And I got so obsessed with this stupid little stickball game that I actually did that.
Jeez Louise.
I just dove right in and just got everything out of this game that I could. Really good. Really enjoyed it. The next game I played was actually an RPG Maker game, which I definitely would never have guessed was an RPG Maker game, called Corinne Cross's Dead and Breakfast. which is like a cute little adventure game where you come work at a bed and breakfast, and you find out there's ghosts in it, and you kind of help each of these ghosts end up moving on essentially throughout the story. There's only a set number of days that you go through in the game, so you can actually miss helping everybody out. And I think I did miss someone. No, I helped everybody, but I think I still missed some other side thing to do.
Gotcha.
And it's like from a side view the whole game. So that's
so
why I didn't realize it was an
gotcha,
RPG Maker game.
Gotcha. There's a couple like that where you're like, really, this is an RPG Maker.
And also just all the mechanics and everything. I was just really surprised. Very good game. I was impressed with it. And this whole time I was like, what game is John talking about that's coming up?
This is the one.
Yeah, this is the one. I had been playing Ark with Ferris for quite a while. We actually beat the game in about 56 hours. I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason it only took 56 hours is because, for one, he already knew what he was doing,
right.
And two, we cheated. So in terms of getting, in terms of getting items and such, like if you're only playing with two people, I'm going to tell you right now, the game's not only being like made to be played with two people. It's not. It's made for you to play with like a group of 20.
Right.
It's really. Ark is rough. Mm-hmm. It's really badly balanced. It starts off feeling very much like a survival game, like something like The Forest would feel, and then it quickly becomes into like a dinosaur breeding boss rush type of thing, and it's weird. And I don't know. Ark's just got like a lot of problems. I wouldn't recommend it in its current state. Like, there's a lot of good things, but there's also a lot that I just didn't care for.
You know what bothered me about Ark, and I'm not sure if Ark is still labeled as early access or not.
Oh, no, it's not. It's been out, and it's got like 10,000 DLCs now.
Right, but before it even came out of early access, it had a DLC, and I was like, wow, this is really fucking fucked up. But yeah. I guess people like this game. I don't know. But you know what? You know what? It really just... when I looked at it, it just never felt like fast enough or like furious enough. And that's why the second game has Vin Diesel in it, so it can be fast and furious.
Man, Ark was a little rough. Like, I had some times when I was really enjoying myself, and then I hit a point where I just didn't. I was like, once we got into the dinosaur breeding and stuff, that's also where the cheating came in. This shit just takes too long. Like, it's just not made to be played with two people, and no. I'd say in a way, it's one of the worst games I played this year. In a way, because I still give it 3 out of 5 stars, because there's definitely enjoyment to be had. You just have to kind of make your own enjoyment.
There's a difference between a 1-star game that took you an hour to beat and a 3-star game that took you 50 hours to beat.
Yeah, exactly.
That is more of your time wasted.
Yeah. So, I mean, there was definitely points when I was really enjoying myself, but I enjoy the survival aspects more than the whole, like, breeding dinos to fight bosses and, like, all this random weird shit. I don't know.
Sure.
I was happy to be done with that, though. Once again, a lot of long games played this year.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I decided to sort of take a break with a shorter game and play Doki Doki Literature Club for the first time, which I see why people praised it when it came out and everything, but I gotta say, at first I gave it 4 stars, and then in hindsight I was like, I mean, it had like the little twists kind of going for it and stuff, but in reality, there wasn't a whole lot of other meat to this game's bones here, and like, it was good, it just wasn't great.
Right. Once you get past the twist, it's like, well, and
it's just oh, okay.
I assume
like, this was cool.
I assume you knew the twist beforehand too, so it's
no, I actually didn't. Okay. I knew something happened. I just didn't know what. I knew shit got crazy. I just didn't know how.
Gotcha.
It was good though. I don't know if I'd go back and play it again. I was going to go for completion at one point, and then I was just like, I got other stuff to play. And then I started playing another game from the pack again. Actually, Doki Doki, I think, was still in that pack too, even though it's free. Mm-hmm. I started playing Minute, and this game was super cool. Another game I got really obsessed with, and I actually completed, which meant I had to go through the game twice.
Second time in like 40 seconds, right?
I think it is, yes, like 45 seconds, I think. And they also, if you play it, it's not just on hard, but if you also play it on New Game plus everything is rearranged in a certain way to
golly.
make it harder. Like in the desert, there was the item that you had to get, I believe, and they basically made it way more screens away. Like you will barely have enough time to make it to that item.
Such a cool game. If people don't know,
Yeah.
it's you have like a minute to beat the game basically, and you can accomplish a little bit here, a little bit there, and some of it carries over to your next playthrough. Man, it's so cool.
Well,
So cool.
it's like it's not so much it'll carry over to your next playthrough as when you die, you'll reset at the last house that you went into, like that you saved at.
Right. You're right.
So all your progress will kind of accumulate, and you'll be able to make it a little further each time, and eventually you'll make it to other houses and stuff. And really, at first, I didn't really feel like the minute time limit was necessary. I thought like it didn't really add anything to the game for me. And then I played, New Game Plus, and it really, like that 45 seconds made a huge difference. I actually think it's 40 seconds. That 20
tight.
seconds less made a huge difference in addition to the items being moved around so they would be harder to get. It was awesome. So I'll have to give that an honorable mention, actually, because that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I decided to bang out a couple short games. I played Missing Children, which is by the same people who made Inanuki Tunnel and Stigmatized Property. They like to do this kind of Japanese, like, sort of PS1 styled. Like, it's not low res enough to be PlayStation 1, but kind of that vibe. And they also, like, pulled, like, a siren and, like, kind of superimposed people's faces onto
the worst.
the graphics to make it look kind of eerie. It was all right. It's actually, I think, their worst game that I've played, just because it wasn't scary at all. Apparently there was supposed to be a ghost at the end, and I just didn't see it. I just ran right past the area. I just walked to where I thought I was supposed to be going and never saw it. Like, I heard a little something in the background, and I was just like, what was that? And then I didn't hear it again, so I was like, whatever.
Moving on.
I think there was a ghost behind me the whole time I was walking.
That's funny.
That was only about probably like an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe a couple hours. And I decided to move to a humongous entertainment game, Pajama Sam, the first game, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside. And I've wanted to play this game for a long time, actually, just because I just hear so many good things about humongous entertainment and
Right.
Pajama Sam and stuff. So I finally went ahead and bought it on GOG, played it. It's a great game. It is a kid's game, but they're just so well like animated and drawn and everything that it's just pretty cool.
One thing I always thought was cool about the Humongous Entertainment games, I've never played any, but just from hearing about them, is that when you replay them, the puzzles rearrange, the items rearrange.
Yes, they are, actually.
They're in different orders, so what you play through is not the same thing. And I'm sure none of them are hard, but just like the idea of like, it is different every time, and that's cool.
Even with like the putt-putt games, which are like the super little kid ones, because I played one of those, or I think a couple of those. I was really impressed when I saw that it was rearranged. I was like, that's actually pretty cool. It actually gave replayability to kids at the time, and it wasn't just a single experience, because they are easy games.
Right.
And then, because we're still going here, I'm still on a roll.
Right, and I'm upset the whole time. I'm upset. I'm furious.
I decided to go through a game that I've actually had for years now, and just, I don't know why. I think I got it on sale for like $1 or something on Steam, and I just never played it. And that's The Journey Down Chapter 1. This was really kind of hyped at first when it came out, because people said it was like Grim Fandango.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't actually played all the way through Grim Fandango, but from what I have played through with Grim Fandango, I can see a little bit of the similarity drawn, but it's definitely not like that. It's, in my opinion, better in terms of how it's designed. It was pretty good. It was a pretty solid first chapter. There, not a whole lot happened with the story yet. It was kind of like your setup. They like get to know the characters, get to know a little bit about the plot, and then by the end, you were running away basically from like mobsters trying to get a book from you, and you were flying your plane down and you crashed it. And that was kind of like all you got to know of the first chapter. I was like, this was pretty good though. And then I was like, let me see how much the other chapters are, because I think this game's out now. And when I saw how much they were, I was like, yeah, never mind. I'm going to wait on this. I'll just add this to my backlog now.
This is one of these funny things, because when I saw chapter 1 and you're catching up, I was like, chapter 1, does this shit count? Chapter 1, I'm sick of these chapter games. Every single time, episode 1, chapter 1. I'm hitting up Google, hitting up Steam, like, does this count? Is this a separate game? And I looked at them, oh, it is. Oh, damn.
Yeah. I feel like if the chapters were cheap enough, or if I had gotten them in a bundle at the same time, like how I did with Tales of Monkey Island, I would have counted it as a single game. But when I saw that they were like $20 a piece separately, I was like, no freaking thank you. I'll just add this now.
It actually reminded me, that's why I don't own them, because they gave me chapter 3 randomly in a humble bundle or something, and I was like, oh man, now it's time to buy chapter 1, chapter 2. I was like, oh, you know what, never mind, maybe they'll give me the rest for free later, because I'm not spending $20 on it.
And after that, I went through another game on the itch bundle, which was super random and weird sounding, called Clam Man.
It's my favorite Mega Man boss.
You play as a clam dude, and you end up in some trouble. You get fired from your job, and you're kind of trying to figure out why they fired you and what kind of conspiracy's happening at your job. It was actually a good game, and I'll have to say, when they come out with Clam Man 2, I'll buy it. Like, it was good enough that I was interested in what they were working on, so it just had a lot of really interesting humor to it. It was very just kind of dry humor, and the whole art style, everything was like hand-drawn, and I think it was actually maybe hand-painted as well, and it looked really good.
Tight. So now you've caught up. I'm at 62.
60 games.
You're at 60. You're 2 games behind me. I'm shook right now. I'm like, what have I done? Because what I was playing Fable 3. I went out and bought a new Xbox 360 wireless controller because mine, I left the batteries in it and it corroded to the point where it just wasn't working anymore.
Wow.
So, oopsie, first beginner's mistake. And I had to buy a new controller. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to play Fable 3. And my wife can watch me because she likes Fable. And Fable 3 sucks. Fable 2 sucked, but Fable 3 really sucks. Fable 3,
preach it.
Fable 3 feels like it's not finished. There's like these weird time skips and like, oh man, it's just a total mess of a game. Like, and at first you're like, oh, it's just Fable, just worse. And then later on, like, they do this whole thing where you're running the kingdom and you're making decisions, and like, to get the best ending, it's all about money. You have to have saved up 10 million gold or something like that. But also along the way, if you make the good guy decisions, you have to spend some of your money. And so I knew this was coming. So I was saving my money hard and buying property and, jacking up the prices on them like crazy. And, but man, it was so annoying. And then like when I finally saved up enough money, I was like, okay, I'm good to head into the final thing. Like, boom, it's just like the final battle just happened. The final mission just happens. And you're like, what the hell's going on? And like, it sucked. It sucked real bad. But that one actually took longer than Final Fantasy Adventure and what was it? And Child of Light, because I had to wait for my wife to watch. So after that, I played A Short Hike, the game you played earlier. I don't think I liked it quite as much as you, but I did enjoy it quite a bit. It was a good game. We talked about it enough. Then I beat The Suffering, which is a OG Xbox game, because I had the controller now, so why not play another game on the system since I'm here? I was going to play a lot more. This is the last one I ended up playing for the year. It's a horror game, third-person shooter type. At the time, I remember everyone talking it up and being like, yo, this game is really good. And what it is it's a very much of its time. Like, if you played that game, because it's weird, it came out before Resident Evil 4, I think, or maybe before Resident Evil 4's design philosophies caught on. So man, it feels like a third-person shooter before RE4, and it's very dated in that way. And there's like the way the character jumps, you're like, yeah, man, this is early 2000s PC style jumping right here. But it was good. The story was a little confusing. I had to like look it up afterwards to piece it together, but it was a pretty good game actually, and I had some good spooky moments and some fun shooting. Yeah. That's 65 for me. For 66, I played The Boogeyman, which is the third game in the Strange Man series. This one, probably the worst one in the whole series.
Yeah, I agree.
It really ramped up its bad puzzle bullshit.
Hmm.
Where, investigate this random wall, walk all the way across the map, and then a new scene that has no reason to happen will happen. Stuff like that. And I also had voice acting for the first time, which, look, some of those voice
I think I just turned all the voice acting off.
I did as well. Some of the voice acting is good. Some of it's bad. But the main thing is they're all recorded by different people at different places with their own microphone setups. It would be like me and Michelle right now recording this and be like, this is good enough for a video game. So everyone's audio levels are totally different and totally messy, and some of them are scratchy, and some of them, and it's just like, oh man, this is so bad. And I really
kudos to him for giving the option to turn it off at least.
Right. So turned it off, and but still did not enjoy the game very much. I enjoy all the callbacks to the old games. Like, that's cool, but it doesn't actually tie in any substantial way. So it's just like, who cares? But that was 66. So I'm back ahead by 6 games. I'm trying to revise my strategy now. I would not be playing 3 RPGs at once anymore.
Yeah, I noticed that didn't happen again.
No.
I decided to go ahead and pick up another game from the itch bundle called Piku Niku, which I believe is by Devolver Digital, actually.
I believe so.
It was a pretty good game. It kind of has the art style a little bit of something like Loco Roco, and some of the physics of that. But you're playing this little dude, and you're trying to figure out, you've kind of emerged from your little hole, I guess, that you were in. Breath of the Wild style, and you're in this world, and you go into this town, and you're kind of trying to figure out what's going on, and you discover some of their troubles as you're going along, and kind of get wrapped up in it, and essentially end up on a quest to like save the world a little bit.
Whoa, that escalated very quickly, huh?
Yeah, it did. It's just really interesting in how like the physics work. It's not like a physics game necessarily, but your character definitely moves weird because he kind of he kind of flops around a little bit, and you can use that to your advantage with certain puzzles and stuff. It was really good. I enjoyed it. Number 62 was Just Ignore Them, a random game I think I got for free on Steam somehow. It was not good. It started off very intriguing. I think overall this is the worst game I technically played this year. Like, just from a technical standpoint, it just had issues with the programming of the puzzles where like you could see an item, you could hover over it and see that you could pick it up, but the game would not respond at all when you would do that if it didn't want you to pick it up yet.
Sounds great.
And so that's even worse than like the design of, say, like something like the Boogeyman, where you can't like see an item yet, but later on it'll be there or some shit.
Gotcha.
It's like, I can see the item here. I can see that I can pick it up because it lets me hit the pickup thing, and then it just does nothing. And it was really confusing. I was like, what is going on? I was like, why am I not able to pick up this item? And then I advanced in the puzzle more, and I was like, do I pick up the item now? Yeah, okay, great, that's nice.
But you did beat it.
It was in like 3 separate sections, the game was, and it was like really, the story was really disjointed. It started off with me as like a little kid in my house, and I was looking for my mom, and like spooky stuff was going on. And then it transferred to me as an adult, and the spooks are following me, basically. Like, people around me are dying who come into contact with me. And I meet this woman, and she's kind of like helping me out. And then we're on an airplane, and like there's these little gremlin dudes killing everybody. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, this is really disjointed. These 3 sections of this game feel like they have not really a whole lot of correlation with each other. I don't know. It just... I didn't really know what they wanted to do, or what they wanted to put together, or how, like, the whole view of their story. I don't think they had written out, and they just kind of like made some stuff up at the end. It's not worth playing.
Just ignore them.
Yeah, exactly. And neither is the next game that I played, which is
a popular game.
Simulacra. Was fucking boring as shit. Oh my god. This game was so boring to play. There was like nothing that happened with the story. You just kind of like went back and forth talking to the two male characters who knew the girl who went missing. Because this is one of those found phone games. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like you find a phone and then you're trying to figure out what happened to the owner of the phone, and is also the spiritual successor to Sarah is Missing, which is a game I played this year but didn't add to my backlog. It was just, I definitely thought it was worse than Sarah is Missing. The story really didn't make a whole lot of sense. They made it into like some weird supernatural thing, which was really boring to me and like not very inspired. Like, it didn't take much thought to be like, we'll just make it some random supernatural thing that's trying to like take over using this person's phone and stuff. And I was like, this is dumb.
It just sounds lame.
They just like, because sometimes you have to sift through a lot of useless information. Well, this was worse because I had to like hear a lot of useless conversation back and forth between these two dudes who knew this girl, and I was like, you guys aren't helping literally at all. This adds nothing to the story. I just need to find the girl, and you both are fucking useless. Okay, like, I don't want to hear this anymore. Just go away. I'll just look through the phone on my own.
Right.
So, like, it was like, I want to say it was like at least 4 hours long, like maybe 6.
It's kind of a long time for just a game about nothing.
For a game about a phone. Did I not buy this on? Oh, maybe I bought this on GOG. I was trying this year to stop supporting Steam as much as I could and if I could buy a game on GOG, buying it on GOG. Even if they tend to be slightly more, usually during sales at like $1 or $2 more, because really I can afford that now. Like, it's fine.
Is it just so you don't have to deal with the DRM potential in the future?
Yeah, there's that, and just generally supporting somebody trying to do DRM free and stuff. And I want to say Steam takes a bigger cut of money as well from people.
I'm sure they do. When you're the biggest boy on the
yeah. I want to say they take quite a bit of a cut. So I decided to buy from GOG, and actually I've been buying games from itch now too, which is interesting. Oh, I was hoping I could find this. Why can I not just... Oh, I can't just search in my games. How long did I play this for? Oh, okay. 3 hours and 33 minutes. That was still way too long. This game could have been beaten in 2. Like,
gotcha.
It could have... But yeah.
Too long.
That was number 63, so that's where I left off for now.
All right, so the next game I beat was I hooked up my Dreamcast, and the Dreamcast hasn't been hooked up for a long time. I think the last thing I got some homebrew game called Weapon Lord or Gun Lord, something like that. Played it for a little bit, and that was a long time ago. Didn't even beat it. But so I finally hooked it back up. And you know what I'm surprised about with the Dreamcast? I hooked it up with composite cables, which is not ideal. But man, the Dreamcast still looks good. They had some anti-aliasing out the ass on those games, and it looks really good still. Like, it looks better than the PS2 does.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on HD TVs. I know just technically the PS2 is better, but like as far as the anti-aliasing and clean edges, it looks so much better, even with just composite cables. I would love to get a one of those HDMI converters for it, but one step at a time. So I played Toy Commander, which is one of those games that's like synonymous with the Dreamcast, I think.
Yep.
When people think about it. We played the Christmas demo a million times growing up. Never played the regular game. I actually had the regular game for a long time, many years, and it was still in its packaging for many years because I found it new, or maybe fake new. I don't know. It was in a packaging, so you never know. But I finally played it, and it was pretty good. It's just a game where you play as toys and you complete missions. Basically, it's like you could be an airplane, you need to go bomb this castle, or you could be a jeep and you need to go pick up these little civilians, which are always like toy tykes and stuff. And it was pretty good. At times it got actually kind of difficult, and there were bosses that were really awful, extremely bad. Some of them were really crazy hard to beat, but it was a good game. I think a lot of it is with its aesthetic, but it worked. Next, I bought a bunch of games on PSN. I told Michelle I had this feeling when the PS5 came out, which we're in October here. When the PS5 came out, they were going to start shuttering the PS3 store. It was just a feeling. Nothing had been said, but I was just like, you know what? it's gonna happen, and all the PS1 classics will be gone because none of them were on the PS4 and none of them were on the PS5 yet. And I'm sure they're not gonna add them. So I was like, let me buy a bunch of them. I bought a bunch of them, and the first one I wanted to start with was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, the PS1 version, and this is the last Resident Evil classic game, or I don't even want to say classic. It's the last Resident Evil mainline game I have to play at all. I've played them all. I've played RE1, RE2. I played Code Veronica, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 Remake earlier. So I wanted to play 3 Nemesis. Plus I knew I wanted to play 3 Remake eventually. So finally played 3 Nemesis, and very good game. It's a lot of people always say that this one's the one that got really action heavy, and that is true. There's a ton of zombies in a lot of places, and they respawn a lot. So sometimes you go into an alleyway and there's like 20 zombies or something.
Oh god.
Yeah. And it's just normal, and they deck you out with so much ammo and stuff. It's not even a big deal. You just blow them up or whatever. And it has this really cool thing where like the items are semi-randomized. So sometimes you'll walk to an area and there'll be a bunch of herbs, and sometimes they're in a different location. So it's always the same amount of items, but where you find them is different, which is cool because the first area is like an open city level, and you can kind of go in like 3 or 4 different directions. So sometimes you'll get really lucky with a lot of good stuff, and sometimes you'll get unlucky, or sometimes it'll be a mix, and it's really cool. And Nemesis, of course, is very cool. And
is he following you the whole time?
No, he's not. So
okay, thank God.
It's scripted when he'll pop up, except for a couple times. Sometimes he'll pop up, sometimes he won't. It kind of just depends on what you've done. But when he does follow you, he will follow you through doors, and he'll follow you everywhere with his rocket launcher. And he can kick your ass pretty hard. So the ideal situation for me was always to run away from him. I know you can beat him and get some items. I just ran from him every single time.
Yeah, I've only played the demo for Nemesis.
Yeah, and there is a choice system too. When Nemesis pops up every now and then, there'll be like do you want to do this or do you want to do this? And that changes the ending actually, or some of the items you'll get later on. And you know what? It was a great game. It's actually my number 5 best game for the year, right behind Guacamelee 2. So I did enjoy it quite a bit. And then after that, I beat a short little game called Desert Child. It was clearly trying to invoke Cowboy Bebop vibes. And it was a game focused way more on style than it was just being a functional game. Like there's this whole racing aspect to it where you race on hover bikes, and it's like not well designed, and you can sort of just boost at the last second and beat the opponent every time. But it's got some style, so I did like it. It wasn't a waste of time. And then I played Nights into Dreams, my second port of a Sega Saturn game this year. Panzer Dragoon was the first, and now I'm playing Nights into Dreams, the HD version. This game I did not know how to play at first, and kept losing over and over again, because you gotta get the C ranking, right?
Yeah.
And to get the ending or get the next level. And I just did not understand it, and I had to Google it, and they're like, oh yeah, when it says freestyle time, that's when you're supposed to do tricks and get bonus points. And I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense when you describe it, but at the time it made no sense.
Even when I went back, oh well, shit, I guess that's spoilers. I ended up playing this later in the year. Even when I went back through the levels, I still did not know this information. So I just kind of like tried to get as many of the little orbs throughout the level as I could to get my score up before I finished it, and like tried to do good on the bosses, because if you did bad on the boss of each like level, you were totally screwed. You were just gonna down your ranking
too.
Yeah,
especially because the first time you hit a boss, you're like, I don't know what to do, or sometimes you don't know how to fight the boss, and you just fail right then. You have to redo the level.
Yep.
But I did go through the whole game with the boy and the girl, and I did get the secret ending, and got Christmas nights, which was cool. It was just cool to play through it all. And that put me at 70.
And then I picked up, and I definitely been playing the one of these games for a while, because it took a while to complete. But I played the Convenience Store, which is, once again, another game by the same people who made The Missing Children and Inanuki Tunnel. This one was actually pretty good. Definitely, I think, my favorite out of what I've played from them. Like, you're just a convenience store worker. You kind of walk through town, and it's very eerie. into your very brightly lit convenience store that's like in the middle of nowhere. And your first day of work is kind of just like whatever. It's a little creepy, and like more things each day start happening. Like I think it's your manager ends up getting killed. You like find his body in a shed out back. Like you see creepy stuff on the cameras of the store, and there's like a one task that you're supposed to be doing each day in the game. Like one of them might be to put out XYZ amount of products, or to get rid of rats behind the store. You know, it's very eerie because like you also have to keep up with the front, and you'll hear the bell go off, or the noise for when the doors open that somebody's entered the store, and you always want to keep up with going over there. And sometimes it's just another task you have to do, and sometimes it's like a creepy old lady who just kind of decides they're going to stand around or disappear after a little bit, and you're like, where did they go? It was pretty cool. It had an interesting little story. Like you end up using the cameras to solve a puzzle because you see the ghost on the cameras doing something. You have to imitate what they're doing to figure out what's going on. Really cool game. Their best stuff. And probably while I was playing that and playing some other games, I was playing Tulip, because when John told me about buying those games off PSN, I was like, I want to buy some games off PSN, you know, as I'm never going to get these games cheaper than what they're, sold for on PSN anymore. Tulip is
funny
a
because
very
I own Tulip, a physical PS2,
and it is a very expensive game.
I guess I should hold on to it, huh? I think it's
like
complete in box too.
Are you? Let me see. How much is this game now?
I would love to. I mean, I would never sell a game, but
that's hence why he has so many. Everybody.
Well,
I want to say it's a couple $100. Let me. Yeah, it's like $150.
Because you know what it is, the realization
to $500 apparently, because there's very wildly different prices happening here.
The realization hit me a while back that while a game may be worth $100, $200, which is a lot of money for a video game, right? Mm-hmm. The amount of money you make in like 1 week of working just completely overshadows the value of me selling the game. So I'm like, why would I sell the game?
Yeah, I'd have to really not want a game. I'd have to hate it, and it'd have to be worth a lot of money for me to just sell it.
Right. And part of me just always wants to put a game in the hands of someone who really cares about it. So
yeah,
there's that aspect too. I just don't want to sell it to some stupid ass reseller or something.
Yeah. Because there's always somebody who's going to enjoy a game, even if you think it's terrible. There's some fan out there of that game.
Sure. So you're playing Chula, speaking of terrible. I'm just kidding. You liked it, right?
I put it in my top 10 this year, actually. Ooh. I know. That's real rough. That's like, because I'm going to tell you right now, I asked him what he knew about, like, what he had played of Tulip, and he said he played it for a few hours and then didn't have any idea what to do and just kind of never came back to it.
Right.
Because you said you felt like it needed to be played with a guide, and that is definitely true.
Right. It's funny, the way you were describing it was like, oh man, this is just Moon all over again. You're playing Moon part 2.
I feel like once you understand the basics of how the game works, like, because it doesn't really tell you, once you understand how it works, it's actually not that bad at all. Because your goal in Tulip is to kiss basically as many people as you can to get your experience up before you try and kiss this girl you're after, because she doesn't like you right now. You don't have any kissing experience. You're just kind of a chump. And so you can go around doing quests for these residents that are above ground to try and get their kisses, but there's also underground residents, and they have little cracks on the ground for where they live, and they come out at certain times of the day. And they usually have, some of them you can just kiss if you kiss them at the right time when they're not grumpy. You can get their kiss. But some of them also have a whole quest that you have to do for them.
Can you imagine someone who's listening to this and has never played Tulip before, never even heard of it? They're like, what the hell is this?
It's weird too, dude, because some of these people you kiss, like in the hospital, the underground resident that's there is straight up like this guy in this BDSM outfit, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I remember him in the little gimp outfit, yeah.
It's so weird. I was like, oh my god. And some of the quests are definitely more obscure. Like a lot of them, once you realize how the underground residents work and that they come out at a certain time, like a lot of them you can just kiss as long as you wait for them to be happy. They'll be grumpy and then suddenly they'll have hearts above their head for a split second, and during that moment you have to kiss them really fast, or else they'll get grumpy again and they'll smack you.
And this is in the game. Definitely not something to be applied to real life. Keep that in mind.
Yes. And the main story is a little confusing to keep up with. Like the first part of it's not too hard to figure out. You kind of wander around and get it. I did, but then like the rest of it, there's a lot of work that goes into the next couple parts of the game in terms of the main story, like plot that drives it forward. And you're just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it sounded wild.
I probably played Tulip for at least 20 hours because it's not a short game. Even just beating it regularly without going for all the kisses is probably at least like 10 to 15 hours. And going for all the kisses, it may have been over 20 hours. I don't know. I don't have a way to judge the time I played. But I got so into this game and so obsessed with just wanting to experience all of these quests and these stories, because the above ground residents that are just walking around and doing their day-to-day routine, some of them have really cool stories and quest lines to go through. They really do, and that's what I really enjoyed about the game.
That was the same thing with Moon. Is like, yeah, maybe I could get to the end of the game right now, but like, there's all these people to talk to, and they have things that are interesting, and this is what the game is. It's meeting these people, right? That's what makes it interesting.
Yeah. And I definitely still had to use Guide a lot. Especially it's just easier to just look up what time residents are going to actually come out from underground and stuff, and just know where I need to be. And also knowing that one of the residents that you kiss, you can actually get basically running shoes from them that allow you to run. That's very important. You want to probably go after that guy as fast as you can. But really, especially knowing now and having done all of this now, I really feel like it's a game that I could really, really enjoy coming back to play years from now, because I'll generally know how the game works and I'll remember a lot of the residents and what I had to do for them and stuff. I don't know. It just strikes me as a game that I would really love to come back to at some point.
I think maybe it'd be one of those games that if you played as a kid and you just spent forever playing it and figured it out just naturally, like, it'd be a totally different thing because you would just know everything. You would be like, oh yeah, I figured it all out.
Mm-hmm. And I was pretty pleased with myself because I did figure out like the first part of the game, the first like third of the quest or first quarter of it, the main quest and everything, and what I was supposed to do. And I kissed, several people without having to look up what to do. Like I figured out that people came out at certain times and everything. But after that, I was just like, this is a little too much work to keep up with, like who comes out at what times and like what I need to do for these people, because some of the quests they're pretty long.
Right.
But definitely worth playing, and I still think you should go back and play it. Just play it with a guide, so you can really enjoy yourself.
I own it, so I got to eventually. So at this point, I had actually started the channel. I started the channel that you're watching this video on, and I had actually started playing this game a while ago because I knew I was going to do the challenge, and I had already started recording it. I try to record the games a little bit, or start playing the games a little bit earlier before I announce the challenge, so that way I have footage for the challenge video. So I started playing Rise of the Tomb Raider, which is something that I wanted to play for a long time because the original reboot is like one of my favorite games of that generation. So I played Rise of the Tomb Raider, and it is good. It's really good. I don't think I like it as much as the first one. It's just really just more of the same, and I have a whole video talking about it, but it was important because it is the first game in the challenges for the channel that I beat. It was beat a oh man, what was even the challenge, Michelle? Beat a
game from the past generation.
Right, beat a game from the past generation, the PS4, Xbox One generation.
Yeah, or the previous generation, rather.
Right, well, previous now, right? So,
yeah.
And so that was cool. It was like just a little kickoff to a generation. So I slowed down a bit here because I spent time making those videos. And one, it was like a 20-hour game, so... And I did get stuck like, oh, I'm going to go get the survival cache. And it's like, well, the survival cache was a waste of time. I'm sure I'm glad I got it. So I got stuck on doing that in the video for a while, and I was also playing something else in the background that was ruining my life. But you beat some games before I finished that one.
Yeah, I beat Flipping Death, which is a game made by the same people who made a game called Stick It to the Man, which I played
I
last year,
have heard of
and
that one.
it's because I owned it, and I loved it last year. I don't know why. It's not a hard game, but it was like stylistically really cool, and I thought the whole concept of what they did was cool. And Flipping Death looks exactly the same in terms of visuals. Like they took that exact same art style, and they're like, "We're gonna make another game with this," and I didn't really have any problem with that. Flipping Death was a good game. It wasn't quite as fun to play through as Stick It to the Man. Some of the puzzles were just a little too much going back and forth for me. And you also had this little thing you could do with your scythe, because you're basically taking the place of death temporarily. Like you could like swing around with your scythe, and sometimes it was a little bit willy-nilly and unpredictable occasionally. But it was a pretty good game. I really enjoyed it. And I also beat a game that I had really probably been playing for quite a while now, and that was Woopo. I bought Woopo on sale on GOG for like $1.50. Like it happened to come up in a recommended thing, and I was like, "What's this?" I was like, "For $1.50, I'll go for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not?" And it ended up being really good. Actually, it's very much like a kind of a puzzle platformer, where you're just playing as like a little round dude, little round blob dude.
There's some like Metroidvania-ish elements to it, yeah?
There's some. They don't really have you going back through areas a lot, though. It's not like you get a power-up and you go back through an area. There is still definitely a kind of linear way to progress through the game. It's not just like the world is open to you, but there's definitely a way that you go through it and that it guides you through it, basically. It's definitely got a very unique art style to it as well. It reminds me maybe very slightly of something like Paper Mario or Yoshi's Story, just a little bit.
I see those vibes with the thick lines and the crayon-ish drawing.
Yeah.
So that puts you at 67. And I'm at 71. We're getting up there. This is November.
It's also worth mentioning at this point, at 67 games, I have surpassed my top amount of games previously beaten in a year.
Right, and I'm sure I have as well. I don't have a list of all the times like you do, but I'm sure I have, because 60 seems about like the top.
I know that you've also, John has won every single year before this, so I know you've beaten.
You say that, I don't even remember, so I'll take your word for it. So at this point, actually, for months, basically since I finished Final Fantasy IV, I was thinking about what's the next handheld game I'm going to play. And I started Final Fantasy IV The After Years. Well, actually, before this, I played Interlude, which I didn't count because it was this weird mid-quel, felt like tacked on DLC thing. I was like, you know what? I mean, it lasted like 3 hours, but I was like, you know what? It just doesn't count. It just felt like it didn't count, so I didn't count it. Played Final Fantasy IV The After Years, which, funnily enough, I'm pretty sure was longer than the base game by a considerable amount. And it's this weird thing because I'm pretty sure it was a WiiWare game, and it launched in chapters. Chapter 1 through 9, you play as different characters, and you sort of get reintroduced to the cast, plus these new characters that are going to be with you that have almost no personality. And those whole first 9 chapters are just like teasing what's happening. So you get, there's this main bad guy girl. Okay. And every single chapter is like, there's this main bad guy girl. Something's going on with Cecil, the main character. Something weird's going on with him. And that's what the whole first 9 chapters are. And that each chapter is like an hour, maybe 2 hours long. And then chapter 10 happens. And in chapter 10, you go to the final dungeon, which is humongous. I'm talking like 50 floors of dungeon. It is so huge. And every single floor has multiple bosses on it. Like, it feels like a post-game dungeon, but it's not post-game. It's the main game. And some of those bosses were so hard. And what's weird is because it was released in chapters on the WiiWare store, they were designed so that way while you were waiting for the next chapter, you could grind in the previous chapters and do all this weird post-game stuff within each of the chapters, right? I didn't do that. Why would I? I just want to continue the story because I'm not going to grind for no reason. I can do that later if I really care about it. I should have cared about it. Because
God.
By the time I get to the final chapter, I have a character who you get in the previous chapter, in chapter 9, and he's like level 35, level 40. Everyone else, except for like 1 or 2 people, is level 20. And the game really wanted everyone to be level 35. And so I had to grind for, I want to say, 5 to 10 hours in the same area over and over again, running away from monsters that were wasting my time or taking too long, and just beating the things I could beat in like 1 or 2 hits.
Nah, I'd drop it. I would have dropped that a long ass time ago.
But you know what? I'm with you, but it was the last chapter, and I didn't really know how long it was, but I was like, I'm right here. I have to finish it. And I grinded my ass off and finally got to a point where I could beat a bunch of the bosses, a couple floors, and I got stuck a couple places, had to grind a little bit more, and finally got through it all. One night I just sat down and really like started going for it and realized like, oh wow, I'm just gonna finish this game. And you know what, by the end of it all, despite the grinding, I actually really kind of liked it because there was something about beating those really hard bosses towards the end that made it worth it. But man, I hear there's a version of it, I think the DS version fixes it, and they remove basically the grinding from it. But that grinding almost ruined it for me, and I almost quit forever.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, it's nearly ruined games for me before. That kind of happened to me with, like, I think Phantasy Star 2. I had to grind for about 10 hours right before the final boss because they, like, really wanted you to have this specific spell. What is it? What's the one that takes off like a quarter of their health or something every time? Like Demi,
yeah.
One of those. They really wanted you to have that spell, like really, like it was borderline impossible to beat that last boss without that spell. And I was like, this is some bullshit.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 4 was just like, or the after years was just like, this enemy, not even bosses, these enemies, they're going to kill all your characters in one hit, and they're going to move faster than you. So it's like, I just wasn't prepared. I had one character who was up to task, and I needed him to, like, he had a taunt ability, basically, that would make all the enemies attack him. You had to taunt and just keep healing him and keep him alive while everyone else, like, tried to level
Did all
up.
the damage, yeah.
Oh, man, it was such a pain. But, like, once I got in the groove and once I got my characters properly set up, it was so good. Or not so good, but, 3 stars. Better than what I thought beforehand. But that game took me a long time to beat. That put me at 72.
Well, I was over here still playing some longer games. Gurumin 3D wasn't that long, but I played Gurumin 3D, a monstrous adventure, which I originally thought this was a PSP game. It's actually not. Apparently it was originally a PC game, which is really weird because it's like a action adventure, like RPG. Actually, it's really not even an RPG. That's a lie.
Correct me if
action
I'm wrong.
Adventure game with some slight RPG elements.
It's a Falcom game, right?
I have no idea who made it.
I believe it's Falcom, who's this weird Japanese developer who made all these RPGs like Trails in the Sky and stuff. And they
that would explain why it's on GOG. Okay.
And weirdly enough, they're primarily were a PC developer, so all their games are on PC except for no, they're all on PC, and some of them were never translated. That's why there's a big debacle with all their games. So I think that's why it's a PC game.
Well, I'd wanted to play this game for a long time. Like when I knew it was on PSP, I'd wanted to play it, but I got rid of my PSP many years ago, my original one. There just was nothing to play on that console for me. So
little did you know, you didn't even need it.
Yeah. And I was gonna get this game eventually on PC because it's only like I don't know, $10 on GOG, I think. But I happened to be on the 3DS watching sales because I was trying to see if the Ace Attorney games, the digital only releases, were gonna go on sale. And I saw this for $1.50, and I was like, "Oh heck yeah!" And I bought it, and I mean, I'm glad I only paid $1.50 for it. I mean, it wasn't bad. It just kind of didn't really leave an impression on me.
Just happened, huh? Just happened.
Yeah, like it was all right, and like I think I mentioned after I beat it in my little comments section that if I were a kid and I were playing this on my DS, I probably would have just thought it was like the best shit ever. But as an adult playing it on my my 3DS and like going in with these expectations that I had, I was like slightly let down. It just sort of felt very 3 stars, middle of the road, like not as good as I like. It was kind of cute looking, but there was really like nothing to the story, and there was definitely effort put into the level design because there were a lot of little puzzles and things and items you could use to help you throughout certain parts of levels. Like there was a gas mask that you could wear because in one level these plants would like put out this poison gas and that would keep you protected from getting like any type of additional damage. And some levels had like ice water that you couldn't get into, and like there would be other accessories that would help you avoid getting hurt by that and certain things like that.
Is it just me,
but it just like,
or is it more disappointing when it's like a Japanese RPG style game? Because it feels like a random AAA Western game that you gave it 3 stars, you'd be like, yeah, what did I expect? But when it's like this style of like Japanese weirdo game and it's like kind of just okay, you're like, oh man, like because you're always hyped to play them.
I've seen it for a long time, and it looked pretty cool. It's just there was like nowhere to really go. Like the town consisted of like 3 buildings, and I was just like, okay. Like I spent 7 hours on this and I didn't hate it, but I'm probably never going to play this again.
Sure.
Like it's all right. I'm glad I got to see what it was all about. And over the course of I think a couple days, so while I was still playing Gurumin, I borrowed the Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening remake from Ferris's brother because I've been wanting to play it, and also because I thought Link's Awakening on the Game Boy Color was kind of ass, so I wanted to see if it was any better. Spoilers, it's definitely better because, you have a lot more buttons to work with.
Sure.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, the Zelda games on the Game Boy Color, I don't care what anybody says, they're the worst Zelda games. They're rough.
People love
there's just not enough buttons on the controller. It's like... And Link's Awakening, the dungeon design was not made in favor of not having a lot of buttons. It was like every single screen, like not even an exaggeration at all, every single screen of the game, you would have to go into your menu and change your fucking items around. Every single one. And it was just such a slog to play through, which was kind of and the overworld was kind of designed a little weird as well compared to other Zelda games. So I really didn't enjoy it on the game. Yeah, it basically eliminated that issue. Like certain items are just equipped all the time, like the whatever item it is that allows you to like pick things up that are heavy. It's just equipped to you all the time after you get it, and that makes everything so much better. Just like certain items always being equipped, and also having more buttons to equip things to, and not having to load like every single screen because it's all just like seamless now. You don't really go quite. Well, you still have the screen by screen mechanic, but it's not like I feel like it's loading as it's going into the next screen. There's not that transition moment. It's definitely a lot better. I still think it's kind of one of the weaker Zelda games. It's just designed kind of weird.
Right. I remember when you beat this game, like you didn't even update the progress, so it just came out of nowhere that it was beaten, and it was a semi-long game.
Yeah, I burned through it in 2 days.
I was like, I can't believe this, sneaking me out of nowhere.
And I was like, even though this is borrowed, I was like, he had his Stadia games. I'll add this game.
Yeah, it counts. You beat a game. You beat a game.
Beat a long ass game too. It's like at least 12 hours probably. So
right,
but much more enjoyable. The Game Boy Color game. Don't play the Game Boy Color game. The only real problem, like one of the real problems with Link's Awakening, this is a very common problem with every single game on the Switch, is that the frame rate was fucking terrible in the overworld at points. And, the person who I borrowed it from, he's like, I didn't really notice or anything. And I was like, you would have to be blind not to notice this. This frame rate's dropping into single digits at points on the overworld. This is a problem.
It's a feature. It's just slow motion.
This is a AAA $60 game. I'm sorry, actually, I think it came out for $40, didn't it?
No,
This is
I don't think
this
so.
is a AAA Nintendo game. Don't give me this crap. Like, just
Yeah.
get your life together, Jesus.
I get
Nintendo.
really if Nintendo can't make it 60 frames per second, no one can. Because when like they put like The Witcher on it, you're like, oh, okay, you know, they don't know what the hell they're doing. But Nintendo, you made the console. Come on, guys.
But you're supposed to make your games around the limitations of your console, not like the
Right.
other way around.
And this is
Not just like hope that your console's going to keep up.
And this is a top-down ass 2D or not, you know, it's 3D, but it's top-down Zelda game. It's not Mario Odyssey. Calm down, you know.
Yeah.
Anywho,
I can only imagine how bad that game runs.
while you know, Mario Odyssey is 60 frames always, so that doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
But anyway, along the way, I went back and booted up one of these PS2 games I bought from PSN, Fatal Frame. I started with the first one. I own all of them, but I decided, obviously, I'll start with the first one, even though everyone seems to like the second one the most. And you know what? Fatal Frame's really good. Fatal Frame is really good. The story is very hard to follow. Voice acting is very bad, and the audio mixing is terrible, which sometimes I wonder, is the audio mixing really terrible, or is it just because televisions in general have changed how they produce audio? Because I notice every older game I have trouble with the audio mixing, but I'm starting to think like maybe it wasn't always bad, but maybe it was. I don't know. But Fatal Frame was really good. It didn't quite crack my top 10 or my honorable mentions, but like I just barely budgeted out the honorable mentions because of the story being a little bit messy to follow. Like I had to look it up afterwards. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that did happen, because there was so much fucking text about nothing that I cared about. I was like, oh my. You know what's so cool? So I played Fatal Frame, right? And when I watch Nitro Rad on YouTube, he's reviewed Fatal Frame in the past.
Yeah.
But if he's talking about a game that I want to play one day, I skip the spoilers because I want to play for myself. After I finish Fatal Frame, I get to go back and watch the spoiler section for these videos. So like that's one of my favorite things about beating these old games. I get to go back and watch the spoiler section. Same thing with like speedruns. I get to go back and watch speedruns. Even if I've seen them before, it's like a new perspective because I'm like, oh yeah, this part that took me forever. So Fatal Frame was pretty dang cool and comes recommended.
Which is funny. It comes recommended from him, but not so much for me. I've played through a good chunk of the first game, and it just seems really like kind of gray and boring and not actually that scary. So I kind of just got bored with it.
It actually weirdly did scare me quite a few times, more so than a lot of horror games. So it kind of was pretty good at that stuff.
And so I also only saw a small part of the game, so
yeah. And the combat is some of the best in any survival horror game. Just the idea of, you know, charging your shots and you have to wait for the enemies to get right up in your face if you want the best damage. Although really one thing I learned is it's actually just safer just to take pictures of them from a distance a lot of times. You have plenty of film, but I didn't know that at the time. You know, just like any survival horror game, you don't know you have 100,000 things of ammo.
yeah.
And your dumbass will save it every time, and then you get to the final boss and you're like, whoops. But yeah, that's 73 for me. We are close.
Yeah. While you were getting your spooks from Fatal Frame, I was getting my spooks from how do you pronounce the name of this game?
Medieval.
Okay, me too. I was like, is it medieval or is it literally just medieval? Is that how it's actually meant to be pronounced? Because I kind of feel like it is.
It's just me and you here. We can call it medieval. No one's going to tell us otherwise.
10,000 people in the comments, you pronounced it wrong.
Well, 10,000 people in the comments would be sick at hour 6 of the video.
I gotta give an honorable mention to Medieval because it is actually really good. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, real quick, you're playing the original one, right? Not even
yes,
the
original one. Now that you say that, though, I did ask my friend for the remake for Christmas, and I have played it some.
Ooh.
I liked Medieval that much that I immediately wanted the remake after I finished it.
Okay, what little bit you've played of the remake, is it like, should you just get the remake?
I don't know, actually.
Ooh, so
we're
going to have to give it more time. Give it more time.
I've actually, and the funny thing is I played through a decent part of the remake already because, you know, Medieval isn't super long necessarily. It's maybe like 6 to 8 hours, depending on how well you do. Some of the later levels are pretty hard and take a number of attempts, but one thing, I thought the remake was going to be super, super faithful to the original, and I think it is still. I did notice one thing. There's a level called Scarecrow Fields, where there's these scarecrows that they spin around, and they're really hard to kill, and you kind of should just stay away from them unless you're going for the chalice in the level, which basically you have to kill a certain number of enemies to be able to access the chalice, which is an item that will grant you access to the Hall of Heroes and gain you additional items that will help you throughout the levels. Like, very good, important, like, you should get these chalices or else the game's going to be really hard for you kind of items. And in the remake, those scarecrows that spin around and follow you spin around really, really fast and can trap you in a corner and kill you within like 10 seconds. So there might be some balancing issues in a couple parts of the game.
Doesn't seem like the type of game they were going to patch either, so
it's only in that one part so far, and I was just like, oh my god, I was like, this is a lot harder than the original game, at least that one level. But it's just, if you're looking for a good game to play around like Halloween, Medieval has got you. It's like, so many levels are like straight up like, this is Halloween. The literal title screen with the skeleton that like laughs at you as you pick continue or new game alone just screams Halloween in your face.
Yeah.
And then they've got like levels like, yeah, like levels like the graveyard and Scarecrow Fields. There's several levels that just are like filled with like pumpkins and pumpkin patch stuff, and just like all of it's spooky themed. There's a maze, like a hedge maze level. And some of them are pretty easy. The game definitely gets harder as it goes along in certain aspects, especially if you're going for completion like I did. As once again, this was another one of those games I just got like obsessed with completing for some reason this year. I was going to get every single chalice in the game before I beat it, and I did.
Well, Michelle, you want to know what game I got obsessed with completing?
Which one?
Dayland. The next game I beat. Now, I don't know why. Because Dayland's not a good game. Dayland's not a good game at all. It's based on the Little Prince story, which is a movie. That's what I know it from, the Little Prince movie, which is one of the best animated films I've ever seen. And this is like, oh, you're on a planet and you're farming and you're got some adventure stuff to do, yada, yada, yada. What an awful game. And it's awful because you're on this planet and random people show up and they give you quests sometimes whenever they feel like it. And the rest of the time you're sort of farming and prepping for what you think they might want or what they might need. And sometimes they take you to other places and you go do quote unquote quests and kill some monsters or whatever. One, super feels unfinished, but two, like, it's just badly designed because sometimes you're just waiting. Like the last couple hours I was just standing there waiting for these quest givers to show up and actually hand me the quest. And sometimes you'll wait for them and they'll give you a quest and they're like, wait for this guy to show up and talk to him. It's like, oh my god. And you talk to him, it's like, wait for these monsters to show up. And the monster spawns are random. And then they only happen like once every 20 minutes. The monsters will spawn. And if they weren't the monsters you were looking for drops for, good, oh, too bad. Wait for more. And oh man, so there were just times I was just waiting and waiting and waiting. But I got so far, and then like I only had like 5 quests to 100% of the game, and I was like, man, shit, I just want to do it. I don't know why. I'm not enjoying myself. I hate everything I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna complete it, and I did. I 100% completed it, and I left a bad review on Steam. I said, don't buy this game. I spent 14 hours playing it, and none of it was worth doing. It's like, it's got some things, but man, if it was like, if someone made this game but made it good, then sure, it would have been good. But they made it bad. So, and that was 74 for me.
At this point, I'm starting to realize that I have a chance to catch up, because I'm not that far behind now. I'm only 4 games behind. I'm not like 10 games behind anymore.
I'm actually going to label this. This is the very end of November. It's actually November 25th, right?
Oh my god.
And which means there's 30 days to finish up. I know Michelle probably has the same thought process as I do. 1, we're close. 2, there's no reason to start anything big because Christmas is coming. And you're going to get new games for Christmas, and there's no reason to get caught up in some crazy ass RPG, and then you'll get Christmas games, you'll never finish the RPG. So this is the don't give a shit phase.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We definitely started going to that. I will say I did play some games that were longer still during this time. Ironically, I don't know how I ended up playing several games that were still like 15 hours, but I did. But for now, I'm still playing short games. I played Pajama Sam 2 because that came in that pack on GOG, which is Thunder and Lightning Aren't So Frightening. It's a little bit better than the first game, actually, which is, in a way, it's like a little bit disappointing because like I thought the subject matter of like getting over your fear of the dark in the first game would be cooler, but it just wasn't quite. The
Right.
puzzles in the second game were a little bit better. There was just a little bit less backtracking, so I liked it better. And then, funnily enough, after I was like, I'm not gonna buy the other chapters of the Journey Down unless they're on sale. The Journey Down Chapter 2 was on sale for like $2.50, and I was like, you know what? Sure, I'll get it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab it. And I did, and I went through the game, and the story was definitely being built upon a lot more. Fortunately, you could really tell they were getting rushed already because half the artwork in the game just kind of looks unfinished. Not super unfinished, just definitely lacks polish. Like some parts of the game have like 3D rendering to them and effects, like pre-rendered effects.
Right.
And some parts are definitely just literally digitally drawn and not like super polished. Like it could be a style, but it just doesn't match with the rest of the game.
Gotcha.
But
It's
I was
like
kind of just
a mess of art styles.
a little bit, but it wasn't super bad. At this point, I think towards the end of the game, though, it definitely got bad. Like there was a point where I was like, "This is not acceptable anymore." Like towards the very end of the game, when you finally are, because you're going to the Underland, is where you're trying to get to, with this book that your grandpa gave you or whatever. And I have to get some water. And at the very end island, it doesn't look like slightly unfinished. It just looks like somebody had like 20 minutes and they just like scribbling as fast as they could to get something down.
Oh, that's disappointing.
It looked bad, and I was like, I'm still going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I like what you're doing here. So, it's just still a good game. I'll roll with it right now.
So at this point, I've actually become acutely aware that you are catching up and you are going to catch up. And not just that, I became aware of a problem. At the beginning of the podcast, I discussed the Pokemon Sword problem where I wanted to add it, but I just couldn't because I wanted to start on the same day as everyone else because I was working and the Christmas was all at different times. And then I remembered, oh yeah, this year on Christmas I will be working again and the day before. So that, and I also celebrate my Christmas on the 18th. So I'm going to get my new, much longer games earlier. So I'll want to play them. And also Michelle will have 2 days of just free games to beat. And I know you're off work. And I was like, oh no. One, I should have took you up on that offer to start my, then at least I would have had Pokemon Sword, right? If I started early.
Yep.
Not that it would have mattered, but, and then I'm like, man, I'm going to lose because unless you just give up. And that was my hope. I was like, maybe she'll give up. So I have to really push hard to make her give up. So at this point, this is what I like to label the period where I just stopped caring. I very aggressively wanted to discourage you from continuing what you were doing. First game I beat, number 75, Little Misfortune. Now, while I did just say that, this game actually my wife picked out and just happened to only be like an hour and a half. It's made by the
really? Oh god, that's really short for how much it costs.
It's made by the people who made Frambo, and maybe it was longer than that. Maybe it was like 3 hours, but it's actually a really good game. It's way less point and clicky than Frambo. It's more just like make a choice,
I've wanted it for like since it came out, but the most it goes on sale for is $16, and I'm just like, you're just really expensive for what you are here. I mean, I'll go for you at like 12, but
right. I didn't buy it. I'm not sure where it came from, but
I don't buy games; they just show up.
Well, if it's a Steam game, then I'm sure it came in humble at some point. In fact, I know it did. It came like 2 months ago in Humble, which is why it was up at the top of my Steam list because I have it sorted by recently played. Yeah, it was a good game. And definitely it tied into Frambo, which was really cool. I didn't know that was going to happen. Then the next game, literally, I played for no other reason than I knew it was like an hour long, which is not even accurate. It was even shorter than that. It's Paratopic. First-person weirdo horror game. Didn't make any sense to me while I was playing and was all about vibes. It did have vibes. So, I mean, that's cool. But I don't know. Not really worth playing in my opinion. But it was specifically done with the purpose of discouraging you. Then I played this game called The Red Strings Club. I think it's a Devolver game. And it's mostly visual novel type stuff. I mean, it's mostly characters talking, you listening. I mean, there's some puzzle aspects to it, which is like there's this whole mixing alcohol puzzle game. That's what it's built around. And then there's some just figuring things out puzzle stuff. But it was about 4 hours long. It had a weird story, very weird story, but it was good game. So I'm at 77, and I think, okay, I'm at 77. She's at 72. This hopefully puts a damper on her thoughts.
And I was just like, oh, here we go, bitch. The second I saw Paratopic on there, I was like, oh, I knew that game was short. And I was like, you know what? You can play this game. So first I played Journey of a Roach, which I think I was already playing. I had tried previously to play this game and couldn't remember why I didn't beat it. And then very quickly remembered why I didn't beat it. It gives me horrible motion sickness. And really regret going through this game again, because I think I went through the majority of it last time and just tapped out at the end because I just couldn't make it through without feeling like I was going to throw up. And this time I did make it through, and I had to go like lay down on the couch and chill for like a good couple of hours afterwards. Geez. It made me so nauseous. But then I saw him beat Paratopic, and I was like, I'm going to go buy Paratopic, and I'm going to play it. Yeah. Had a very similar experience. It's kind of confusing. Like, you're playing as 3 characters, and apparently, neither of us realized that at all.
Not at all.
I had to, like, look it up. It was all right. I mean, I only paid, like, $1 and something for it. It was on sale, so.
Michelle, I swear, as soon as you beat Paratopic and I saw it, you know the SpongeBob caveman meme where he's like, woo! That was my thought. I was like, oh no, she knew.
You made it worse.
Now I've just angered her. But I tried to keep on. I played A Case of Distrust, which is just super visual novel. Just reading through, and there's like this whole mystery aspect of it. I actually didn't enjoy it very much. It's like there's a bunch of things to talk to people about, but a lot of them are like, I don't have anything to talk about on that. It's like, okay, well, stop giving me the option to waste my time. So yeah, I actually ended up just looking up like what are the right things to say to the right people. I knew who that person who was because like any mystery, one of the first 2 people you meet, one of them is the bad guy. That's just how mysteries work every single time. So. And that's basically what A Case of Distrust was. And it had a decent art style, but that was the end of it. And I was like, okay, now I'm concerned. I'm at 78. She's at 74. But she got the idea that she got the hint that what I was doing.
Yep, immediately. I knew the game we were playing. What's funny is I was at the same time playing a little bit longer of a game. I was playing Slime Rancher, and that actually took me about 17 hours to beat because I was just into it at the time. I was really just enjoying the kind of casual exploration and collecting some slimes and like doing some side stuff that I didn't need to be doing and didn't realize I didn't need to be doing.
It's a really good game.
It's definitely a fun game to just come out back to and chill with. Like you don't have to, like you can put it down for a substantial period of time and then come back to it still.
Weirdly enough, from a beating perspective, I'm pretty sure all you have to do is read the letters that come in the mail, which come in as you progress. But
I believe you also have to make it through, make it to certain little holographic things that your grandpa left, the little
right, that
hollow note things.
But that's all there is to it.
Really, for the main story, yeah, it's just kind of like, welcome to the Slime Rancher life, and you just kind of get caught up doing all this other crap.
You know what my favorite thing in that game was when you finally built the thing that can automate your farm, and you could tell him to like, hey, go pick up the plorts.
So fun fact, I made one of those before I finished.
I only made one as well, but man, that was to me the best thing I made. I was like, I love this thing because it's not hard to pick up the plorts, but just having someone do it for you or water your plants.
Once you hit a certain point, you have a lot of plorts that you're making.
Right.
Like once you're not like stupid like I was, and realize you should probably be combining your slimes and not like being OCD and separating them all for some reason. The game gets like substantially easier to gain money in. Like you just mix some mosaic slimes with like basically everything, and you got tons of money coming in. It also can kind of help get some slimes under control. Like the quantum slimes are really hard to. I was an idiot, and I mixed those with the dervish slimes, the little Saturn-looking dudes, and wow, that was a massive mistake. They just all got out and like started making tornadoes everywhere, and I was like, oh my god, why did I do this? Why?
Very cool game though.
Yeah, sure. So I finished that up, really enjoyed it. I think I've only come back to it once since then when my friend was over, but after that I played a little random game that I bought on itch called Hallows Eve. It was on sale for 4 cents.
Wow, might as well, right?
And little did I know because I was going to pay with PayPal, the minimum you have to pay is like 60 cents. So like, I was like, fuck. Well, I'll just pay $1.04, whatever. This will be fine. So I went ahead and just bought it and played through it. It was all right. Wasn't great. Definitely feels Halloween-y, so that's cool. But like gameplay wise, it was just basic. It wasn't like this person's magnum opus over here. And after that, I decided to get real cheeky too, and I bought Nights into Dreams for like $1 on Steam, and played through it as well.
Right.
Because I wasn't about it. I was like, you know what? I can play games that you play. We'll go for it. Like, come on, let's go.
Another caveman SpongeBob moment. I was like, oh no, oh no.
This is when things really start to go downhill for you because I'm at 77, so I'm like right behind you now.
Right, and I actually had recorded this is actually kind of funny because it's a little deceptive. Gone Home. So I made the challenge video for Gone Home, and when I do my challenge video I talked earlier, I have to record a little bit of the game. So that way I can put it in the video. I mean, I could just take footage from other people, but it's not going to look as good, right? As maybe you've seen in this video. So Gone Home at this point, it says it got beat then. It was actually beat probably a week or two prior, but I just didn't post it until the challenge was up to not give anything away. Gone Home walking simulator, probably the most popular walking simulator next to like Dear Esther. And, it was a good one. Nothing groundbreaking, but it was a good game. And then I decided because at this point I was kind of like looking for very short games. That's what the whole challenge in December was about, short games. And it was actually kind of for this whole reason to beat you. And, but I did want to finish the Strange Man series. I kind of wanted to just get it over with. And those are short games, but they're like 4 or 5 hours sometimes. The Hanging Man, I played and did not like it. And
I thought it was still better than the Boogeyman, but I didn't care for it a whole lot either.
I agree it was better than the Boogeyman. One thing that was extra annoying is that you had voice acting just like the last game, but you could not turn it off. So that was extremely.
I really don't remember a whole lot about this game.
Yeah, that was extremely frustrating. Again, some of the voice actors were okay, but it just didn't mix right. So it was very annoying the whole time. And it has this weird thing of like there's rooms that you can go into that have no purpose, and I hate that in horror games, like survival horror games or puzzles.
Oh yeah.
If there's a room with no purpose, don't make it exist. Because in this game, it was just for the purpose of making it harder to figure out what to do. And then you just have all these rooms for nothing in it. And but I was happy to be done with the Strange Man series. Overall, I would give it I wouldn't buy them if I were you.
Play them for free if you're going to play them. Go to VG Person and go get them.
Yeah. So that was number 80 for me. That was actually my goal for the whole year. I wanted to hit 80 games, and I was like, oof.
I really, we really pushed each other past that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
So, here's where we really stop fucking around, and here's where John's downhill descent really starts.
Yes.
I was at work, and I was, like, looking for some short games, because I've hit a point where I'm like, I'm gonna win. Like, I was done playing games, so I was like, I'm gonna win.
And this is funny, because this is after the point where I know how my Christmas is going, so I'm like, she's gonna win. I'm thinking the same thing you are. You're like, I'm gonna win. I'm like, she's gonna win.
I was at work, and actually, this is terrible. I had hit a point, where, like, I knew I didn't have any tickets or any actual work coming in. And I was just like, I was so obsessed with wanting to win at this point that I was just playing games at work on a laptop that I thought would be okay if somebody walked in and saw me. They might be like, what are you doing? But not like, you're playing video games at work. Because the thing is, they can't really get mad at me if I don't have any work to do, like, either. So as long as it's like relatively child friendly or looks somewhat professional, like I said, I work on RPG Maker stuff at work, and nobody bats an eye at it because it just looks like I'm doing computer stuff.
Right.
So I played Emily is Away, which is like a chat based game. Like, you're in a chat room and you're kind of learning about Emily's life a little bit, like your friend Emily's life, and kind of relationships that you built with her over the years as you like go to college and stuff. And I believe there's several people that Emily or you can end up with in the game, but I never ended up with Emily. As a matter of fact, I didn't end up with anybody either time, and Emily ended up with two random dudes.
Oh.
It was all right. It was kind of interesting. It kind of reminded me of the found phone concept a little bit.
That's what I was about to say. It sounds like the found phone games.
Except it didn't have a bunch of information for you to sift through. It was really just a back and forth narrative between you two. So it was a little bit boring in that regard, but I honestly have more faith in this type of game than the phone games by a mile. I feel like more could be done with this concept. Oddly enough, in terms of like a more visual novel type thing, more could be done with that concept. But after Emily is Away, The Journey Down Chapter 3 was on sale, and
these games you were never gonna play, or never.
I wasn't. It was on sale. It was not on sale for as cheap. I think it was like $7 or $8. However, if I bought it in a bundle, because I already own the first two games, I could get it for $6, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
But you'll take it.
Yeah, but I took it. I was like, so I got it for $6. I'm really happy they were able to finish the series that they started, and they definitely put a lot of work into adding cutscenes into the game and stuff, but there was definitely still a mishmash in quality. Like, the cutscenes all looked pretty good, but like there was a point, keep in mind, all the characters are in 3D, even though the backgrounds are either 2D or 2D with some pre-rendered effects or pre-rendered items in them. There was a point where a character was pulling me up from a cliff edge, and they pulled me up, and they were completely in 2D. They were completely just drawn, and it was really weird. And I was like, ooh. I was like, this is a really noticeably strange thing to happen.
Almost like it would be a placeholder or something.
Yes. It still looked like it was decently drawn, but at the same time, it was literally the only 2D character in the entire game. And I was like,
these games sound
you guys really ran out of time. Like, it's kind of a shame almost that they were able to put so much work into the cutscenes, and yet whoever was doing the rest of the art, like, it's like they just forgot about this one character or something. We're like, we got to just draw something in there. Just draw the character in. And that character is seen in a couple of other little scenes in the game too, and they're still in 2D, and I was just like, why? The story itself ended pretty well, and knowing how small the team was that worked on the game, like, I'm just like happy for them that they were able to finish something they set out to do, and like I really hope they keep making games, because it's obvious they were just running out of time, they were running out of money. I really think during the second game they were running out of money, because if you look at these games on Steam, like the amount of like reviews and stuff just goes down and down. Less and less people played them as they went along.
I guess that's the thing, right? Because
Yeah.
It could have just ended with the second game. They could have ran out of money and said, "Well, the story's not going to finish because we just don't have it."
But they obviously tried really hard on Chapter 3. Like I said, there were a lot of cutscenes that were done really well, but there's still like, I don't know who their 2D artist was, but they just half-assed it a little bit through. But still worth playing. I'd say if you can get all the chapters on sale, it's worth playing still. Mm-hmm. And it's nice to maybe support these people so they can actually make some more games, because they seem like pretty good people. Let's see. The next game I beat was Picross 3D, which I was good and was playing at least in my lunch breaks at work. And I'd already played probably about 4 hours of this game, 4 to 5 hours. So I only had like maybe 2 or 3 hours left, and my lunch break's about 30 minutes. So I would actually just eat my lunch before I clocked out, and then clock out and play my game for 30 minutes, and then clock back in. Because I mean, I'm not going to get in trouble for eating on the clock. Like, nobody cares about that. Right. Also, nobody even knows what my lunch is, because like nobody pays any attention to me. I'm an auxiliary person. Nobody cares about me.
Sure.
I've been playing this for like a couple weeks, so I eventually just kind of burned through it, and it just happened to land in the middle of all these other games. It's just like a little bonus Jonas.
You telling me about it and a while back, and then I saw you beat. I was like, oh yeah, this too. Oh. And this is number 80. You have tied me.
Yep, I've tied you now, and we're about to surpass you. I bought Faith Chapter 2 on itch.io because I played the first chapter, and the second chapter I knew was going to be short as well and still good, and I'd been meaning to play it, so I was like, you know what, whatever, I'm going to buy it. And I spent a couple dollars on it, and it was like an hour and a half long. Got through that. If you played the first Faith game and liked it, Chapter 2 is just more of that. It's like that good old, almost like Atari looking game with really cool effects that happen during cutscenes. It looks amazing.
Yeah, they're really
and
cool.
It's pretty fun to play too. It's so weird because it's definitely not the type of game that I would go for in terms of looks. Like, I don't have any attachment to the Atari. We didn't grow up with that crap. That's way older than our time. But it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And then the sales were really hitting me at this point, and I was like, John, I don't give a fuck. If it is short and I can play it, I will do it. So I bought Sam & Max Hit the Road off of GOG, because once again, I've been meaning to play it for a long time, and why not? I've played the Telltale games, and they're fantastic. Come highly recommended. It was really nice to see where the series started. It definitely did change a little bit with the Telltale games, like especially Max as a character, because Max is the bunny. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember.
He became a little bit more of a cute, cynical bunny, whereas in the first game he's actually a little bit offensive. Which does not go over super well now. They recently actually remade the first, or remastered the first Telltale Sam & Max game, and apparently they removed a bunch of like politically incorrect things in the game, and people were super mad about that. And I was like, man, if they ever like remastered Hit the Road, people would be like pissed, because they'd have to cut out so much stuff. It definitely makes a lot of somewhat offensive, politically incorrect jokes about things. And
yeah, it's just a very different time, huh?
Yeah. They also just it's very much more of a traditional like point and click game from the time where like you don't know what the hell you're doing. I ended up using a guide for like 90% of this game, and I'm really glad I did, because it would have taken forever. After Sam & Max, I played another little itch game called Sagebrush, which is you play as a former cult member, and you're going back to the cult compound that you used to be a part of. And it's kind of a cool game, actually, because you start off and it's like towards the later afternoon. I wouldn't say quite sunset just yet. And as you're exploring, like, I think you just trigger certain things, and while you're inside buildings looking around, you'll come back out and you'll realize that it's gotten darker. And as you play, you go from, being, the middle of the day to sunset to completely dark outside, and you're having to like use a flashlight to see. And I thought the aspect was actually really cool. It seems like such a little thing, but the game was mostly a key hunt, going around to different areas and reading some notes and stuff, and solving maybe a few really minor puzzles. But they did do something interesting. You know, you learned about the story of this character and that they had survivor's guilt because, you know, everybody in the compound killed themselves and they did not. They ran instead, and got away from it. I don't know. It was a good story. It's kind of like all cults are sort of the same, though.
Right.
Like, don't all these people basically, like, they all, like, have sex with each other and they all, like, do weird shit and, like, commit mass suicide and stuff. Like, I just wasn't super surprised by anything in the game.
I thought, like, yeah, this is cult shit.
Yeah, it seems about right. It was a good game, though. I'd play it again. I mean, it was a couple hours long.
So, at this point, you passed me.
Yeah, I'm at 83 games now.
And this is when I'm like, I'm discouraged because I know my impending work schedule, and I also know that I'm actually running out of short games. And I don't, I'm sure I still have plenty, but like compared to what you got, I know it's nothing. So I had a choice. I was like, and I made a bad choice at first. I started doing what I call the eBay auction mistake, where you want something and it's like 7 days to go, and I just keep driving up the price like an idiot. That's what I did. I just kept playing games. I'm like, why am I playing so many games? I'm just making her play more games. But I should have done the hold out and try to just beat important games, and I don't know, but I didn't do that. So the next game I beat number 81 because I was like, I have to pass her again. I beat A Normal Lost Phone, which is one of these found phone games. This one's not good. It had a good story, whatever, I guess. No, you know what? It wasn't good. You've seen one found phone game. You've seen them all.
Yeah, pretty much. That was my opinion. That's what all this year. And I only played 2 of them.
Right. The next game I beat was MacDow's 95, which was a weird mixture of Macintosh and Windows PCs, and it was like just a puzzle game through and through. Nothing weird about it. It was just a pretty straight puzzle game. It was okay. It was good. Then I beat Fire Ung's Quest, which used to just be called Fire. I believe Daedalic makes this, and it's a point and click. And I spent money on this many, many years ago, where I was like, oh yeah, this looks awesome, and I really wanted to play it. Never played it. Finally played it. It was good. Nothing wrong. No real story because you're playing as cavemen, and they're just talking in their voices. So you don't get much from it, but it was enjoyable to a point, and it was really short as well. It was surprisingly like 2 hours long. And then I played Gris, which I'm sure people have seen. Gris is a very beautiful game. Just side-scrolling, jumping, very light platforming type puzzles. It's a very pretty game. Cool little metaphorical story going on in the background. I enjoyed it, and most importantly, this is game number 84, so I got back in the lead.
Only to lose the lead.
Immediately.
Yeah. I played a short game from the itch bundle called Wide Ocean Big Jacket that I'd heard good things about. It's kind of a weird game. It's like stylistically, it looks kind of cool. Like you really just kind of have to see pictures of it. Gameplay wise, it was really kind of boring. You sort of just walk around and press A and like interact with other people like in a very linear way, and sort of find out little bits and pieces of story about their life and stuff as they're on this camping trip. You're like on a camping trip with your family and your little like boyfriend or whatever. You're like 12 or 13 or some crap. And there just wasn't enough to the game. Like it kind of was just over by the time it started to get a little bit more interesting. And I was like, all right, that was a game that happened. After that, I played Weekend, which I only added to my backlog because I actually kind of got inspired by it, because it's a game made with GB Studio, which inspired me to also download GB Studio and start working on a game in it.
Does GB stand for Game Boy?
Yes, Game Boy Studio. It's pretty cool, and it's like an easy way to. It's kind of like RPG Maker, except with Game Boy game. Like you can literally play these games on an actual Game Boy, like on a flash
cool.
cart. Yeah, as long as you adhere to the parameters of only using the colors that the Game Boy had, and they on their website they will tell you those exact colors, so you can use them. Which is only like 4 colors, and it's really hard. It's actually really hard to design games with 4 colors.
I can imagine.
So, maybe eventually I'll actually, finish a game next year, and you can play it. But
we're
just not there yet. Yeah, we're just not quite there yet. It's basically a game about you got sent to your grandparents' house in the summer, and you weren't really told why. It was kind of sudden. And as it turns out, it was because your mother had cancer, and she actually passed away while you were at your grandparents' house. So, like, they didn't know what to do other than to send you away for a few days because they really thought that your mother was going to pass away. It was kind of a touching story, actually, and I think it was very personal to the person who made it. So, I liked it enough to add it to my backlog. And then I played another Lost Phone, Laura's Story, which...
Oh, wow. Phone game.
I wondered if that was related in any way to the game that you played.
I wonder, and I thought about it too, and I was like, was there a character named Laura? And I was like, I have no idea. It probably is a sequel.
In a way, I think it's a better game than Simulacra. Like, Simulacra tried to do more things, but to me, this one's story, while not like anything amazing, kind of just made more sense. Essentially, Laura, what ends up happening is you find out she had a horrible boyfriend that became manipulative and became a stalker, basically. And she was just trying to get away from him. And once you find that out, you can either give this information to the person she was running from, or you can delete everything off of her phone. Which in turn, is probably going to save her life.
This is definitely a sequel to the game I played because my game ended the same exact way. It's basically about this person, you find their phone and you go through their stuff, and eventually you figure out he is a transgender and you're hiding it, and you figure that out because they have like 2 dating profiles for both sides. And at the end of the game, guess what you do? You have the option of like, just to beat the game, you have to delete everything from the phone. Mm-hmm. And so that way you can basically make everyone mind their own business. And so that sounds extremely similar. So I bet they're made by the same person. And
yeah, probably.
Maybe Laura's a freaking character. I don't remember because the game sucks, so I didn't really bother with it.
I said it wasn't bad. I thought it was in a way better than Simulacra. I liked the fact that the story was something real that actually could have happened to somebody, like in real life. Better. I'm just not always a fan of like when things go supernatural or fantasy when I don't want them to.
Sure.
It was okay. Wouldn't play it again. Probably not going to play any more found phone games because of those 2, really.
Until next year.
Oh, God. When I have to beat some short games again.
All right, so at this point, it actually gets a little weird because I'm no longer beating games to pass you. I'm just beating games to keep up with you, which is something you did most of the year. So
yeah.
It feels weird being in a different position. I played Akalabeth World of Doom, sometimes called Ultima Zero. It is the precursor to the first Ultima game. It's wireframe, first-person dungeon crawling.
Oh, yeah. I had to look that up to see what it was, and I was like, oh, God, why? That's going back too far for me there.
I really wanted to play this game for a long time, and I tried to play it a couple times. I had a video about it on an old channel a while back, and I was so interested in it, but I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I would just go in the dungeons and get my ass beat, like with a lot of these dungeon crawler games where it's like, oh man, this is impossible. And I sort of looked up a guide to how to play the game, and it inspired me to play it. And there's like, if you play as a mage, you can, if you have a certain amount of magic amulets, and sometimes they can break if you use them, but if you use them, you can just make ladders up and down the floors. So you don't actually have to find the stairs down and up every time. Mm-hmm. So that helped a lot. And also you can use this, what is like a random spell. If you press magic and press the number 4, it's random, and either it'll raise your stats or it'll lower your stats to like nothing, or it'll hurt you. and if you save and then just let it raise your
Keep
stats,
rolling them stats, yeah.
keep rolling the stats, it'll be like you turn into a lizard man and your stats are like super high. Then you do it like 10 times and your stats are so high. And I was like, oh, look at me. I'm going to beat the game. And I did. Once I figured it out, it took like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but I felt very accomplished doing it. Because it was a very tough game if you didn't know how to cheat it, I guess. It made me really want to play Ultima. Because I'm very interested in that story of those worlds one day.
Well, God gives you several of those games for free, so.
It gives you the 4th game, and it also gives you some of the spin-offs. But
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I have like a bunch of Ultima games on God.
yeah, there's some spin-offs based on the 6th game. So, I got to work my way there. But 1 through 3 is like $10 full price, so I'll get there. But while I was on GOG, which is where I played Akalabeth from, I played Jill of the Jungle, which people have talked up like it was a pretty good platformer for the PC way back in the day. Man, PC gamers had it rough.
Yeah.
Jill of the Jungle is rough, and she is so stiff. And I bet that those graphics were really cool for at the time, but golly, what a rough game. And I mean, like by the end of it, I guess I kind of enjoyed it, but whoa, man, tough for gamers. So I'm at 86. I tied you.
And I picked up where we left off with playing Little Bug, which is a game that I got also free through the itch bundle. I was pretty happy to see it in there because I had seen it before on GOG and I thought it looked kind of good. It's kind of like a side-scrolling. It reminds me of, oh gosh, what are those games? The one with all the V's, kind of like, it's one of those things where you have to like go through part of a level and you're going to die a lot in the process.
Spikes?
Yes. I never realized that's what that was supposed to be.
Well, people call it different things. The V's stand for the names of the characters. They're all, everyone you save starts with the letter V, and you die in spikes a lot, so they represent
reminds me a little bit of something like that. Just in that there's very much a try and die kind of aspect of the game. Probably not as bad for somebody else who doesn't just like suck. But I died a lot. I died like 187 times in this game. Really probably could have been less.
Do you think maybe you die more and it's more frustrating because like we're towards the end of the month, so every time you die is like you're like this is just taking away time. I could be beating other games.
I definitely got impatient at certain points, and I was like, there's an area that's some ice in it, and I was getting impatient and trying to jump when I wasn't supposed to, and I was just sliding into a pit and like dying over and over. I was like, calm down, okay, you got to take a step back for a second. And I actually did have to take a break from this game, and I didn't realize that I was like at the end of the game. I was in the last sequence, and it was a sequence where I was being chased, and I hadn't had that in the game before. You basically use the left stick will control the character, and the right stick will control your little orby thing that you can swing from. And in the last section, not only was I being chased, but I had to really move them independently of each other. And if the little orb touches any of the enemies, it will immediately explode and you'll both die.
Oh,
so the last sequence was a little frustrating to get through. It was really cool how they did that. And I liked the premise of the game a lot. You are this little girl and you're kind of seeing the world from her perspective of how she's viewing her mother right then. It kind of reminds me of Among the Sleep a little bit in that aspect. Because her mother is having a really hard time. She's a single parent, and she has this very kind of eccentric child who likes to run around and like collect rocks and dirt and like pick up animal bones and weird stuff and bring it home. And your mom kind of gets frustrated with you and has a moment where she like lashes out and yells, and then the world just kind of melts away suddenly, and you're just her playing through these levels. And in the background, sometimes a monstrous, like, shadow figure will kind of pop up, and it's very obviously supposed to be a representation of your mother being angry. It was really interesting. I liked it. It wasn't my favorite game this year or anything. It didn't make it into any top marks, but I was glad I played it. Now, the next game I played did make it into my top 10, and that is Eastshade. Such a good game. Uh, if you want a game that's going to give you some Morrowind vibes, Eastshade will do it.
Always like Morrowind vibes. There's no game really
Um,
with them, so.
yeah, it was very weird for me to get those vibes from it too. It's mostly in the architecture of the first town. It just feels real Morrowindy. I'm like, I don't, and I wasn't the only person who felt that way because I went on Steam and I was browsing around and they're like, is there any other games that feel kind of like this except Morrowind? And I was like, oh, okay, it's not just me. I'm not crazy. You basically go around to different places in the game, and your main objective is to paint 4 places that your mother visited when she was on the island of Eastshade, because you're a painter. That's like your hobby or whatever. And really, that's just kind of like a vessel to take you around the island, because there's a bunch of side quests that you can do that'll allow you to see other places and are just add interest. And I completed this game. I went out of my way to do everything I could do.
It
I
was
was a little bit.
pretty long, right?
It is about 12 to 15 hours.
Yeah, decently long game to be playing in the final moments.
Yeah. I had a couple of these actually, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, why am I playing games that are this long right now? What am I doing with my life? But I couldn't put it down. Like at first, I got a little frustrated because the game crashed on me once, and I lost. I thought I lost more progress than I did. I really only lost like 10 minutes worth, but I thought I'd lost an hour. So I was just like, I'm just gonna put this down for a while, and then I picked it back up, and I just really got lost in it. It is not optimized well. That is the only thing I will say about it. You got to be careful because some people will actually put something on that will cap the frame rate so it doesn't go above 60, because sometimes it will, and you'll have sort of these jarring frame rate transitions that kind of make it really annoying, because the game's beautiful. It's so beautiful to look at. Like I plan on actually painting things from the game in real life at some point. But the frame rate really will jump all over the place sometimes, especially if you don't cap it with like a different software, which is really a shame. So I can't give it 5 stars because of that. I just can't do it.
It's like a
But in terms of the game,
recommendation
it's
with an asterisk. Like, better be prepared to do some work.
yeah. It's weird because at first I wasn't having that issue, and then I got a little further in the game and I started noticing a lot of more frame rate problems, and then I actually forgot to turn on my little thing to cap the frame rate, and I noticed I don't really have that problem as much anymore, and I don't know why. It kind of just stopped happening a lot. Either that, or maybe I didn't notice it as much. I'm not sure. But the game itself is great. It's if you want like a non-violent exploration quest doing, gives you some Morrowind feels game. It's perfect for that.
All right, so at this point, I actually kind of felt like I was pushing myself to beat short games, just to beat them. And I guess maybe I given up a little bit because I was like, I'm not going to beat her. And I should just play the games I want to play. So it's December 14th. This is when I beat Tomba, another PSN game that I bought, PlayStation 1 Classic. And yeah, I wanted to beat it because I'm going to celebrate Christmas on the 18th. Or the 19th, and I said I want to get one more quote-unquote bigger game out the way. Tomba is not that long. It's actually like 6 to 8 hours, but to do everything. But at the time, I thought it was a little bit longer, but I knew I just wanted to get one more game out of the way. It's like this weird mix of like 2D side-scroller, 2.5D, and then there's Metroidvania elements, and like you find an item here, you go way across the map and use the item here. It's actually really, really good, and it frustrated me a little bit because the platforming is pretty weird, but eventually you get used to it and you sort of get some better weapons that help you deal with enemies as you go along. And the bosses are very easy. All you gotta do is like throw them into a sack, including the final boss is all the same exact thing. But it was really good, and I'm looking forward to playing the second game. And I was glad that I beat a quote-unquote real game prior to me just going to Christmas, instead of just being a bunch of short games. However, that wouldn't, of course, last long because my mindset changed the very next game. But you beat a game before then.
Yeah, called Death's Life. Have you played or know about the game called like The Amazing Machine?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, except the end goal isn't like to like I don't know, turn on a lamp or whatever. It's to kill someone. Like you're literally trying to make a string of events happen that will kill someone in the level. And sometimes there's multiple ways to do that per level, and it's not super hard because there's only so many ways you can move the items around. Like it's not free movement. There's like only a set number of positions each of them have.
Gotcha.
I thought it was kind of a well done game though. It wasn't. It's not like a super polished game or anything. I almost think it. I almost feel like it could have been for a game jam, but it was kind of long for that. Like it was still probably a few hours long. Kind of a fun little game though. I mean, I recommend it. I don't know if it's free or not. I think it was part of that itch bundle. I'm not really sure.
Who knows?
It's on itch. I liked it. It was pretty good. And then John's gonna like just throw down now. He's like losing it.
Well, so I went through these weird phases, right? Well, because I beat Tomba, and this is my weekend. My weekends range from 3 days to 4 days off, which is awesome. So I wanted to beat Tomba that weekend, but I think I beat it like the first or second day. And I was like, well, what am I going to play the rest of these days? Because Christmas isn't until the 19th for me. So I was like, oh, what am I going to do? I guess I'll just beat a bunch of short games. Screw it. And at this point, I actually became remotivated. I was like, I can beat Michelle. I just have to really try. Which was a dumb decision because I could have just held back and not played a million games and kept driving the numbers up for no reason. But I did. Number 88, I beat Jill Goes Underground. And then for number 89, I beat Jill Saves Prince. Beat them the same day. They are the exact same game almost as the first game because they were made the exact same time using the same engine. And then they split them into 3 parts and distributed them for sale.
Called it a day.
Called it a day. Just a shitty company that would go on to do nothing of importance. Epic Games. And they were good. I think I still like the first one the best. The second one, Jill Goes Underground, it was a more linear experience. And Jill Saves the Prince added this an overworld where you would go to the levels. But that was basically the only difference. They all took like an hour apiece. And then once I got done with those, I've caught you. So I decided to play a game called Indecision, which I knew was a game that only took like 30 minutes. And it's just like a story game, metaphorical, no text even really. It's just like, oh, you play as a girl, then you walk up to a person and you jump off a roof, and it's all metaphorical stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it was lost on me, but the point was it was like 30 minutes long. And I said, okay, cool, done with that. And I was looking through games that were short, and I saw Refunked, which I played on a previous channel a long time ago. I played it for like an hour. And I remember after I beat it, I looked it up, and there was like only like 5 minutes of gameplay or a few more things to do, and I was going to beat it, but I just never went back to it because I didn't care. It's like a platforming puzzle game where you just have to jump on these platforms and color them different colors, kind of like Did Blob style, but in first person. And I booted it up, played it, and what was super nice is it was one of these games that had an achievement for if you hadn't booted up the game in several years, it would be like, hey, how's it going? Like, oh, we missed you. And that was kind of nice. And so I played the game for like maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get my bearings and figure out what I was even doing again. Boom, beat it. I was at 91. I was feeling good. And later that night, I ended up beating 2 more games. I beat The Stillness of the Wind, which took me a little bit longer because it's an annoying game where you play as an old lady and she's working on a farm. And at first you kind of get the impression that it's a farming simulator game, right? You played a little bit of this, Michelle.
Yeah.
It's like
I did not. I knew it wasn't a farming simulator, but I just didn't realize it was going to be as slow as it was.
Like, I guess I knew it was something different, but I thought it was a farming simulator. But the more I played, the more I realized, like, oh, nothing I do matters. Nothing at all matters about this game. You don't have to do anything. it's on a time loop, a time cycle. As the days pass, as the days progress, the story is progressing. With that, whether you do anything or not, you don't have to feed your character. You don't have to collect the little collectibles around. You don't have to milk your sheep. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to make cheese. That's her main way of farming. All you have to do is collect the letters from the mailman to read whatever story he has, which is well written in like a poetic kind of way. But man, the lady moves around so slow. It's so boring, and it's just like, and when at the end something happened and you're like, good, game over, moving on.
Yeah, because I don't think we mentioned this earlier, but this was actually a game that I did drop this year that I started playing, and I was just like, nah, never mind.
Man,
forget it.
The only reason I kept going was because I looked it up online, and they were like, I was trying to figure out like, what am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? And basically it amounted to just keep playing. If you just keep playing, it'll end. So I just kept playing, and it did end, and I was like, okay. Cool, moving on. I think it took like 3 or 4 hours. And then that same night, I was again looking for games. I loaded up Amazon Games and played a game called Witch Eye, which was a port of a mobile game. And basically you play as a witch who got her treasure stolen by some knight. And I imagine if you were playing on a tablet, you would flick the eye in certain directions and it would move. It wasn't quite free-flowing because I think the eye only moved in 8 directions. But it was actually really good. The levels were really simple and pretty easy, but there were some boss fights in there that you had to do that were really freaking good, including like the final boss fight. I don't know. I just thought it was really well made, actually. Surprising, because I'm just looking for games I can beat like in an hour or so, or 2 hours, and here it is. Like, this is a pretty good game at the end of it all. So at this point, I'm 4 ahead. I'm satisfied, but I'm also thinking, one, Christmas is going to happen the very next day I have off. And second, Michelle's going to come back. She's going to see this.
Yeah, it's so great the way you said that. Like, Michelle's going to come back. Well, literally the next game I played was Comeback Chapter 1. There are no other chapters of this game out yet, and it's a single, like, just game as far as I know. Like, separate game. Real short game, could probably be beaten in like an hour. It may have taken me slightly longer than that. It kind of really reminds me of Flash games, like Flash point-and-click adventure games, except a little bit more fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually a horror game, which I didn't really know when I went into it. You'll find these notes around. I think it's you're on an island that you've been to before with your lover, or wife, or I don't know who she was to you exactly. Other than that, she really was obsessed with you, and you start finding notes about, like, why did you leave? Come back to me, this and that. Come up to the lighthouse and see me. I'm going to jump off the lighthouse. What is happening right now?
Jump.
It's a really, really cool little game. I really like games like that. I have a lot of nostalgia for Flash, like point-and-click games, like room escape games and stuff. So
funnily enough, we're days away from Flash being dead.
Yeah, yes, we literally are.
Very sad.
I know a lot of people have been trying to preserve Flash games, actually. I just don't know how they've done it or how that's going.
Yeah, I saw someone put out basically it's an emulator box that you can download they just saved like thousands of Flash games and movies.
Because I literally have Flash games saved on my computer, like the files for the Flash games,
mm-hmm.
like those room escape games that I enjoyed growing up on my computer. After Comeback, because I was like not having John's shit over there with playing all those games, I played a game called The Search, where I believe you're an artist,
mm-hmm.
and
yes.
It's a very simple game at the base, at the core. Like, it's not hard at all. You kind of, like, once you figure out the base of how to play the game, you find a canvas, you find the paintbrush in the area, you find the paint can in the area, then you find a card, you take your lighter, you light the card on fire. For some reason it turns into pigment. You take the pigment, you put it in the can, you got paint, and then you paint, use your canvas to cover some area that you either need to get through or that something is wrong with, like a gate that's locked, mm-hmm. and you'll put your canvas over that area of the town, and then you'll paint the gate as being open.
Of which,
and that's basically the entire game. That's what you do the whole time,
right,
along with getting
maybe 5 areas total.
Yeah. Along with like looking at all these kind of philosophical notes with lots of quotes from famous people.
A little up its own ass, some would
A
say.
little bit. Not terrible, but definitely a little bit, yeah. Wasn't a bad game. I mean, I liked it. It wasn't
Yeah,
great,
me too.
but it is good. Yeah, that's coming later in John's last assault. I played a... I almost felt bad about this one because it ended up being pretty short, called Winter Lore 1. Once again, I don't know what's the deal with these people and only making, like, things in chapters or whatever, but I spent a little bit of time on this. Really, once again, reminds me a lot of Flash games, like Room Escape Flash games. As a matter of fact, that's like exactly what this felt like, except maybe a little more fleshed out. Because you're literally just in a single room and you're just kind of looking around for these items that you need. It was a pretty good game though, so I ended up adding it to my backlog. Would recommend, and I'm definitely going to play the other games when/if they come out, because it looks like they're working on more of these Winter Lore games.
Gotcha.
The next game I played was actually like almost, I won't say spontaneous buy, but I had seen this game advertised on the front page of GOG, and it literally just came out. It's called Alba, a wildlife adventure. You basically you play like a little, I think, she looks black, honestly, but I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be like Mexican. She's way darker skin than everybody else around her, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's just to make her stand out, but it's kind of seems to be based around, I'm going to say Hispanic culture. Nobody get offended, please, if that's wrong.
We're not educated enough.
I'm really not. It was kind of nice to see like somebody else's ethnicity represented, like in the area that you're in. They're working their way up to a festival at the end of the week. And you find out that the mayor is going to build a giant hotel in town. And you, being the upstanding little girl that you are, you and your friend, your cousin, actually, I'm sorry, you're not going to have that. You're going to do everything you can to save the wildlife park in town and make sure a giant hotel doesn't get built there. So you kind of just go around doing good deeds and stuff, helping out animals and taking lots of pictures of birds for no real reason other than
just
because
to waste
you can.
Your time. Just to waste your time. There's a hotel being built, but you don't care.
Yeah, it's weird because I really like games that have photography in them. This was just not quite as satisfying though, because the art style is so like clean and simple that the birds just kind of like mesh together a little bit after a while.
Right.
Like this is a brown bird with a white chest. I'm like, this is a fully brown bird. This is a blue bird. Okay. Like they all look very samey. So I was very slightly disappointed with this. It just didn't have as much as I was hoping it would have. It was a cute game. I liked it though. I don't regret getting it. It's not quite what I thought it was going to be. The gameplay aside from that was a little bit empty. It's definitely made on a level that kids can play. Like any child, I would say a young child could play this. Like you pretty much have to press A lot in terms of like beating the main story. So the next game I played was a game I had been playing for several days because it was actually a little bit longer. Alba only took like, I think people said it was like 4 hours long. I'm pretty sure it took me like 2.5.
Mm-hmm. That happens a lot, I've noticed.
Yeah, like I guess I just finished games faster than people. I don't know. This game I could not finish any faster than what I was told the game length was going to be because it is basically on a timer. Played Walden, a game.
See, I was surprised because I was like, Walden, I don't know if this one counts. But luckily it said a game in its title, so I was like, okay, I guess it does count. Fine.
It must be true.
It must be a game.
Yeah. It says it's a game. It must be a game. So I don't know a whole lot. I'm not a history person. I don't remember historic things very well. This game is set in the 1800s, and you play as a man named Henry, and he decides to go live out in the woods near Walden Pond to, I guess he's a writer, and he wants to kind of record his life and his experiences out in the woods. And I believe this is based on a real place and a real person. However, I just don't know anything about it. And it's a little bit repetitive. but somehow I became like oddly captivated with this game, much more so than like Alba, which is weird because I was really excited about that game. And then I was like, I really want to play Walden some more though. You kind of have some really basic survival things that you keep up with, like your food and your shelter, your clothing. You have to keep mending your clothes because they'll get kind of ratty. I don't think there's any actual real repercussions for not doing these things. Like, I think the only risk you run is losing your energy and walking really slow everywhere. I really think that might be it, though. I just never let my stuff run out. And it's a game that they said was in development for about 10 years. And honestly, I think you can kind of tell because I think time got past it a little bit, you know, in terms of like technology and things like that.
Sure.
Because it's mostly you wandering around the woods and talking to a very few select people in the game. Your friend, who is your neighbor in town. You receive letters from your mother and your sister, and I think some from your brother. And you can actually go to your house in town. Like, it's not far away. Like, Concord is the town that's right near you. And it's not far away, but there's nobody in that house ever. And there's only a couple rooms you can go into. And usually there'll be letters left there. Or like around Christmas, there'll be a tree with gifts that your mother left you and things like that. It's very different. Like, the narrative is really through the letters, but they are all completely voiced. And the person who voice acted Henry really did a great job. He fit that role super perfectly. And some of the stuff was just kind of nice to hear. Like, it's just Henry's opinions about life or things going on with his family. Things actually got a little sad when I finally hit winter, because the deal is you're going to play through like a whole year in the game, essentially, as time just passes by. And in winter, like, your brother dies, you find out through the letters, and your neighbor's son dies, which is kind of sad because, like, I saw his like little janky model running around out in the woods all behind the house and stuff before, and like he's gone, and they have what's called a mourning wreath up on the door because like this is the 1800s and I guess they did things like that. I don't know, it was just an oddly interesting game to play. It's definitely not for everybody. Like, I can't just recommend it, but if you get it for free on itch in the bundle, definitely give it a go. I mean, it was free, why not? Let's see, and I'm still beating games. After Walden, I finished another game that I had started that was substantially long, especially at this time of the year. Runaway 2, The Dream of the Turtle. Very weird title. 10-hour long game.
Jesus.
It took a while. And at one point I had to start just using a guide, like, for pretty much the whole way. After I got like halfway through the game, I was like, yeah, no, I don't have time for this. I don't know what's happening with the story anymore. I need to not focus on these puzzles so I can figure out what the hell's happening. So I started using a guide through it. It may have taken me a little less time, but I can't see it taking any less than like 8 hours ever. A good game, not a great game. Like, it's too long. Story gets kind of weird. So, yeah. Like, if you played the first game, it's worth playing it through so you can play the third game, which I've heard is better. And the last game, on my little rampage I'm having right now,
The disgusting rampage.
is another game I bought off GOG this year. I bought a lot of games this year. See, this challenge is supposed to help you beat games that you already own.
Well, you already owned them after you bought them, so kind of counts, right?
I don't think that's how that works, but you know. And there were a couple of games I knew I was interested in during the Christmas sale. And I'd really passed up on the Dark Side Detective for a long time. And I finally was like, you know what, it's $5. I'm going to go for it. And I really like this game. It's definitely based on like Twin Peaks, and there's blatantly Twin Peaks and the X-Files. There's blatantly a character named Scully in the series, so
point and click, right?
Yes.
So yeah,
point and click.
I own this game and I've always wanted to play it.
Oh, you should totally play it. It's because it's not super long either. It's like it really kind of doesn't overstay its welcome. The first cases are really short, but there's some longer cases towards the end because it's like a case by case thing. You have different cases as this detective, and they're all kind of connected together. Somewhat anyway. The first case I think is just for you to learn the mechanics of the game because it's like 15 minutes long.
Gotcha.
Michelle? And after you beat it, you unlock other cases too, which is really nice.
All right. So while you were doing this onslaught of game beating, you got all the way to 96. I'm still at 93. I came home for the weekend and had Christmas on the 19th, which is cool because I get a bunch of new games. I got a lot of new games, but also these games are substantial games. They're not just random short games from itch or whatever. And I want to play them, you know, so I'm going to play them. So at this point, I've basically convinced myself I lost. But I figured I'd play them anyway. Or I figured I'd keep listing my games anyway. So I played Ratchet & Clank Full Frontal Assault. And surprisingly, I beat this the very first night I got it. I knew the game was short, but I didn't realize it was like 4 hours long because I played it, and then I took a break to eat and watch some YouTube videos, came back and beat it, and it's still in the same night casually, wasn't even rushing it. And I was like, whoa. And it was because the single player is only 5 levels.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and one of them is a repeated level. Like, it's just the same level, but snowing. I was like, Jesus Christ. So I beat Full Frontal Assault. It was okay. I just want to collect all the Ratchet games. I got 2 more to go, or 3 if we count the PS5 game next year, or whenever it comes out. Yeah. So I beat Full Frontal Assault, so at least that was something.
And then I played another game, which is also in my top 10 this year, that I'm so sad I waited so long to play, and that's The Last Door, which is like a H.P. Lovecraft point-and-click adventure game. I really am not like an H.P. Lovecraft person. I don't really play those games. I kind of like it's a little overrated to me. This was freaking great, though. Like, one of the best horror games I feel like I've played in general. Just like there's no risk of you ever like dying or anything, but it has those really unnerving moments. It's really, really cool.
This is another game that I own and the sequel, I believe, that I have.
I bought the sequel before I finished the first game because I was like, wow. It's also on sale right now. I want it.
Get it now. So
you'll have to play that.
I will. So then I started playing Resident Evil 3, the other one, the remake, which was cool because I had beat Resident Evil PS1 just a few months ago for the first time. Because a lot of people kind of shit on Resident Evil 3 remake. They don't like it for whatever reason. But this is cool because, one, I don't have nostalgia for the PS1 version of RE3. And I am playing them really close together. And you know what? I get what they're saying because all the random stuff is gone. The choice stuff is gone. And RE3 Remake is very linear compared to the first game. Although the first game gets super linear in some parts itself, or the original game. But the remake is still really good. And I think it's not as bad as people say it. I know people say, oh, you can beat it in 4 hours or 5 hours. And it's like, yeah, it's a Resident Evil game. You know? Like, that's how long they are. So it was okay to me. And I think if I had actually made my top 10 before I beat this game, because I was just like, I'm not going to beat any more games this year. I didn't expect to beat it that fast. But it probably would make it into my top 10 behind RE2, because I don't think it's as good as RE2. But there are some things I think it does better than RE2 Remake. So it was really good. And I'm excited to see. It was kind of weird because I don't want to spoil too much, but they kind of hint towards a lot of different things. They hint towards Resident Evil 4 type stuff, like Resident Evil 4 proper. And then they also kind of, you remember in the original Resident Evils, Michelle, they were always like, we're going to stop Umbrella. And then they got real lazy with it and just said, oh, yeah, the government stopped them or whatever bullshit they came up with. like they're still like building towards beating Umbrella in the end of this game. So I'm like, okay, so are they gonna make a weird game that happens that covers that finally,
Yeah.
or are they gonna go? I don't know what they're gonna do, but I was like, okay, cool. And I hit
I
nine.
mean, I think the obvious thing is next they're just going to remake Resident Evil 4. I mean, like, why not?
That's man. We'll see
I
what
think that would
happens.
actually be pretty cool, but
It's tough though because Resident Evil 4 is already modern. It's already very
yeah,
modern.
it hasn't aged that well, at least not in terms of visuals. It's pretty brown.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they would keep it still brown, right? But
Be pretty brown, though.
I mean, because Resident Evil 3 is a totally different type of game. So
Mm-hmm.
compared to, but Resident Evil
Yeah.
3 Remake is basically like a Resident Evil 4 style. So it'd be interesting to see what they change about it or what they do about it. But this is when I hit 95 and I fully intended on not beating any more games because everything else I got for Christmas are long games. They're games that are 30 hours, 35 hours. I knew I wasn't going to beat anything else. So this is the point where I quit.
Or so you thought. I decided I was just being an asshole at this point a little bit. Steam had just got started their sale, so I bought the 3 games that I wanted on it, and one of those was Leaving Lindau, which is basically like, honestly, it's kind of like a tech demo a little bit for Eastshade. It was only like less than an hour long, and Lindau is the first town in Eastshade that you go to, and essentially it's you gathering up your things and saying your goodbyes to everybody before you leave on a journey out into the world.
What's funny is you posted this, and I was like, what the hell is Leaving Lindau? I didn't even look up Eastshade before this. And I saw it, and I go, oh, this looks like kind of like some Morrowind vibes. And I saw Eastshade, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's what you were talking about in her description of Morrowind vibes. This is an Eastshade game.
Yeah, and a lot of people had problems with it, but I was just like, I mean, I paid $1 for this, and like all I got was some more pretty Morrowind vibes. It did blatantly just take some locations from Eastshade, like, or really rather, Eastshade took those locations from Leaving Lindau.
Sure.
But it was interesting seeing Lindau because it was actually in the process of being built, which was like part of a little thing in Eastshade, where that's the town you start off in, and you see it fully built already. And you find out what happened to old Lindau and, whatever. There was like a landslide and it wiped out the little town. It was cool. I wouldn't pay more than $1 for it, honestly. There's not a whole lot to it, but if you like Eastshade, I mean, you'll like it.
Right,
so
you might as well play it, right?
Yeah, why not? And another game I bought, which was a little bit on a whim, and then I really probably still paid too much money for, was Beyond Blue. It's a diving game. I quite like some diving games, especially if they're like educational diving games or like realistic diving games in a sense, like not Subnautica. That was a great game, but in terms of like this category,
Got you.
paid like $16 for this game still. The closest thing I would compare it to is like Endless Ocean 2 for anybody who's played that, except more linear, like much more linear. You get some very small areas to explore. You're kind of going in between these buoys as you get some of your teammates narrating certain things and going on with the story that you're learning about with the whales and what's happening with the whales, and that somebody is like doing things that are harming the whales and the ocean and stuff. Not super long. I think it's worth playing. I couldn't actually figure out how to save this game, which is kind of a problem.
So you just had to play it all the way through, huh?
Yep, all in one go, and it's definitely like it's probably 3 hours long. So that took a little bit because I started playing through it. I played through maybe 30 minutes of it, and I left the game because I thought that I saved, because I hit save and nothing came up or did anything. But I was like, I've had this issue with a few games before where I hit save and it looks like nothing happened, but it did save. It's like, cool, whatever. And I left it and I came back and no, I had to restart the game over, and I was like, what? And it said the game was auto-saving after a certain point, and I still didn't believe it though, so I just played all the way through, and upon coming back, it did actually save my game at the auto-saves now, but I just couldn't go into the menu and save. Like,
Right.
nothing would happen. It wouldn't pop up any save files for me to save into. I don't know. If it were a longer game, I would be upset about this. it's not, so it's just kind of whatever.
Right. So this puts you at 99 games and a bitch ain't
And
one.
I was only going for 100 too. I was gonna stop there.
That's what I figured. You know, this is funny because I was on GameFAQs. I was talking to people. There was a topic talking about how many games you guys beat this year, and I said, I think this is before I beat RE3. I think I said, man, I'm at 94 and I'm about to beat RE3. I'll be at 95. And my sister, we're having a competition, you were at 97 or something, and they were like, oh man, are one of you guys gonna hit 100? I was like, yeah, I think she is, but I'm probably not. I'm probably done for the year. And for some reason that hit me. I was like, I could beat 100 games. I really could. I could beat 100 games if I just pushed hard enough to do it. And then this right combination of things happened. Right now it is December 22nd. I have 1 day. You have 3 days to beat games. You have 2 days to beat games, and I have 1 day because we end on the 24th. 25th is the start of a new year.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. I said, I'm going to beat 100 games. And not just that, it was devious because I had a plan. I said, I'm going to beat the games, and then when I'm done with them, I'm going to start playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which I ended up put like 5 hours into. And that'll be the last thing I put on my backlog, so that way when it updates in the corner where everyone sees everyone's updates, she's going to see Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, and she'll think,
I knew what you were doing. I was watching your backlog.
And I thought maybe she'll see it and go, and she'll just brush over it like, oh, he's playing Dragon Ball Z. He's continuing to play the games he got for Christmas. But if you go on the backlog, you would see many games beaten all of a sudden. Boom. Number 96 is The Haunted Island, a frog detective game. This game literally took like 25 minutes to beat.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, it's like a point and click. No, it's not. It's a first-person adventure game. I guess in the style point and click is you like collect items, you give them to people, yada, yada, yada. It was actually really funny.
I kind of wanted to play these games, actually.
You absolutely should, because it's actually really funny. They're funny-ass games, because the detective like has this weird sense of humor, and I don't know, it just works for me. Then boom, I beat Frog Detective 2, The Case of the Invisible Wizard, which I think was not as funny as the first game, but it's still pretty funny, a little bit longer, but still only like an hour long. And then I beat this game called The Tape, which was this really trash horror game that only took like an hour to beat. I had it from a long time ago. I spent real money on it. And it was like super like assets thrown together type of thing, and it had this visual filter to make it look like a VHS, but it was really a bad one. There was a lot of flickering lights, and I was like, this hurts my eyes, and I turned it off, and then it looked really boring, and I was like, I guess my eyes are just gonna bleed, so I turned it back on, and I just kept playing, and I was like, I had to look away every now and then. And I want to point out, these were beaten on December 23rd. In the very early morning, so like at 2 a.m. So the day had just started. I didn't add them to my backlog when I beat them because I wanted to add them at the last minute, just to be deceptive. And then later that night when I woke up, because I'm on night shift, I woke up later that night, I beat The Search, which we talked about earlier. And then I beat The Little Acre, which is a point and click with very nice art actually, and pretty nice animation, but it was very short. I don't know if it's a Daedalic game, but it kind of gave me those vibes. Nothing special, and really didn't get time to get warmed up to the story, but, you know, it wasn't bad for what it was. And then I'm at 100 games. So I said, I'm going to stop because I hit 100 games, and that's fine. I'm sure she'll pass me, but it's okay. And then Samantha was playing Animal Crossing. So I couldn't play Dragon Ball. And I played this game called Reveal the Deep a couple years ago, and I got like through the first chapter, didn't really enjoy it, and I uninstalled it. And right when I started beating all these short games, I installed it again and got through the first chapter again. Didn't really enjoy it, uninstalled it. And then I got, she was playing Animal Crossing, so I said, well, shit, I'll just install it and I'll just finish it. So I did. I installed it again for the third time. Finished it in like a couple hours, and then I was at 101, and then I waited. I played Dragon Ball Z Kakarot the rest of the morning, and then at the very last minute, right before I went to bed, I updated my backlog all at once with all 6 of these games beaten, even though it was only 2 ahead of you, I had my hopes. I was like, maybe she'll be busy.
And I saw this and I was like, bitch, you want to play games here? You want to, like, is this what... I'm not going to deal with this.
Let me
I
ask
was
you,
like...
did you think that... Because I'm going to work the next day. Did you think, what else does he have in store? What other tricks is he hiding?
I was like, is he holding out games that he's beaten to add at the last minute to really screw me over? Because I thought about having this idea myself.
And I want you to know, I really did think about that, because I was beat these 6 games, and I was like, I'll just wait until like a few minutes before midnight and add them on the 24th. But I was like, nah, because it just felt a little too wrong. So I decided not to do it. But
so in my last ditch effort, because he's only 2 games ahead of me, I was gonna make sure that there was no way he could beat, if he was like truly up to date, that he could beat enough games on the 24th to catch up to me. So I went all out here. I played Pine Creek, which is another GB Studio made game, because I was actually just really curious about it. I paid actual money for this game. And I had started it a while back, and I just went through it and finished it. Cool little murder mystery. Enjoyed it. Kind of had some, like, the writing wasn't the best with, like, the language and stuff. It could have just been better, like, a little more class to it.
Let me tell you what, because I saw this when I woke up about 3 p.m. I saw you had beat Pine Creek. And my first thought was, uh-oh, she's been on Backlog. And she updated. So to me, that was, and this was the only thing, you didn't update the other ones until much later. I guess you were still beating them. But I was like, uh-oh, that means she's been on, and she saw it. She saw that I had beaten all these games. So she's aware. And I was concerned. And you were letting me know, like, yeah, I beat this game. And I did see you. And I
was trying to be nice about it and just kind of like subtly, because I was playing the rest of these games throughout the day from about 7 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon is when I stopped. So this took a little bit. I just was adding the one game to make you think that I was slowly catching up to you so that you wouldn't panic and start playing a lot of games at once.
But unfortunately, I was actually at work. I couldn't play anything, so I was like, whatever happens, happens.
And the next thing I played was something I had bought during the Steam sale, the third game I got, which was DLC for Spooky's House of Jump Scares, or I'm sorry, Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion.
Right.
The Dollhouse DLC, which was a little disappointing. It really wasn't as good as Karamari Hospital. I'm not sure really why they came out with this now, so many years later. It was alright. I mean, I wouldn't play it again over the Karamari Hospital DLC or the main game, but it was okay. I played another game that's really a random game that was in the itch bundle called Nelly Coodalot Spoonbeaks Ahoy. And you play as Nelly Coodalot, a pirate, and you're trying to save some spoonbeaks, some burbs. And it was actually kind of a good game, good enough that I saw that they have a full fleshed out, like $20 game that looks very much reminds me a little bit of Monkey Island and like the 3D Monkey Island games. And I'd really like to get it at some point, actually, just to see if it's really good. Also, kudos to these people, because at the beginning, the developer has a little video where he says that Nelly is voiced by one person, and he voices the developer of the game literally voices every other character in the game, and I never would have known that. He did a good job with all of his accents to make it not sound like him. And don't think they gave themselves enough credit for that.
At this point, you beat me, but you don't actually know that.
I'm like, I don't trust this.
You haven't locked it down. I'm at where you haven't actually updated your backlog at this point.
I haven't.
You don't update until you beat all the rest of the games you're going to beat for the year. But as soon as I saw you beat Pine Creek, I was like, uh-oh, she's coming.
She's not going to like let this go.
No.
The next thing I played is called Time Out, and it was actually a student project. And I wasn't going to add it because it was short. It was like 25 minutes. But it was so cool. And I don't know who does the voice acting in this game, but I am almost positive it's an actual celebrity, because I know I've heard this voice before. I'm just not sure. I'm sure I could just look through the credits. Maybe I'm wrong, but he sounds like a celebrity. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like, oh man, what's that show?
Price is Right.
Netflix.
Price is Right.
It's on Netflix. Oh, it's like a. Oh, I can't remember. It reminds me of some show on Netflix that I watched, like a futuristic post-apocalyptic show thing.
Could be so many shows.
Should be so many shows. But this was like about like a time. There's like this time dealer who sells you fake time, and you have to go and you don't realize that he sold you fake time, but you're meeting up with somebody in a restaurant because I guess you're a detective, and she tells you that her husband's dead because somebody sold him fake time. So his time ran out, and he didn't realize that it had run out because he thought he had more time.
Interesting.
So you then realize, oh shit, I just bought fake time from this dude right outside. And so you're kind of going through this area to figure out who this person is and what they're up to, I guess. It's a pretty short game, but I just thought the concept was really cool and it looked really cool. So I decided to add it. It's definitely the shortest game out of all of these, I think, that I played towards the end.
Sure.
That was just kind of like a filler game. Next game that I played was Stars Die, which is like a sci-fi, I think it's apocalyptic. Yeah, it's apocalyptic game where you're just kind of thrown into this place. You just ride to this island on a boat, and then you don't know why you're there. You just kind of showed up, and you find out all this information about this island and about some place called the Hole that apparently you've been to and contracted some kind of disease from.
Haven't we all?
You're just kind of thrown into all these like ongoing narratives that already existed before you showed up, and you kind of have to untangle what's going on a little bit, and you can choose to follow certain people or not follow them, and they will go on doing whatever they were going to do even if you're not there. Like if they tell you, hey, you can meet me here and we'll work on such and such, and you see them walk away, you can choose to follow them and go to that place, or you can just run off and do whatever, and they're going to do it without you anyway. So you can miss certain like narratives completely, apparently. I only played through it once. It's probably took me about an hour. Seems like a good game, and I'd like to play it some more. Next game is really cool. I think you'd like it, actually. It's called Hypnagogia. I only know how to pronounce it because the game told me how to pronounce it.
I was about to say, I had no idea looking at it.
Yeah, the game literally told me how to pronounce it. This was apparently a Game Jam game, and holy crap, this is a really well-made Game Jam game. It was like 30 days, and apparently it took them 8 hours a day for 30 days to work on this game. It's like a PlayStation 1 styled game with multiple levels that are dreams, and you're trying to get the dream crystal in each level. And what you don't realize is that you're actually being watched in each level. I didn't know that until about the third or fourth one. Somebody mentioned like the red man, and then I looked around and I saw like up at the top of the level somewhere, I saw like the man. I saw a figure standing, and I was like, what?
Oh,
I was like
it's a G-Man Half-Life type.
Exactly. It reminded me exactly of that. And they said he had been in all the dreams, and I was like, what? I was like, has this dude been in the other dreams I was in too? And I didn't know. There's like a very simple objective in each dream. Like one simple task you have to do, really, for some person to be able to get access to the dream crystal. So it's not hard. All the levels look really cool, though. They look really different. There's a secret level. I didn't find out how to get to it. You can also, once you beat the game and go through each level individually, you can go back and you have like casual like level exploration, I guess, like a New Game Plus in that way, which is pretty cool. They said some of their favorite games were like Mega Man Legends.
Ooh.
And that influence is definitely in there in one level, like a nice little subtle nod. There's a treasure chest that looks very familiar. It's really cool, though. I like it. I think you'd like it. It's probably a little over an hour, and you can't save, so you do have to do it in one sitting. Once you unlock like the New Game Plus thing, that does stay in place, so like the game will remember that much, but you can't save.
Interesting. I have to check it out.
It's on itch. It's free, so it wasn't part of the bundle or anything. Yeah, it was just some random game that I came across and was like, this looks pretty dope. The next game I played was also a pretty short game. I almost thought about not adding it. It's called An Autumn with You, another GB Studio game that looked cool and I wanted to play. Really short. You're a little girl. You're moving into a house with your parents. Your parents are kind of fighting and stuff some, and your grandma tells you like, "Hey, that thing you heard rustling around in the woods when you went to go get the mail, that's a forest spirit. They'll help you if you help them, basically, if you do nice things." And so you get a little forest spirit, a fish. Forest spirit makes your parents not argue anymore. Everybody's happy. That's pretty much the whole game. There's like a couple puzzles in between there, but for the most part, it's a pretty simple game. It was all right. Probably not going to play it again. Now, the next game I played was actually really good. I thought it was a great game, especially for a game that I just randomly played in the itch bundle that I essentially was like free to me, called Marie's Room. Very much follows in line with like the Gone Home, Edith Finch kind of
Walking Sims.
sort of, but except it only takes place in one room. It follows that very much that narrative feeling experience. So like where you're like examining items and you're being told like story through them. Really good game.
It's like a walking sim that cuts out all the walking. You just spin your camera around and...
Well, you still have free walking and everything. It's just only in that room. It took me a while. It took me like an hour. Like I was trying to figure out why I was in Marie's room. Like she's your friend. Like you find that out pretty early on. But I wasn't sure why you were coming back to her home to view her room. You kind of like see her journal and then go back in the past, basically in your head, and you're like remembering viewing all of these things and like what was happening and what happened between you and Marie. Basically, her boyfriend's crazy, and in the end, people got hurt, like physically hurt. During that period of time, like everything escalated from you two just like being friends to, oh, this person was your boyfriend, by the way, who was crazy and ended up essentially stalking your friend because they felt like your friend was taking you away from them, which was interesting. It was really interesting in how the whole thing was presented to you throughout you looking at the things in her room and gaining entries in her journal. And very cool.
Surprisingly,
would recommend.
Kind of realistic thing that could happen.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then
it was a very cool game, and the last game was, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Liev Oma or Liev Oma.
Sounds good to me.
You're walking through the woods with your grandma, picking mushrooms for, I don't know, some kind of dish you're going to make. And you're kind of just chatting with grandma while you're picking mushrooms and, like, telling her that, you know, you're kind of sad because you had this struggle with moving to this new town. And you kind of don't feel like the way your parents are treating you is fair. And grandma's just like, things are going to get better, you know?
That's the game.
That's pretty much the game, honestly. Like, it's like 30 minutes just you walking with grandma and her just saying nice shit to you, you know? Like,
that sounds like a wonderful game.
Like, I almost wasn't going to add it because it's really not much of a game, but I was like, I mean, I enjoyed it, so I kind of feel like I should just add it.
I enjoyed it, / I have to beat John, so just in case.
Just in case, I'm just going to make sure. I was like, I don't think he can beat 7 games in this one day. If, you know, I don't think he could catch up. And I still waited. And I waited, and I was kind of chilling a little bit. I like watched a movie afterwards because after 2 o'clock I stopped. Finally, I was like, I'm kind of burning myself out now.
I didn't see it, but I don't think you updated your backlog with all this until 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
No, it was 11 something. Because I didn't get home until late.
Oh right, I'm a time difference, so it was like 9 or 10 for me, and I was like,
yeah.
Like, I was checking constantly. I was refreshing my phone anytime I saw. I was like, "What's gonna?"
Great.
I just want to see what, because I knew you were gonna beat me. I just wanted to know when and how. And I looked and I saw you beat 108 games. I said, "Oh, this is ridiculous," because I can't do anything about it. I'm helpless. I can't play games at work. So I just had to let it happen. So that's the final score: 108 to 101.
Which is insane.
Which is insane because that's 209 games total between us. A lot of short games towards the end. A lot of really short games towards the end. But Still,
A
that's
lot of good
crazy.
games towards the end, actually, for me. You know, I'm still glad that I played all these short games, though, because some of these games were really good.
Sure, sure, sure. Some of them are bad, but hey, you don't know until you play them, right?
Yeah.
So that's how the competition ends this year. You won 108. Uh, Man, it was close though, and I it was back and forth. There was definitely a period in the middle of the year where I was like, I guess I just won. I guess Michelle's just. I
I
guess.
feel like, honestly, that's usually how it goes for me in the middle of the year. I'm just kind of like, yeah, whatever. That's how it used to be for me. I was just like, I've lost. It's okay.
And so, obviously, we're moving into next year. The challenge is going to restart. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
What's your game plan for next year?
Chill out, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
on the outline for this, John said thoughts going into the final days of the challenge, and what I put on this sheet was Jesus Christ, I want this to be over with.
Right. So
I
did
was just, it was so fast paced at the end. I was just like, just give up already, just let me win.
It was kind of weird, right? Because you just want to slow down and play some chill or longer games,
Yeah,
but at the same time, you are enjoying the challenge so much you want to win the challenge too. So it's like,
yeah.
oh man, I I felt the same way, and I obviously a couple times with like Tomba and Ratchet and Clank and Resident Evil 3, I was like, I'm just done with the challenge, and then I get back on it and be like, yeah, fuck it, I'll play a few more, and
Yeah, you get addicted.
and maybe towards the end of next year that'll happen again. But I think 101 games, 108 for you, that's a lot of games.
That's
And
a ridiculous amount of games. I only own like 450 games.
right, next year I'm not gonna beat 101 games.
Oh yeah,
I just don't have it
yeah.
in me.
I don't have it in me
I
either.
I also have a bunch of sequels that I want to get to longer games. I talked about a lot of them throughout here. Mass Effect 2, Yakuza, Bioshock, Bioshock 2 one day. So those
I gotta
games
say,
take
it's
time.
it's definitely made me want to play longer games again and just enjoy taking my time. Whereas before, I really didn't play longer games a whole lot. Honestly, like this year, like I said, I've played more long games than I probably ever have
Sure.
in one year.
But it
I'm
was
really looking forward to those Ace Attorney games and stuff
but yeah, it was
that I bought.
crazy. Crazy towards the end. Stressful. And
Yeah.
next year I'm just relaxed. I think I'm going to watch Dragon Ball Super. I haven't watched any animes in a while, and I'm not a big anime person honestly, but I wanted to watch Dragon Ball Super for a while, and I've just every time I start watching that I think about how like, oh well, I gotta
You're like,
do
I'm wasting
games.
time when I could be playing games.
Could be playing games, so I think I might watch Dragon Ball Super, and then I'm gonna beat all these games I got for Christmas, which I'm playing right now. I'm actually, as soon as we get off of this, I'm gonna play some Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, and that'll probably be the first game I beat for the year.
I'm not sure what mine will be. I've been playing Graveyard Keeper, which ironically I did not get for Christmas. Ferris bought it on GOG, and I just was like, yeah, I want to play this.
Yeah, I have that
I
game
don't
too. It
think I'll
looks pretty
finish that
cool.
first, but and it looks like Sakuna will probably take me a while to beat because
Oh yeah,
Ferris basically got a bunch of Switch games for Christmas, and I don't want to steal the Switch from him all the time like I do with Animal Crossing. So
right. That's what's going on with me, right? I guess. I mean, Samantha has Animal Crossing, and she could play it, the Switch in the room or on the tablet or whatever. But she prefers to play it on TV, so that takes
yeah,
away from if I want to play. See, I'm playing Last of Us Part 2, and I can play that, and she wants to watch me play it, so that works out. But if it's anything else, she'd rather be playing Animal Crossing, so.
yeah. Oh my god, and I really think you should play Animal Crossing with her at some point and just relax, and it's just a great game to play to relax and enjoy yourself, and that's why I was going to buy it for you guys
That was too
this
funny.
Christmas.
But I had already bought it for my wife. That's so
Yeah.
funny. It's
Yeah,
so funny because I guessed it. Every year I guess every Christmas present always, and even ones that I have nothing to do with, I somehow guess it. I was just like,
Because I was
hey,
like, this
just
will
in
be a nice
case.
family game. They can all play together because it's actually you can play at the same time now in Animal Crossing.
I messaged you. I said, hey, Michelle, just in case.
And seriously, it's
Not Animal Crossing.
surprised me a lot this year when I finally came back to it. It's just a great game to play to relax, especially after you've had like a long day of work or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just come in and just like chill out and like design your town and shit in your house. And because they just expanded it to everything, like you can do anything you want to your town after a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing.
Well, Michelle, this has been a very, very long podcast. I knew it would be just because we had beat so many games.
You were like, it'll be a couple hours. I was like, if you're going to go over every one of these games, it's not going to be a couple hours.
I really did, though. I think we did something special here. We really did. We beat an ass ton of games, and long games, short games, a lot of middle of the road games, good games, bad games. Like, we ran the gambit from different consoles, new games, old games. Like, this is the epitome of, and this is actually, this challenge is why I started the channel, because it motivated me. This, and then I did the A to Z challenge, and both of them where I was having so much fun with. I was like, I just want to do more challenge type stuff and challenge myself to find fun ways to beat my games. And that's what I've been doing.
Maybe in the future we should, instead of just always racing every year, maybe we should like do a cool little thing where we send a game to each other for us to play for every, like, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months or something like that, that we just enjoy. Like a game that I really like, I send to you, and a game that you really like, you send to me, and we just play it and then like give our opinions on them or something.
Could do that.
That would be kind of cool. I just have to find time to actually send stuff, because I can pretty much only do that on like Saturday morning. That freaking 9 to 5 type job, where it's just like all the other government buildings are closed by the time you get off. So
right. Well, we shall see.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be next year. Just in general, at some point, it might be a cool idea to do.
Well, you won. How do you feel?
I was so like relieved and relaxed after. Once I finished that last game, I had like a family thing to go to with my husband, with his family. And I just felt like I could chill out. And I did check my backlog every once in a while, like every like 2 or 3 hours that I was there, because we got there at like 6.
Because even if you lost, right? At least it was over.
Yeah, exactly. At least it was over, and I could just chill out. And I was like, oh, I can finally just after Christmas just really chill and play some nice long games.
Next year, it all begins again.
Really, right now, it all begins again.
I've already beat 5 games. I just updated my backlog. I'm just kidding. I haven't beat anything, but I am going to start playing some games and some slower ones.
I feel like that's how the year starts off anyway, because you're pretty chill, because like nobody's really in the lead yet. Like you got plenty of time to catch back up, and then like as the year went on, I played less and less long games. I think Ark was the last really long one I played. So. And
I think this year I'll play way less short games. 1, because I ran out of them, and 2, just because, you know, I'm done with them.
Yeah.
I had my fill of them.
I still might end up seeing some more like games on itch or on the like from the bundle, but honestly, aside from that, I don't really see myself buying a bunch of shorter games.
Yeah, but hey, that's it. Christmas to Christmas, the 2020 challenge is over. The 21 challenge is on, and I'm sure we won't beat as many games as last year.
Oh yeah,
but. You never know. You never know how aggressive it'll get throughout the year.
Yeah, might suddenly get like really inspired and just like run for it.
Right. You start beating some long games and it goes back and forth, and all of a sudden someone gets ahead and you're like, well, you know what? Hell with that. Just start beating them. But that's what it is. I hope everyone enjoyed listening to this little podcast thing. I know it was very long, and I'm surprised if you got all the way through. Hopefully I edited it to be enjoyable. I don't know when this will come out, because I'm recording it. We're recording it at the end of December, but
it's literally like 1:39 in the morning where I live anyway.
Right.
I normally go to bed at 10, and I do not work a night shift, so
right. There's a lot of work to edit this podcast, so hopefully it comes out good, and hopefully you enjoyed it, and maybe it inspired you to have your own little backlog challenge, or challenge you to beat more games, because it is possible if you put in the time, and there's a lot of good stuff out there to play if you really explore. So,
you know, maybe you could race against us. Who knows?
Go for it. Good luck. After seeing everything we beat.
Yeah.
But that's it for us. So, bye and beat those games.